Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Classrooms. What do you think when you hear the word classroom? Books, notes, tests. It's time for a change. Here at the Winner Circle Project, we are reinventing the classroom.
Hello and a warm welcome to a rather misty but absolutely gorgeous Virginia International Raceway for the Mission Food VIR SpeedTour. I'm Jonathan Green. I'll be with you for the day, and we'll have various others coming into the booth to join me. But a misty morning here in Virginia on the North Carolina border, and it's an absolutely glorious weekend of our penultimate round for Trans Am. But as well as Trans Am, we have what we call the Speed Tour, and it starts off with our endurance IGT, International GT race coming up in a few minutes' time. I'm sure the mist and fog will clear away very soon. In fact, the sun is starting to poke through already. We started with a misty morning here at about 6 o'clock this morning, and I'm in that barn, but look at this wonderful setting for a race circuit. It's known as a country park, and it is one of the most gorgeous venues in the US of A. Now, what's coming up? I mentioned International GT. That's coming up. It's their enduro event. We've already had 2 sprint races, and the enduro event is exactly that, slightly longer, and can be a driver change, although some people choose not to. But this is when we see some of the pros, some of the driver coaches coming into play here. This very much an amateur GT trophy with both Porsche and Ferrari, but a lot of fun, and we'll have Ken Fengler up in the booth to tell us more about it later today. We've also got coverage from SVRA, of course, the Historic Racing Championship, which is split up into various different groups, and we'll be going through those groups as the day goes on. We're also fortunate this weekend to have the penultimate round of the F4, that's F4 Americas, the single-seaters, and the FR Americas Championship, which is the equivalent of Formula 3 around the world, and great Ligier chassis. Spoke to Max Crawford, and looking forward to their championship at the moment. Raoul Hyman in the FR Championship on the verge of winning the big prize money from Honda, which should see his championship and his future insured. So the sun's starting to poke through, and that means that I know the man down on the grid will be Ben Sissel, and he's getting ready to introduce us to IGT. Ben, take it away.
All right, well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm down here at the grid, and let me start off with a little bit of drama. This morning, I went around the track and checked all of our brake markers. I went to Mission Foods Turn 1. There's water bags in those brake markers. They were frozen. I had to, hit all of them to get the ice out, but only in that corner. Everywhere else, they were okay. They were a little bit slushy. We might have to start putting Big Machine vodka in our water bags to keep them from freezing. So that's going to do a lot. That means it got down to freezing last night, the track temperatures. I think they're going to get 2 pace laps. I can't confirm that yet. I will try to confirm that, but they're going to have a hard time getting heat in these tires because most of the track is still in the shade. These P0s, they've really got to try to get heat. We're going to see a lot going on. We're going to talk to Ken Fengler here in a second. Stephen Hammond is in position 1. Hey, Ken, jump in here. Have you heard yet? Are we doing 2 pace laps? The temperatures have changed. Tell me and explain to us this hour-long enduro and what the rules are.
Rules are we'll go pull off at 7:55. We have a drop-dead time of 8:55. Within that time, they've got to do a 5-minute stop, and that has to be in the pit lane by 35 minutes running in the race. So if they got a co-driver or somebody who's going to get in, they can pit before that. But after that, they have to have their 5-minute stop completed with 15 minutes running left in the race.
Perfect. All right, thank you, Ken. Now we're going to talk to position 2 because we learned yesterday in the Trans Am race, sometimes position 2 is the advantage. So Tom Pank's going to be running out there. Have they given a 5 yet? I'm not sure. Hey, Tom, sometimes at VIR, position 2 is an advantage. If you can stay side by side with Hammond around that turn 1 complex, then you've got the advantage. But with it being so slick out there and the tires not being warm, are you going to try to duck in behind him, or are you going to try to go side by side?
I'm going to go side by side. My tires are warm.
That's true. He does have tire warmers. So look for Thomas Pank to go side by side, because I can even feel, oh yeah, his tires are warm. Let's see about Stephen Hammond's. Stephen Hammond's are not as warm as Tom Pank's. So look for that, Jonathan. We might be side by side in the Mission Foods Turn 1 complex here at VIRginia International Raceway. Then Reg Williams, he kind of considers VIR to be one of his home tracks. He's always really fast here. I'm going to feel that. His tires don't feel as warm as Tom Pank's. So Reg Williams, green flag drops, you go into turn 1. What's your strategy?
Survive it, baby. Survive it. It's going to be...
He says, survive it, baby. Survive it. I love it. Well, they're warming up here. Let's come over here. Let me just make sure. So that is David Tuati in there. Is Bird getting in at all?
Absolutely not.
All right, so it's only going to be David Tuati today. See, we're going to get it right today. Nice. I love it. So David, she says we're going to be up front. So look for David Tuati. And then another really fast driver moving his way up through the ranks yesterday, Mark Matisse. Beautiful car. Look for this car to be fighting up front. It's starting to get a little bit loud here. We're getting a 5. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you. I'm going to get on my scooter and book it up so that I can announce with you, buddy. I'll see you there.
The effervescent Ben Sissel, and he will be joining me in a moment. Great stuff, Ben, and hopefully Ken will join you as well. But as you can see, that mist now starting to fall away, as we see from the drone. A beautiful shot here looking down on VIR and the famous little barns that pretty much punctuate the countryside here. A lot of people come out late summer and turning into fall and get their RVs out to enjoy a weekend of racing here, and a massive entry as we look at the number 11 of Steve Dunn in his GT4. And as I mentioned before, we've got a combination of cars out here, 3 different championships, late model Porsche and Ferraris, mainly amateur as I mentioned, but occasional professional drivers coming in, and they usually act as driver coaches to help these gentlemen drivers get where they need to be. This is Reggie Williams on board. We heard from him. He says he's going for it at the first corner. Survive, he said, survive. That's the key. 35 entries in all, and you can understand why. You'll see that map when we go on board with him. You'll see where he is on track. But the Stuttgart Cup, of course, if you know your Porsche, you'll know that that's where they make the Porsches. So we've got a Stuttgart Cup. We've also got the Mission Foods GT3 Cup, which is for the likes of the 3.4, 3.8, the 996s and the 997 GT3 Cup cars from the last decade, and the Mission Foods, the Stuttgart Cup, should be the 3.4 litre and 3.8 litre. Finally, we have the Maranello Cup, and as you'd imagine, that is for the Ferraris, and there's the odd Maserati out there as well. But these are all cars from the last decade, challenge cars. In terms of Ferraris, that's the 360, the 430, the 458 Challenge spec car. And so we've got some beautiful race cars out here and some pretty handy drivers as well. But Ken Fengler, who runs the series, we'll be hearing from him, and you just heard from him actually explaining the rules. They have to come in within that 35-minute mark to either swap drivers or take a compulsory 5-minute stop. And that's why you see Miller and Pippa. Pippa Mann is the driver coach for Miller, Jody Miller that is. And so, yes, she either does decide to get in the car as she did last time, or she just coaches. And that is the case for many of the drivers in this championship. But a full field, like I said, of 35 cars. And it was interesting hearing Ben talk about just the cool weather at the start of this, because that having to break some ice down at turn 1, that's how cold it is overnight here. we had a full moon. Well, there's a full moon tonight. That's pretty much where we're broadcasting from. But a full moon tonight, and so cool conditions here in Virginia at night, and that fog just adds to it. And until that clears away, it won't warm up completely. But Ben, you've hurtled down here, and yeah, interesting to see how you were testing all the tyres there. I'm guessing that the guys like Reg, who didn't have the warm tyres, will put mechanical grip on this warm-up lap, and I think Ken said two warm-up laps?
2 pace laps going out. We've got a great number of cars, 35 cars taking this start. Look at how beautiful this is. I mean, it looks like we had a fog machine come out, and we're Hollywood casting this, and this is some imaginary video game racetrack in perfect conditions. But no, ladies and gentlemen, this is Virginia International Raceway on basically a normal day. It is always this pretty. You can see here, we're going down into Mission Foods Turn 1, and I guess it's just dipped enough that Mission Foods Turn 1 froze overnight. It's the only one. I guess it's the lowest point. You can see the fog there from Rob's camera. And look for Reggie Williams and Tom Pank to really try to get it. And you were talking about the mechanical grip. VIR is such a cool track in the way that it was set up that this kind of turn 1, 3, 4, 5 complex is mechanical grip. Then we have aero grip going up the S's. And then it's back to mechanical grip for Franklin Road apparel complex, that where the oak tree was, the horseshoe. And then we're back to just straight out, you know, who can put the pedal down first. So it's just, there's so many different parts. And then there's just a long dive through Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, roller coaster, and hog pen. So this track really has a little bit of everything. I am surprised to see Tom Pank there in second. But as Adam Andretti called yesterday in the TA2 race, sometimes second here at VIR is an advantage, and we'll see if he can take it.
Had a big crash here that finished off yesterday's race just at one of the corners there, and it just brought a quick end to the sprint race yesterday. I hope everything's okay, and I hope they can get that Porsche back to full fettle. But really impressive to see this many Porsches and Ferraris out in action. Popularity of this championship has just grown since I've known Ken. In the last 5 years, it's grown massively.
Oh yeah, it's and it's like what we were talking about yesterday. It's Ken's mantra is make racing fun again, and he's doing such a great job at that. As here they're coming around the Franklin Road apparel. If you are looking for nice men's clothes, fashionable, but with a little bit of a motorsports flair, make sure you go to franklinroad.com. You can see the banner there in the top right. Ken Twaits, who's racing with us, who's raced in IGT and his Audi, is the proprietor of that, he and his children. And it's actually right near my neighborhood. I go there all the time. They've got some really great stuff. I'm actually wearing a Franklin Road shirt right now.
And that's a beautiful shot of the long back straight, and you really do get to see the length of it now. It really is a long run from the Franklin Road turn 11 all the way down to what we call the roller coaster, or at least traditionally we're calling it this weekend the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers down Hogpen, and that is the last corner Hogpen of here. Here we start the roller coaster, and it's all downhill. From above, it doesn't look that steep, but I can assure you it is challenging. Heavy braking into here, and then downhill all the way. Now you start to see the elevation a little bit down towards the hog pen. A key corner, because out of that hog pen is where you get on the front straight, and that is another long straight past our commentary position and then down to this very tight right-hander at turn 1. Steve Hammond then leading the way. Let's see what the safety car does, and I think we're going to go another lap.
Yeah, they'll do another lap. And another thing the drivers have to consider is we're seeing Tom Pank going back and forth there is a lot of the track is in the shade, a lot of the track is in direct sunlight, but it hasn't been in direct sunlight a lot, so the track conditions are going to drastically change lap after lap. It's almost going to be like riding in dirt right now. Lap after lap, they're going to change, and the drivers are going to have to adapt to that. One thing from a housekeeping perspective is if you're joining us on YouTube or Facebook, make sure you go to our YouTube channel, SpeedTour TV. We're going to be monitoring that. We already have some comments here. Jason King is watching with us. Eich says it looks a bit fresh out there. That's a pretty good adjective to describe what it looks like out here. But
look at that. It says it all.
This looks like right out of Hollywood. I mean, this is unbelievable.
I mean, if you're tuning in around the world and you see this, This is American racing at its finest. A full field of Porsches and Ferraris. The mist clearing on VIR. We're out in the countryside. It's tobacco countryside traditionally, and it really is the countryside of North Carolina and Virginia.
Yeah,
not far from Raleigh, Durham.
Here we go from, this is the Optima section, this is the Aero section, the S's, the uphill S's at VIR. I'm going to run through here. So that's Stephen Hammond up front, followed by Tom Pank, followed by Reggie Williams and David Tuati in fourth, Mark Matisse in fifth, Steve Dunn sixth, Lucas Pank seventh, Brady Bierman eighth, Frank Vitiello in ninth, Jody Miller, Pippa Mann in 10th, and look for them to move up. Christian Romero and Federico Braga in 11th, Javier Ripoli in 12th, David and Daniel Harrington in 13th, Thomas Ballister 14th, Jimmy Adams and Mike Skinner in 15th, Marcel Fay in 16th and 17th, Carlos Jose Miggins and Federico Suarez Salvia in 17th, Juan Fan in that Ferrari 488 in 18th, James Hammond, Stephen's dad, in 19th, Nicholas Groombridge in 20th, Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitza 21st, and 22nd is John Bleezer. 23rd is Ricardo Stewart Milne, Florian Ime in 24th, Chris Coffey in 25th in the Maserati MC GT4, Mike Ward in a Cayman, Jay Mazzone and Wyatt Foster in an Audi R8 LMS. Wyatt Foster from Kaizen Autosports, Tom McGlynn in a Porsche, Daniel Caggiano in a 29th, Charles Lowe and Topher Everett, Colin Cohen, Topher Everett, Cameron McIntyre, Larry Wetzler, and Michael Williams rounds out the 35. I tried to hurry that through there, Jonathan, so you can take the call at the start.
Oh, we just had a car spin off coming into roller coaster. So that's a roller coaster ride for him. We haven't even started. That is definitely cold tires. We'll let you know more about that as we start to form up now. Stephen Hammond in the all-red Martini colours. Tom Pank alongside him in the Dayglow green, number 42. You heard from both of those men at the beginning, and you heard that they're both going to try to go side by side until they get to the corner, and then it's who breaks last that takes the corner. A massive field of 35 cars, maybe 34 if we did have the spinner. And away they go then to start our first race of the day, and a good start from Stephen Hammond in the all-red Porsche. The pole man in the number 72. Pank didn't get away as well. Reggie Williams got away well too. David Tuati on his own. And whoa, trouble for Pank. Pank's been spanked. I don't know what happened there, but he's gone round. And whether he was, I've got a feeling that he must have been hit from behind, because Tom doesn't make too many mistakes. And that's real drama and disaster for Tom Pank. And it looks as though there could be suspension damage to that car, but that's very rare to see Pank in trouble so early.
Yeah, he's back on track. It looks like he did hit one of my mission brake markers. There might be suspension damage because those water bags in there were kind of solid. We'll see what happens there. As we look there, is out that gives Steve Hammond a big gap between he and Reggie Williams and David Tuati, followed by Mark Matisse, I believe Steve Dunn. There's Jody Miller going up. And look at these cars going up, but we still don't see Tom Pank. It took him a long time. The grass is really wet with dew. It took him a long time to get grip, to get back on track. So lots of drama here, and now one of the scariest words in motorsports is Tom Pank is starting from the rear and is going to try to work his way up. That's Lucas, the son.
Oh, that's Lucas, excuse me.
So yeah, so Tom is going to have to come up through the rear, and we'll see if he got it back up and fired up.
So we do have one car in the pits, and we'll try and find out who it is. I did mention there was a spinner coming down the hill just before the start, and I hope he got back on again. He was on his own, he didn't hit anybody, but it was just a strange thing that I saw out of the corner of my eye. But as you say, Stephen Hammond building on that lead. Look at the gap he's built already as they come to hop in one more time to complete the first lap. The rest of the field all chasing down now. 77 of Mark Matisse.
Yeah, Mark Matisse followed by Lucas Pank. Mark Matisse is in a 2019 Porsche GT3 Cup car. that. Steve Dunn right behind, and then there's Jody Miller coming to the inside right behind Lucas. Steve Dunn cuts it just a little bit. Goes in the room, goes to the outside. Lots of close racing here already.
Yeah, it's pretty frenetic, isn't it, already?
Yeah.
Look at this, 2, 3 wide. Here's another replay of what happened at the start, coming in here. Now watch the 42. Does he get a touch? Yes, I think Reggie Williams touched him.
I don't know if I'd call that. I think Reggie Williams was holding his line and expecting.
Well, we
Thomas
might see it better here.
Yeah,
now
here
watch
we go.
the green and blue to your left. We're on board with Reggie Williams. Coming down towards the right-hander, the first corner. You can see that Pank takes a nice wide line and now cuts across. Yep, a little touch.
Yeah,
but really not Reggie's fault.
No, I'm going to put that on Tom. It looked like Tom was going outside. Then the last second he came over on Reg. Reg held his line and wasn't expecting Tom to come over like that. I'm going to have to give that one to Tom. I'm sorry, Tom. But look at that, Lucas Pank around Mark Matisse. Mark Matisse probably doesn't have his tires as warm as Lucas does. I know that Lucas and Tom have some tire warmers that they're using, especially on today. So look for Mark Matisse to move his way back through once his tires get warm. And we saw Mike Skeen here yesterday, but he's not signed up to be co-drivers with Mark Matisse like we've seen in the past.
Yeah, how many actually do make the change in the 5-minute changeover? Not that many, right? It's about 3 or 4.
Let's say maybe 25 to 30%. Most of these cars don't have to refuel, so they just come in, they make some adjustments, take tire temperatures and pressures, and then just sit in their car and wait to go back out.
Now, just to give you some indication, top in the middle is the clock ticking down. That means we've got 44 minutes left in this race, and still at the 35-minute mark, they'll start to make those pit stops, and they have to make them by the 15-minute to go mark. So just so you understand that side of it. And then on the top left, obviously, the laps that have gone down, 3 so far, and Hammond, Tuati, Williams, that's your top 3.
That's crazy. Side by side there, Marcel Fay and Jody Miller. It's brave. It's brave because that part of the track now you can see is partly in the shade, partly in the sunlight. The tires aren't warm. It's a little bit off camber. Now they're getting in line there. Look at that train going up through the Optima Snake.
That really is a freight train too, isn't it?
Look at that. And man, Lucas Pank really pulling a gap on Mark Matisse. Not expecting that. Lucas Pank is in a 3.8. Mark Matisse is in a 4.1. And I'm going to guess that right there is the result of tire warmers. Jody Miller making that pass now over Steve Dunn.
Yeah, Jody Miller, it says Pippa Man, but that's because they share the car, Jody Miller and Pippa Man. And we're expecting Jody at the wheel, right? And that's the 7th place, number 3 we're talking about.
Carlos Jose Miguens has really moved up. I'm not sure which one is, he's got a co-driver. I'm not sure which one is in the car, but we're going to go with the first one listed. And he started in 17th, and it looks like he's there battling for that top 6 to 8 position. Oh, we've got a crash there, top of the roller coaster.
2 cars at the top of roller coaster taking to the grass.
Lucas Pank, can he stay off of the wall there? I'm going to say that was Lucas Pank and Marcel Fayen. Just from looking at it, looked like a dark car and that bright day-glow green car. And they were running together. And there's that great Argentinian car.
So plenty of drama already in the early stages of this one.
That's Christian Romero there in that yellow 2012 GT 3.8. Here's the replay.
Here's another look at it. Yeah, just under braking, I think they sort of outbraked each other, and that put the car behind off. What's your take on that one?
Oh, no, Jody Miller's out, too.
Yep,
Jody Miller stepping out there at Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler. Looked like he's got some rear suspension damage. That is unfortunate. There was a real tight battle, Ken. Ken Fangler's going to join us here in a little bit.
Well, he's come at the perfect time. Full
because there was a real tight battle from about 6th to 8th position between Lucas Pank, Marcel Fayen, Jody Miller, and it looks like all three of them might have gotten wrapped up into something.
Well, Kev, welcome to the booth. You come at the perfect time because we've got a caution. Car's starting to come in, but that was one of the grass trackers, the 03, and they're just trying to clear the grill of Marcel Fayant. I'm not sure if Jody Miller's made it back, but we've got that full course yellow now.
Yeah, it looked like he did a little agricultural exploring out there.
Yeah.
That set things off.
But a good weekend so far. Obviously ended yesterday a little bit earlier, but only a couple of minutes earlier after that crash. But two good sprint races and this Enduro. This is the one they like, though, isn't it?
Well, now that we're under caution, let's just kind of go through our running order here. We've got Stephen Hammond at first, David Tuwati second, Reg Williams, Lucas Payne. So we've lost Tom Payne. He spun at turn 1. He's back out there, but we haven't seen him yet. But now he's going to be catching up to the field for this restart. I know it's scary for you anytime Tom Payne starts at the back of the field and has to work his way through. Luckily, he's in that day-glow green where everybody can see him. There's Jimmy Adams. So let's go through. They're pitting. So Mark Matisse is in first. Carlos Jose McGinns, Christian Romero, Juan Fan, Brady Bierman, Jimmy Adams, David and Daniel Harrington, Mike Ward, Stephen Hammond, and Ricardo Stewart-Milne. But Jonathan, since they're all pitting, I'm going to go down to pit lane and be a pit reporter.
Yeah, go for it. Now, the ambulance is out, and that's Pank is just behind that car. So let's hope he's okay, but... yeah, he's just getting out of the car too. Hammond is in the 72. So we're under full caution here as the TLM number 72 GT3 Cup car in those distinctive martini colors. And now this is going to be hard in these cooler conditions here in the morning to keep the mechanical grip. Mattis leading the way at the moment from Frederico Suarez Silva. Braga in third, Fayant in fourth position, and Berman in fifth. There's Jody Miller's car. They're going to have to tow that out.
Didn't see what happened with that car, did we?
Yeah, I think he was involved in. It was right at the top of the roller coaster, and I think there was an incident as they were coming into the braking zone where one car braked heavily, kind of put himself off, and then the car behind, which was Fan, who's now in the pits, also reacted to that. They both went wide. They didn't come together at all. It was just more a case of both of them sort of outbraked themselves.
Yeah, chain reaction.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, there's the...
Now, we've got... Tell me a little bit about this one, Matt McIntyre's car.
Yeah, that TCR car. He ran with us years ago, and he had been away, and he came back to run with it. It used to be, it still is a comparable speed car to the Cayman 3.4 liter, but the whole field has picked up. And but it's an interesting car, TCR Volkswagen, and that series. And he's back with us. He does a couple of races, and it's good to see him back. He was let's say a previous participant with International GT. And he's back here and got a couple of 3-4 Caymans to run with.
And as you can see, they're doing a good job of picking it up. Now, if I owned a Porsche, I would want to make sure that these guys did a good job. Is it easy or hard to get a very expensive Porsche or Ferrari picked up and onto a trailer?
Not with the professional crews. As long as you got the guys that know what they're doing, everything is fine. It's pretty rare that we see a crew damage a car further. They're usually experienced enough at their craft to know what they're doing and know where to pick the cars up and know how to do it. So, usually not a problem.
Now, like we've mentioned before, they've got that compulsory pit stop, but why would the leaders come in now?
Because, while they're under caution, it's a mandatory 5-minute stop. They've got to get it done sometime.
I see.
Better to be done under these slow caution laps rather than actual green race laps. So,
and as we can see, Mr. Pank is A-OK. Probably a little frustrated.
Yeah, very much. Knowing Tom, yeah.
Yeah, you missed, I don't know if you saw, but He was involved in that first corner incident and just got a touch from Reggie Williams. But to be honest, he was quite high and wide on the entry into the first corner, turned in, and Reg was just there.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
Took it off, which he's just putting it back into gear. Reg Williams, great onboard shots here of him working his office for the day. There's the 343 of Adams, Jimmy Adams and Mike Skinner's car. And now everybody is starting to leave the pits under this caution for the two cars that went off. Well, 3 in total. David Tuati heading out. And we heard from the pre-grid, no change of drivers for the 68. And likewise, Stephen Hammond will drive solo. Yeah, TCR, a very successful, new, relatively so, over the last few years, touring car championship with very similar spec cars, different manufacturers, but different spec manufacturers, but pretty much the same spec in terms of power to weight ratio, and very much a production-based championship. But it fits on quite well here, like you say, a speedy car. So trying to get in as much grip as possible as Reg Williams heads back out onto track, going through the S's and towards the Snake, or the Optima S's as we're calling him this weekend. Very tricky part of the circuit underneath this bridge because it's flat out, but you're climbing bit by bit, starting here. And there's quite a few blind crests, especially the one coming up right here. Easy to get your eye wrong as you just crest there. Same goes for this corner here, and then it dips right back down into this double right-hander at Old Oak Tree before we turn down the Franklin Road turn 11. There it is, for this long back straight. So it looks like we're going to restart here. The Honda Civic leading them round. We'll keep an eye on it. If the lights go out, we'll know that we are restarting as we take a look at the 17. Again, coming in. So, we are away. Good restart. And already the field's starting to spread out. And interestingly enough, Fayan came in again. I don't know, he was the one fixing that grille, so maybe problems for him, but we've got some good fighting going on here at the front. Oh, and another spinner!
Oh, boy.
079.
Oh.
And it looks as though both those cars are parked up, or at least one of them anyway. That's Charles Liu and Topher Everett. But the 68 is still going. And that's David Tuati. And in comes the 17. Let's take a look. Here we go, into turn 1, a replay. Tuati up the inside in the 68 and the 28. Just a little nudge, but actually, no, that wasn't the problem. It was the 079 of Charles Liu turning around himself on his own, leaving David nowhere to go whatsoever. 32 minutes to go then, in what has been already an eventful enduro here for the IGT, the International GT Championship. 3 races in all each weekend. This the third, the enduro of the weekend, and they get 2 sprint races as well. So people starting to come into the pits. 35 cars in all started the race. We've had quite a high attrition rate, including Tom Pank. We'll find out what Ben Sissel has gleaned from his pit lane excursion, but the boys had plenty of work to do because there's a lot going on down there. Whether anybody's talking to him is another question. What's happening down there, Ben?
Well, big drama.
Yes.
Mike Skinner isn't sure if he's going to get into Jimmy Adams' car, but I think the biggest story is Mike Skeen is in Mark Matisse's car.
Oh, wow. Well, good. Mike Skeen, of course, a current TA2 driver. He was in action yesterday, just off the podium. Made one mistake at the corner we're looking at now. Now, what's Tuati doing here? Because that Porsche shouldn't be going that direction.
Well, you can see rear end damage there. That looks like a runoff road. That's not a part of the track.
No.
Okay, I know where he is. That's coming from the Franklin Road complex. That's the other pits on
okay.
the south side.
Yes.
And so he's trying to get into a safe area there.
Okay.
There's Tom Pank. They're going to be able to talk about their race right there.
Yeah,
you
he's
see
just
Tom
trying to
Pank
get out
in
of
the
the
red
way.
race suit. He looks pretty disappointed, and David Tuati's going to go over there and join him. And the reason they're doing this is to try to keep the race going quicker.
Yeah.
We don't even have enough safety vehicles to get out there, obviously, because they're all being taken right here.
And that's Charles Liu's car, the 079, and that's parked up just behind us, just behind our commentary position. And I'm just looking as to where they've got it out of harm's way, and they have. Never easy, this situation for the drivers. Like you say, they're trying to keep the race going. Ken muttered under his breath as he left. He's got to try and sort out the drama that's about to ensue, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is, they raced yesterday in the latest race when it was a lot different conditions. The track was a lot warmer, and you can't go out onto a track this early in the morning and think the conditions are going to be the same. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, if we were on DraftKings and I was picking my favorite to win, it'd be that front car right there, Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen. But I got to say, the Argentinian team is really moving up. I talked to them a little bit in the pits. Actually, I just kind of listened to them talking in the pits, and it seemed like they feel really good about their car. And then Reggie Williams, that might be my dark horse there. He considers this his home track. It's just going to be so tough now for us. We really need to rely on Race Monitor to kind of sort all this out, because there's going to be some drivers a lap down because they came into pit, but everybody is required to pit.
Well, as they say on Batman, riddle me this. How did Skeen get involved? I know he does this occasionally, but...
Well, he's not even on the list. I told Mark Matisse that, so we need to make sure that he gets on the list so that we know what's going on and so the safety knows who's in the car. But Mark Matisse and Mike Skeen have been longtime friends, and they've been working together for, I think, about a season and a half. And Mark Matisse, Mike Skeen's here. He's like, hey, you want to get in my car?
Yeah.
And it's going to put on quite a show. But with that coaching, we were talking about that with Ken Fengler yesterday. A lot of these drivers have come a long way and made huge strides in their talents and just how much better they've gotten because they're hiring these professional coaches like the Mike Skeens and the Mark Millers and the Pippa Manns. And not only are they coaches, but they're strategists. They talk to them on the radio. They're giving them great advice. But no, now we've got Stephen Hammond. So all of our front runners, except for Reggie Williams, have been knocked out.
Yeah, interestingly, my timing sheet tells me that David and Daniel Harrington are leading this race at the moment. They've got Charles Liu in second place. In third place. Yeah. But that's a weird thing because we know that Lucas Pank, I think it's going to be, we're going to have a change around as they come across the line, and that is changing. We've got Lucas Pank out front in the 40, then James Hammond in the 176 and Reg Williams behind them.
It's just come down to who has pitted. Now, Reg Williams has pitted. I can confirm that because I was down there while he was coming into the pits.
Okay.
So Lucas Pank, I didn't see him come in. I didn't see James Hammond come in. Steve Dunn, I believe I did see. John Blazard, number 33 and 8, he was down there in the pits. I think Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitza was in the pits, so it's all going to shake down here. I'm wondering why Lucas Pank hasn't pitted yet.
Well, he's within the rules, for sure.
Yeah, he can pit, but I'm wondering, it's such an advantage to pit under caution than to pit under
that's exactly what Ken
was
telling me. Yeah,
you can make up so much time. So we're not seeing the leaders. The pace car was not able to pick up the leaders. He just picked up the first available car, which was Mike Skeen. And all of this is about to shake out. You need to tune into Race Monitor to figure that out. But even my Race Monitor right now is on the fritz. It's not showing me who's number one. It seems like Race Monitor never works for us during the IGT Enduros, the time that we most need it to. Now you can see Lucas Pank isn't doing anything with his tires, and is he trying to move up? And then there is James Hammond. So those should be the two leaders as we see them right there. And just off of the top of my head, I think it's Marcel Fan in that number 3 that should be the top, because I did see him in the pits. He did come in, so behind the yellow car, there's Jimmy Adams. It should be that black car right there in front of Lucas Pank. Should be leading, but yeah, I'm still not getting it on Race Monitor. But just off the top of my head, I really think it's Marcel Fan.
Well, like we said earlier, this is relatively so amateur
Right
cars
there.
with very, very professional.
That's Jimmy Adams, so that's not that black car. The next black Porsche, Marcel Fan, should be the one that I think is in the lead. There he is, right there at the bottom of the screen, right in front of Lucas Pank. That should be our leader according to my head. Now, my head gets it wrong most of the time, so it's anybody's guess, but that's just based on guessing for me from being down in the pits and trying to give it my best.
Well, it'll all sort itself out very soon. We're at VIR. It's part of the Speed Tour here. And coming up later, we have F4, we have Trans Am, and we have plenty more of the SVRA Speed Tour coming up. Heading towards the roller coaster one more time, and we'll see if the safety car does come off this time. I still think there might be some work to do, so we might have another lap under caution.
I don't think so. There were still a lot of safety vehicles on the circuit. So there we go. I think we're getting great shots here of our leader right in front of that green car. That's 03 of Marcel Fan.
That's your leader, you think?
I believe, yes. I could be wrong. Yeah, he has been in the pits.
Well, he came in to get some grass out of the front of the grill as well.
Okay, let's see if it shakes out here.
Yeah, they're all starting to pass the safety car now, and we should see.
Yeah, they're passing the safety car. That should not be happening. Why? What's going on? I don't know what's going on here, guys. I'm so sorry. So right now we're showing Lucas Pank in first, according to Race Monitor. So James Hammond is second. Reggie Williams is third. Javier Rapol is fourth. Steve Dunn fifth. Chris Ruppel. Yeah, so Lucas Pank has the lead. I'm going to listen in on race control here real quick, Jonathan.
Yeah, go for it. A little bit of confusion here because we're trying to pick up the leader, and don't shoot the messenger because the safety car is still out there at the moment. And as they passed our commentary position with the lights still on the safety car, several cars were waved on through.
They're still showing double yellow, but it looks like they're racing at full tilt. I don't know what in the world is going on. The safety car pulled off, but not into the pits. I couldn't tell if it had his lights on or not. Maybe he was trying to catch the leader.
You know, I looked at the commentary booth and the lights were still on.
So here's what I'm guessing happened. Now these lap traffic cars are trying to catch up. They know that they're back. The safety car may be trying to catch the leader, but didn't. So these cars are going full tilt to try to catch up to the group, which they should be doing under safety and not passing each other. But we've got to get the safety car now, the pace car, James Rogerson, in front of the leader, and we're trying to sort out who the leader is. So we shouldn't see anybody passing here. They should be in a straight line just like this. We can see Mike Skeen there at the bottom right taking this lead group around to try to, when they do take the restart, that they're right behind the pack of cars. So lots of drama here in International GT at the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour.
So they cross the strip one more time. The sun coming up here as this wonderful display of Porsche and Ferraris at full tilt. The odd TCR car out there as well. Well, either way, we've got another spinner, and it's the number 70 this time. coming down at the bottom of the hill.
Okay, so that should be our leader according to Race Monitor. Actually, now it's changed to James
Lucas
Hammond.
By the way, that was Carlos Jose Miguel.
Okay, so now it's showing James Hammond, the number 176. So I'm going to jump off here and try to listen to control again.
All right. Well, we're under caution again, that I can tell you. And the spinner was car number 70. So Lucas Pank, Tom Pank parked up, and the Pank family, a big part of the IGT.
Okay, 4-0 is the leader, and 4-0 is pacing the pack. That's what I'm hearing from race control.
There you go. Well, that does make sense, and that is Lucas Pank, so we are correct on that factor. Yeah, unfortunately, Race Monitor is throwing us a loop. It's Fritzen, as they say, which is appropriate given that we're talking Porsches. But Tom Pank then leading this race under caution in the number 40 Porsche.
Okay, the safety car is in. We're seeing the safety car right in front of us on pit lane. It looks like he might be waiting for the leaders. The cars right now are going past us full tilt like they're racing because they're trying to catch up to the leaders. But there goes James Hammond. And
there's your leader.
Okay, now I'm seeing double yellows behind us, but the signboards are going green. So if we can get a shot of that, now they put down the double yellow. So I guess we're back to green flag racing.
Well, if that's the case, Pank has been caught out a little bit. No, he's gone back to the front. All will be revealed.
Yeah, but this is absolutely ridiculous. You can't confuse drivers. You know, that's the big thing. The drivers need to know exactly what's going on, and we're giving them different information. So we're showing that James Hammond is in first, Reggie Williams is second, Javier Ripoll is in third, Steve Dunn in fourth, and Chris Ruppel in fifth. We've got 18 minutes left in this Enduro, and some cars still have not pitted.
Including the man at the front leading this group, which is Lucas Pank.
Not according to timing and scoring, it's James Hammond. That's what's so confusing. But he went through under double yellows, but the light boards were flashing green. So I'm not sure which takes precedence.
Well, I'm going to take a look out the window and see where the pace car is. He just passed our commentary position. And now here comes Lucas Pank onto the main straight and is at full tilt. Down towards the first corner then, jostling for position once again. The 77 of
Mike Skeen.
Mike Skeen. He doesn't care where he is, he'll just keep pushing on.
I honestly, just based on my eyes, I believe Mike Skeen is probably going to end up being the leader once all this shakes out. So he should be doing pretty well. He's just going to be starting from the back because for a while he was following the pace car and didn't get to try to catch up to that lead group there. But there's Mike Skeen following that blue car, and then Lucas Pank in front of him.
Well, following it for a second. Yeah. If I know one thing about Mike Skeen, he doesn't follow many people for very long.
And that is what we call the 4.1 class. It's a Ford leader with some upgrades to it.
Yeah.
So he should be making that pass on these 3.8s.
Yeah, Mike Skeen, a regular IMSA driver. Been having a successful IMSA career, as well as a very successful Trans Am career. Does a bit of IGT just for fun. And there you see that GT 4.01. A lot of attrition in this race already, and sadly, Steve Hammond, one of them, David Tuati, another.
That word from our official timing and scoring person, Janet Harhay. 176 has done the most laps.
Okay.
There are going to be adjustments because she's not sure. She doesn't think that 176 of James Hammond has pitted yet. So it's all going to shake out. But the official leader who has led the most laps is James Hammond.
By proxy of the fact that he hasn't pitted, yeah. That's Mike Skinner.
Well, Jimmy Adams, I don't think Mike Skinner, I still see him down on pit wall. So Jimmy Adams is still in the car. I talked to Mike, and he said they're against their strategy. He may be in it because I can't tell if that is him down there. But, man, Jonathan, I feel like we're getting punked here.
That's all right. Enjoy the racing. They're having fun, I can assure you.
I still think so. We're showing Mike Skeen, Mark Matisse in 10th. I think he's going to come through because I don't think these leaders, well, Blazard, number 33, pitted, number 9 pitted. So that is the Mike Skeen car moving up through the ranks. I think by the time he comes back around to first, he might be in about 8th place. He's
and they
going to be
pitted,
moving
right?
up.
Obviously to do the driver change.
And I know that he has pitted, and he's got probably the most powerful car. And Reg Williams, no, don't count out Reg Williams in 2nd place right now. He was in the pits. He's really good here, and he's also in a 4R.
Go up. Round goes to 70 again. That's the 2nd time now. Either way, watching Mike Skeen race is always fun, especially in a high-powered Porsche like this. Siding through the field.
Yeah, the race is going to be between Reg Williams and Mike Skeen. We've got 14 minutes left. Love to see where Reg Williams is on the track, the 008. Just one more than James Bond, just 008.
And he's right behind Pank at the moment. There we are. And there's that 70 trying to get back on at turn 1.
So timing and scoring is showing me that, well, it just changed again. For a while it was showing me that Reg Williams was in front, and then it went to Stephen Dunn. So I don't think we can rely on Race Monitor. I think Janet's going to have to make the final call on this. So let's just go by what our instincts are telling us, and it's Reg Williams and Mike Skeen.
And we've got a good battle here. Skeen right behind Pank. Lights blazing as they come through the Optima S's and up the hill.
Now, knowing Lucas Pank, he knows that's Mike Skeen behind him and is just having an absolute blast. Lucas Pank is a big Mike Skeen fan. He follows the TA2 series and IMSA a lot, so I think Lucas Pank would love to be able to keep Mike Skeen behind him. And Lucas Pank is a very good, but also doesn't give anybody an inch, just like his dad. And I think Mike Skeen knows that. So there's Reg Williams. So Mike Skeen is about a little more than a half a lap behind Reg Williams, according to my eyes. But now timing and scoring is saying Lucas Pank is in first with Mike Skeen in second. It's almost we need to go back to the analog days where we have 40 people with stopwatches doing their own times. But we are getting great shots here. Look at these long shadows here in the morning at Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. You know, even when we're frustrated, this is still fun to watch.
I was about to say,
so
just
Skeen
watching,
has gotten around Lucas.
He got past very quickly and he's gone. Past our commentary position now and into turn 1. Yeah, like I said, he doesn't sit behind for too long, Mr. Skeen. Although he made a mistake at this very corner yesterday in TA2. Very rare for him.
It is very rare.
At the NASCAR corner. So the fog has lifted. Here's still early morning here at Virginia International Raceway. And we're watching Mike Skeen put on a display having replaced Mark Mattis in the car.
Lucas Pank. So according to Race Monitor right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's showing that Mike Skeen and Mark Matisse are in first place. I'm not seeing Reg Williams. Reg Williams is in 10th. You know, this is where Jonathan, even though everything's going wrong for us, I'm so glad we're not in timing and scoring right now. That's a beautiful car, Mark. I really appreciate the lines that you've put on that car. It really stands out, as does Lucas and Tom Panks, but sometimes we confuse them because they're so similar. Going up that hill, I'd love to know the top speeds that they're hitting there.
Yeah.
I know that in T8, Matt Brabham was telling me they were hitting 175, hitting the top of that hill as Mike Skeen comes through. Big Machine Vodka, spiked coolers. Beautiful car, always looking really smooth as Mike Skeen.
Yeah, it was interesting listening to Matty Brabham yesterday. I asked him why he loves Trans Am so much, and he said, just pure speed. He said, you know, cars that, you know, don't have all the gizmos and are still doing 175 miles an hour. He said, you know, that's as fast as anything out there, and he's right.
You know, I was telling somebody last night at dinner, it seems like no matter what they've driven in their whole life, everybody's goal, no matter if it's like Jeff Gordon or Dale Earnhardt, always want to race a TA car just once.
Yeah.
Because it's like the last of the unlimited. It's like a road racing funny car. You know, it's the loosest set of rules. It's innovation. It's the fastest, the most horsepower, the best downforce, but it's all driver. And everybody aspires to someday race a TA car.
Now, I think we're pretty accurate here. We're looking at Skeen in the 77. That's Mattis's car, and Mike Skeen driving it. 40 is Pank in the Dayglow green. In second place, some 3 seconds behind. There he is. That all makes sense. Harrington in third and Berman in fourth position.
And this is the overall, but Lucas Pank is definitely leading in the 3.8, but right behind him is Harrington. So this is the battle right here. The number 20 and Lucas Pank are battling for their own class. That's what they're really after. Lucas Pank is fine to let Mike Skeen by in a way, because he knows that's not his race. But his race is happening right behind him there with Harrington in the 3.8 class. The Mission Foods Porsche GT Cup Trophy 3.8 class. And look at that, Harrington closing the gap here.
Big time.
Through Big Machine Vodka spike coolers.
Hank's got his hands full, that's for sure. And the Vauxhall number 20 really pushing on now.
So that's David and Daniel Harrington. I'm guessing Daniel Harrington is in the car right now. What a beautiful car.
Caution again.
Oh, and there's the... Okay, so he's picking up the leaders. James Rogerson there in that Honda Civic Type R, and the pace car is out as they come into Mission Foods. Turn 1 that we call it Mission Foods Turn 1 here. Once they move the start stand past the old Turn 1, I call it Turn 1. I think tradition states it should be Turn 2.
Yeah, good point. So we're under caution again. What, our third caution of the day? We had one earlier in the day, and it involved some of the leaders. And we're now back under a situation where Mike Skeen leads this race from Lucas Pank. Harrington in third, Berman in fourth, and Mike Skinner's car in fifth position. Although we think that it's not Skinner at the wheel, right? In the 3-4-3, it's Jimmy Adams. Heading up towards the Optima S's.
All right, trying to listen in on race control. I'm going to let the people listen. Hopefully they behave on the radio. Okay. We've got lots of questions because of these Enduros.
They might understand we're coming in this time. I'm not sure yet. There's wall repair.
Either way, the field packing up for what should be a grandstand finish.
There's Reggie Williams back in the back of this pack in the 008. I've heard that 09 has come into the pits because this is their last chance to pit.
Yeah, will be time running out now. And as the rules donate, they've got to do it by the last 15 minutes. And you'll see a lot of that Honda Civic today, I'm sure. Our pace car. A shake of the head from Ken Fegler. He's going to join us. No, he's given up.
So the pace car.
Oh, and a lot of damage there. Grass. Heavy amounts of grass in the front of that car. And as you can see, that's going nowhere quick. 09.
That's Zitza, isn't it?
Yep, that's Chris Ruppel and Eric Zitza, yeah.
Do I have your glove?
I just need something to pry on.
Rafa Matos had his own problems with that yesterday in TA2, but he kept going and just kept flying.
Yeah, we've seen
everywhere.
in the past drivers in the Trans Am Series, they'll put chains on the front of their grills that go back and forth with gravity, with centrifugal force, just hopefully getting the wind off. And then I was talking to Mike Skeen and Thomas Merrill. They came together, kind of planned it in the race to knock the grass off of each other.
Wow, that's a clever idea. Or that's a skillful idea. Maybe I'll put it that way.
Yeah, not even teammates, just friends. They're like, hey, let's work together here. I'm going to hit you, you hit me, we'll knock the grass off. I don't know what kind of hand signals that takes. You know, they're not talking to each other on the radio, but they were able to make it work.
So have we fried our YouTube crowd yet? Have we confused and fried our YouTube crowd yet?
The YouTube crowd might be better at following along than we are right now. Eich said that they went plowing the fields. That is so true. We've got some people. Kyle Carrick is Let's Go Brady and Colby. And yeah, so if you're watching this, if you're leaving comments, if you have an opinion on who's leading this race, you know, just give us some comments. This is your chance to yell at the commentators if we're getting it wrong, but hopefully we're getting it right. We're trying our best up here. We're on limited information, as are you. And there's the white flag. So
is that surrender or one more lap?
It should be surrender. I don't know if the starter's French, but he's waving that white flag pretty well.
Mike Skeen then is going to win this race.
I'm going to get canceled for sure.
And Lucas Pank is at least flying the flag for the Panks. Sadly, Tom Pank not finishing the race. He's watching from the sidelines, as is David Tuati.
And, you know, in International GT, this Enduro race is the most important to the drivers of the weekend.
Sure.
Porsche, Ferrari drivers, you know, they're big endurance fans. The 12 hours of Sebring, the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yep.
And this is the one that they really hang their hat on for the weekend. So they're going to be really frustrated, not only that they're out. There's David Tuati sitting by Thomas Pank's car. Looks like they're keeping a wall between them. But in Thomas Pank, you can just see the frustration on him.
Yeah.
But he's looking at his son, probably finishing second under caution.
Yeah, and in the form of Mike Skeen, he's done Daytona and all these big long races, Sebring, you name it. So, yeah, I think it's also a big accolade for these guys to be up against the Skeen. Most of these guys are amateurs, and to be out there going wheel to wheel with Mike Skeen, and Skeen's going to take the win. But I think that's in itself a thrill and a half, is to be out there with one of America's top drivers.
I'm concerned about that Optima cameraman there. I hope he's got some baffling between him and our racetrack. Optima's here running the Patriot, and so they're shooting a TV show just like we are.
Yep. Don't worry, that's Lake. The man's bulletproof.
Well, Jonathan, I'm going to step out and go out to this, try to sort out how in the world we're going to do this winner's circle, but I'll be back up here for the SVRA races. We've got some great FR, F4 races and the TA GT, SGT, XGT race today.
Yep, coming up very soon indeed from Virginia International Raceway. My thanks to Ken Fengler and obviously Ben Sissel heading down to Winner's Circle now. But it's going to be Mike Skeen and Mark Mattis who take victory in this Enduro race. To be fair, Ben Sissel did actually call that one. He did predict that that would happen. But as soon as you see that Mike Skeen gets in the car, there's not a lot that's going to stop him. Lucas Pank is going to fly the flag for the Pank family. Sadly, Tom Pank not making it to the end. Harrington will take third place. Sad to finish under safety, but we've had another caution and a lot of confusion. We apologize for that, but hey, it's racing. And it's just a joy to see the Stuttgart Cup and the Maranello Cup in full glory here in this endurance race. So Skeen will lead them across the strip for the final time then to take the checkered flag under caution. And there it is.
7-7 first.
Confirmation in the 77 of Mike Skeen. Skeen wins this race ahead of Lucas Pank. The number 20 of Harrington. finishes in third position, and David and Daniel Harrington starting 13th in this race, so good job done by them. And then the 4.28, which started 8th, that's Bradley Berman finishing in 4th position. Mike Skinner in the 3.43, and Jimmy Adams at the wheel, finishing in 5th position. Then Groombridge in 6th, and Baraka. So confirmation of the IGT Enduro race sees Mark Mattis and Mike Skeen win in their GT3 Cup GT 4.1 car. Lucas Pack second, David and Daniel Harrington in third, Brady Berman in 4th position, Jimmy Adams and Mike Skinner taking 5th, Nicholas Groombridge in 6th place, Christian Romero and Frederica Braga in 17th position, and Ricardo Stewart Milne in 8th, Michael Williams in 9th, and Reg Williams rounds out the top 10. So we'll take a short break here from Virginia International Raceway. We'll be back with all the podium proceedings after this. Join us.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check those guests, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Good morning and welcome to the final race of the weekend for the F4 U.S. Championship powered by Honda. My name's John Phippen. We're coming to you from the Mission Foods VIR race weekend here, all part of the Speed Tour, and it's our Andy Scriven Memorial Weekend. I'm seated here with our guest commentator, and that's Nick Pershing. Nick, great to have you with us, my friend.
Yeah, great to be here. Love commentating. Fun race. Love Virginia. Lots of action on track. This track induces a lot of mistakes, so it's always great racing. Really important just to be consistent, be a good driver here, and so, yeah, glad to be here.
Great to have you with it and have your expertise to lend to us, as we've had an eventful weekend for the F4 U.S. Championship drivers. First race of the weekend, didn't get very much running, but we're hoping to improve that this time. Pole sitter, I believe for the first time this season, Gabrielle Fonseca in the number 76 out of Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, the young Brazilian youngster turning the fastest lap in yesterday's second race, and that will put him on the pole for this one. Starting second, another of our international drivers out of Lorraine, Quebec, Canada, Lucas St. John for J. Howard Driver Development in the number 98. Lucas with the 157.1 to put him outside of row number 1 for this third and final race of this weekend, race 15 on the season. Starting in row 2 on the inside is the 65 of Noah Ping out of Buford, Georgia. Noah was one of our guest commentators yesterday. Noah with Velocity Racing Development, currently third in the points standings. Great to have Noah up at the sharp edge of the field as he's looking to back up his third place finish in round number 13 earlier this weekend. And there's your what was your points leader until yesterday, Lockie Hughes. Lockie unfortunately had an unfortunate race on the first race of the weekend and did not score points for the first time this season. And the driver for J. Howard Driver Development out of Gold Coast, Australia, came back yesterday with a second place finish, driving from the back, and that put him right back in contention for the points lead. But he has surrendered that points lead to Bryson Morris, who for the first time since early in the season now has the points lead by just about 2 markers. Bryson has 3 wins and 7 podiums over the 14 rounds we've contested so far, and that's consistency of podiums. As definitely, there he is. You can see Bryson right now. He will start this race in 5th position inside of row number 3. That consistency on the podium. He has not been off the podium since Mid-Ohio, where he won the first round, then finished 3rd and 2nd. He had a trio of podiums at New Jersey Motorsports Park, and a podium, a second place, and a win here this weekend as well. There's Matt Christensen in the number 45 for Velocity Racing Development. Matt having a good weekend. He started the season out great. He had 2 wins and 2 podiums in the first 6 races, but unfortunately has had trouble getting to the podium since then. He's been in the points every race but one, but Matt looking to uncork his season here and move a little further up in the point standings. As we mentioned, this is our third and final race of this weekend. It is round 15 for the season. We have one more venue early in November. We're heading down to Circuit of the Americas. As you see, the number 66 car of Ryan Sheehan for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Ryan will start outside of row number 4 out of Horseshoe Bay, Texas, near the Austin, Texas area. Ryan had a win this weekend in the first race of the weekend and a third-place finish in yesterday's second race. There's the number 8 of Andre Castro for Future Star Racing. Andre just doing a partial season with us. He raced with us at Mid-Ohio, was not able to compete in New Jersey, but then back with us for this weekend and says he'll be with us down at COTA as well. Andre perhaps looking for a full season of racing next season, but with the Future Star Racing team, Al Unser Jr. involved in that as one of the driver coaches. Great to have Al Jr. in our paddock. As you get a beautiful shot of this beautiful October afternoon. It's a little chilly this morning. Temperatures in the high 30s when we first got up. As there's the 4-car of Seth Brown, who's had a pretty decent weekend. Seth will start 9th position, just inside of row number 5. He's out of San Diego, California for Jay Howard. Seth lies currently 12th in the points championship. He has 6 points-paying finishes so far this year. He's coming off his best finish of the season with a 5th-place finish in yesterday's race. There's the number 17 car of Tyke Durst out of Cary, North Carolina. He would be the local driver, if you will. The driver who is, he's from Cary, North Carolina, only about from VIRginia International Raceway, right on the Virginia-North Carolina border. And Tyke looking for a good result here this weekend as well. He'll start 10th. So far this year, he's only had a handful of points-paying finishes, but he's coming off his best finish of the season with a 7th place finish in yesterday's race. Of course, we're honoring Andy Scriven this weekend. We do every year that we come to VIRginia International Raceway. Andy, the designer of this F4 US car, who we lost, unfortunately, a couple years ago due to a distracted driving incident while he was riding his bicycle. And though he eventually succumbed to his injuries after that, as you see Lucas Ficuri, another of our international drivers in the 55 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Lucas out of São Luís, Brazil. And Michael Boyadzis in the number 3, scoring his first points-paying finishes here this weekend. He finished 10th in round 13 and 9th yesterday, so Michael Boyadzis getting on the points table for the first time this weekend. He will start back in 12th position outside of row number 6. Heading further down the order, there's the number 12 of Ethan Barker out of Houston, Texas for the Barker Racing team. Ethan also breaking through for his first points-paying finish. That was in round 13, where he came home in 9th spot. The point schedule for all of the FIA classes is basically only based on your finishing position. No bonus points for qualifying on the pole or leading the most laps. It's strictly your finishing position. 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15 for third, all the way down to a single point for 10th place. As you see Al Morey, the 4th. Al out of Fortville, Indiana for Jay Howard Driver Development. And there's Maddie Oust in the 09 car. Maddie breaking through at the tail end of the New Jersey round with her first finish in the top 10. As the safety car pulling away from the false grid. James Rogerson aboard the Honda Civic Type R, as we will have 2 formation laps for this race to give these youngsters an opportunity to suss out the track conditions with these cool conditions overnight. Want to make sure that they're aware if there are any slick spots out there. A couple of our earlier races here from our SVRA competitors have had a few incidents, so our race director, Scott Goodyear, choosing to give these drivers 2 formation laps before we line up for the Formula One style standing start here on the front straightaway. So with that in mind, let's run the starting grid for you. Starting alone in row number 10 is Alex Berg in the 08 car out of Buford, Georgia. Alex drives for the Doran Kroll Racing Team. In row number 9 on the outside is Daniel Carra, making his debut this weekend. Daniel, a Brazilian, currently living in the Woodlands, Texas, in the Carra Origin Motorsports team. Going to contest the last 2 rounds here with the hopes of a full schedule coming up in 2023. Alongside him in row 9 is the 25 of Jacob Bolin out of Leland, Illinois. Jacob driving for the IGY6 Motorsports team, an all-veteran owned and staffed motorsports team. Welcome to them. They're new to our paddock here this year. Up into row 8 on the outside is car 9, Carl Bennett, a Thai American, currently living in Yorba Linda, California. He races for Ganella Racing. In row number 15, in row number 8, in 15 starting position, the 09 of Maddie Oust. We saw her earlier out of Mansfield, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi. She's one of the recipients of the PMH Powering Diversity Scholarship. Glad to have her in the field. Moving forward to row 7 on the outside, we saw Al Morey, the 4th, out of Fortville, Indiana, for J. Howard Driver Development. Alongside him is the 12 of Ethan Barker for Barker Racing in position 13. In row 6 on the outside, car number 3, Michael Boyadzis, coming through with his first points-paying finishes of the season from Tampa, Florida, also for J. Howard Driver Development. Alongside is the Brazilian Lucas Facuri in car number 55 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. In row 5, the 17 of Tyke Durst from Cary, North Carolina for Ganella Racing, and the number 4 of Seth Brown out of San Diego, also for J. Howard Driver Development. In row 4 on the outside, car 8 is Andre Castro from New York City for Future Star Racing, and the 66 of Ryan Sheehan out of Horseshoe Bay, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. In row 3, the 45 is Matt Christensen from Orlando, Florida for Velocity Racing Development, and the new points leader, the number 39 of Bryson Morris from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, near Nashville for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Second in the points by just 2 markers. We'll start outside of row 2. That's the 6 of Lockie Hughes from Gold Coast, Australia for J. Howard. Next to him is Noah Ping in the 65 out of Beaufort, Georgia, a podium finisher already this weekend for Velocity Racing Development. And on the front row, in the number 98 of Lucas St. Jean from Lorraine, Quebec, Canada for J. Howard. And your pole sitter, I believe for the first time this season, the number 76 of Gabrielle Fonseca out of Sao Paulo, Brazil for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Once again, the safety car coming by our commentary position here on the front straightaway, leading the field around for a second formation lap. Looks like everybody's been well behaved. Nobody's fallen off on the formation lap, which is a point of emphasis in the drivers' meeting this morning by our race director, Scott Goodyear.
Who's your favorite for the race today?
Exactly. I'm just listening to Scott Goodyear talking to one of the teams that is going to bring in the number 3 car of Michael Boyadzis to start from the pit lane. So perhaps some infraction on that parade lap is what has caused him. So yeah, he's been given that information. So if you fall out of order or have an off-course excursion during the formation lap, the regulations require you to come into the pit lane and start after the field is released. So apparently Michael Boyadzis running afoul of that regulation, and that's going to move him to the back. Talking about this race course, Nick, this is a really lovely part of this racetrack as what they call the climbing S's.
Yeah.
That is every driver's favorite portion of this track.
It's amazing, especially, in the F4 car, you're not too much on the limit there, but moving up from the F4 to the FR car, you were on the limit there pretty heavily in the FR car, and it's just amazing going through there because you just pinned flat until turn 10.
Yeah.
You don't really need to slow down until turn 10, but it's just amazing going up there.
Yeah, turn 10, that left-hander is a very daunting turn as well, as it's a blind entrance. You can see the field coming through that, and that sets up for the very important sequence at turns 11 and 12, the double apex right-hander, which leads on to the longest straightaway, 4,000-foot, sort of an undulating back straightaway with lots of vertical in it. This weekend, that's the Franklin Road turn 11 that you're seeing as the car is beginning to stack up as they work their way through turn 12, which is the oak tree bend, so named for the large oak tree which used to stand right at the apex, but sadly was struck by lightning a few years ago and had to be removed. But the name remains. You can see some tin tops circulating on the Patriot course, which is inside the full course here at Virginia International Raceway, so don't be alarmed if you see cars that don't appear to be in the same class as these, as our safety car coming up to the roller coaster, and the field should begin to form up 2 by 2 as they will work their way down onto the front straightaway and take their starting positions. We can see our staff members lined up in the first 2 grid positions to bring Gabrielle Fonseca and Lucas St. John into their grid spots, and then the balance of the drivers coached into their grid spots by their teams. I realize that from the driver's perspective, you can't see that line that you're coming up to. So you got to have somebody give you directions.
Yeah, so if you can actually still see the line when it's in front of you, you're way behind it, way further than you think, and it always throws me off because I'm always like, whoa, aren't I behind the line? Like, I want to stay back here. But, you know, Michael, my engineer, he's always like, no, you got room, move up, move up, move up. And I always tell him to park me 6 inches behind it just in case, because, you know,
in case
you
the
don't
car
know what
rolls
happens.
a little bit when you put it in gear, sure.
Just a tiny bit. And so, I don't know. It's just funny because, I mean, if you can see it, you're way, way too far behind.
Exactly. Front 2 rows in position as the rest of the field now rolling into position. Again, there's a light gantry that the drivers can see. When the field is full, there are 2 green lights that will illuminate at the top of that gantry, indicating to the drivers that we're about ready to start the light sequence. You can see the light gantry there on your camera shot. And the green lights will be lighting here momentarily. And then 5 lights will light in a 1-second sequence. And then when all 5 lights go out, we are away. You can hear the engines on the rev limiter as these drivers are on their way to turn number 1. Gabrielle Fonseca gets a good jump. Lucas St. John falls in right behind him. But there's always good side-by-side action coming into this first turn as everybody trying to maximize their positions. As we can see on the... Whoa! Oh! We've got 2 cars come together. I believe that's the 98 of Lucas St. John that is off at turn 1. And the car right in front of him might have been Noah Ping. I'm not positive. We'll check that out as we've got 2 other cars going off there at NASCAR as we've had an eventful first couple turns here once again as we've had trouble getting green flag laps in, especially early in these races. Base car's been asked to stand up. Go ahead.
I think that was Gabrielle Fonseca in turn 1.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely correct now that I see that. As the field still racing at speed, they will be seeing the full course yellow, and it just now comes out. So the drivers have a yellow light on their dashboard, which the race director can illuminate to indicate that we're under caution, so there's no doubt. As we'll get a replay coming to get a chance to have a look at what happened there at the first turn. It's been an area of concern. You can see St. John there in the front. And he's to the outside.
He drives into the back of him.
Yeah.
Pow, right into the back of his, right into his back wing.
Yeah, that's a tough break, man. Absolutely. I think he just left his braking way too late.
Yeah.
And into the back of our pole sitter.
He might have locked his front tire a little bit. So.
Yep. And then we've got 2 more going off, as you can see, just to the outside of turn 3. Don't have numbers on those 2, but again, hopefully the drivers all able to get back underway. But the safety car called into play once again here in the opening stages of this, as the field will pack up behind the safety car to give safety crews an opportunity to get up and get these 4 cars back underway. As the field just now coming into our view here on the front straightaway, and it is the 65 of Noah Ping at the front. Lockie Hughes right behind him, then Bryson Morris, then the 45 of Matt Christensen as they survived the carnage out in front of them. Andre Castro in the 5th spot, Seth Brown up to 6th, Lucas Ficuri, Ethan Barker, Alex Berg, and Gabriel Fonseca still being shown in 10th. He has not come by the line yet, so we just have those 9 cars that have crossed the stripe so far.
Alex Berg up to 9th from last.
Absolutely.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, that's a great job. And here comes the 17 car of Tyke Durst with the with some debris under that front wing. I thought for a moment there that the wing itself was damaged, but it looks like he ran over somebody else's debris. They're cleaning off his visor, as I'm sure that kicked up a lot of dust and dirt. Dragging that piece of debris is the 09 car of Maddie Alst off track as well. She looks to be off at the outside of 3, so she must have been one of those 2 drivers that went off in the run between the Horseshoe and NASCAR Bend, turn 3. We understand the 66 car of Ryan Sheehan also into the pit lane. And you can see the damage to the front wing there of the 98 car of Lucas St. John after that collision with our pole sitter. Tyke Durst, after his call to the pits, has rejoined as he's heading back out on track. The crew immediately going to work to replace the nose of Lucas St. John's car. You can also see Ryan Sheehan's car here. And there is the slick of some fluid on the right rear tire of that car. I can see it from our vantage point here overlooking the pit lane. So it looks like some damage to the 66 car has caused him to drop some oil. So that may further complicate things, as the safety marshals will have to have a look at the racetrack to see if there's any oil put down on the racing surface. If that's the case, it may well be a more extended yellow flag period while they get safety crews out to deal with that oil potentially put down. But we'll wait for a ruling from race control as to whether that's going to happen. So Alex Berg, what a great start, all the way from the very last position up to 9th. Daniel Carra in 10th, Michael Boyadzis 11th, Jacob Boland 12th, Carl Bennett 13th, Al Mori in the 14th spot, Tyke Durst, the last car to come by. So we've lost Gabrielle Fonseca and Lucas St. John, Ryan Sheehan, the other car involved in that collision, and Maddie Oust off as well. Maddie's had a tough weekend. It's not been, the stars have not aligned for her. As you can see, the damage to the right side of Matt Sheehan's car, and there's definitely some oil leaking there.
I'm interested to see if these Jay Howard guys can get the wing on before the safety car comes around, and if we'll be able to stay on the lead lap or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Race against the clock right now.
Yeah, they're working hard on the 98 of Lucas St. John. And I believe they've got it done. Yeah, yep. Great job. So with a fresh nose, Lucas St. John making his way out, and he'll just beat the safety car out, assuming that they'll let him out of the pace car driver James Rogerson speaking with race control, giving his impressions if there's any slippery spots out on the track. So the track is, apparently the corner workers are not reporting any fluid down, so it looks like we may be able to get a restart here. Yep, sounds like we are going to get a restart this time by. That's the word we're getting from race control. As Lucas St. John hustling to catch up to the pack. He'll have trouble getting all the way around, but hey, it's good that he got that wing changed and didn't go another lap down. So you've been doing any surfing this year? Have you had a chance to get home and get wet?
Well, sadly, I've gone to college now, and I'm going to college in Boise, Idaho. So
not so much surfing, Boise.
Yeah. Not much surfing out there. There's a river wave out there that's pretty cool. You can go surf, but you know, I spent the last 2 weeks this summer surfing every single day because I knew I was going to miss it. But yeah, I've gone one day because I was home for a weekend. Actually, I came home for the weekend because I was testing my FR car at home on Monday and Tuesday. So I came home early, went surfing on the weekend, which was fun. But other than that, I haven't been able to do it much recently, and I miss it.
What are your plans at Boise State? What do you hope to major in?
I'm majoring in marketing, I'm pretty sure, unless I decide to switch. But as of right now, I'm going to go into something marketing related, I'm pretty sure.
Awesome.
I figured it'd be good for racing. You know, help me out. It's better to have that backup just in case, and really it's manageable too. A lot of kids don't go to college that are racing and stuff like that. As long as you have a schedule, it's really not that hard. I got almost all my homework done before I came out here this weekend.
Yeah, and you can do remote learning obviously when you're on the road.
Yeah. And most of it's online now, anyways. Like I still have all in-person classes. I go to my lectures and stuff, but it's really not that hard. you know, getting used to it at first was hard, but I was like, how am I going to do this? But, you know, I just get all my work done before I come out here, and it really isn't that bad.
Awesome, awesome. Lucas St. John just came by our vantage point just as the field is entering turns 11, the Franklin Road turn 11. They'll be heading down the straightaway, so he'll have a chance to catch up with the back of the pack, I think, before we go green. This is a timed race, and the clock is still running. We're just about halfway through it. We're 9 minutes down and just over 10 minutes remaining. This is a 20-minute timed race. Lights are out on the safety car, so we are ready for a restart. It will be a single file restart here on the front straightaway. They don't do a standing start on restarts. James will begin to accelerate away from the field about the time they get to the roller coaster, and that will turn the field over to Noah Ping, and he's by rule required to maintain safety car pace until he gets to the apex of turn 17, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers hog pen turn. And once he's there at the apex, he may accelerate toward the green flag. As you can see, the field nicely formed up line astern. So Noah Ping coming down the roller coaster and just entering that turn 17 now, as we should see him accelerate. You can see Lockie Hughes, his head bobbing back and forth as he's trying to maintain contact with our leader. And here they come into our view. Lockie Hughes got a great restart. He is right on the gearbox of Noah Ping. And then Bryson Morris, the new points leader, right behind him. Matt Christensen there as all three of them stay line astern. Andre Castro right back there. Popping out is Matt Christensen, or he tries to go around Bryson Morris, and Lockie Hughes goes to the outside as well. Let's see as they head toward turn 3. Everybody successfully through turn 1. Fingers crossed that that trend will continue. Still side by side for second position. I believe that's Lockie and Bryson Morris going after that.
Whoa.
Really wide there at the exit of left hook. But at the moment everybody makes through, it is Lockie Hughes in second, with Noah Ping out in front and stretching his advantage. Andre Castro, the big mover, restarted fifth. He's now up to third. Then there's Bryson Morris right behind him, followed by Seth Brown in the 4 car as they work their way past the villas there on the climbing S's. The Optima S's. Oh, and we got a spin, and that's Bryson Morris, our points leader. I don't know if he got any help, but Bryson Morris going around. We got another driver coming off, taking out some of the barriers. 2 drivers off course, but they are able to get back on. It's one of the Jay Howard cars, taking out some of the signage here. And we've also got a car off, 2 cars off, down to the inside.
There goes my braking reference for race 3.
Yeah, that was most likely coming through South Bend, turn 10. You can see the skid marks here for that car down in the hollow. I think just carried a little too much speed through that very tricky turn. And we'll get a replay here as they come through. Bryson Morris just loses it all on his own, and he spins. And then I think perhaps some evasive action from behind as we see a car coming through taking out one of the Franklin Road signs. As the 10 car goes by of Daniel Carra. So sadly, we are under a full course yellow once again as we have cars stranded out on track on this restart lap. Noah Ping, your leader. Lockie Hughes in second. Andre Castro up to third. Seth Brown survived for fourth. Alex Berg continues his charge from a 19th place starting position, running fourth right now, or fifth, excuse me. Then Lucas Ficuri in the 55. Tyke Durst up to seventh. Carl Bennett eighth. Daniel Carra in ninth. And Al Mori in the final points paying position in the 10th spot. Michael Boyadzis, Jacob Boland, Lucas St. John all made it through, but Bryson Morris and Matt Christensen and Ethan Barker are the cars stranded out on track. Christensen looked like he got back on track, and then the car apparently stalled. There's Ethan Barker down in the lowest point of the hollow there at the exit of turn 10. In one of the earlier races, the IGT race earlier today, we had a couple drivers having trouble at turn number 5, which is the right-hander just after left hook. And James Rogerson, the safety car driver, has been checking out the track at that point, making sure it's not slick. And he says there's kind of a shiny area, but the track, he says he can't get the car to break free. So he thinks it's okay. Of course, he's got tread on his tires. I don't know if slicks might treat that a little bit differently.
Yeah, definitely.
So unfortunately, another eventful race for our F4 U.S. Championship competitors, as we're struggling to get green flag laps with these youngsters. This is a racetrack, and Nick, you could certainly address this. This is a racetrack that punishes mistakes. If you drop a wheel off, just the topology of the track is such that the off-track area, the grass, falls away from the track virtually everywhere. The track is sort of elevated on top of the topography. So if you drop a wheel off, you're going for a long ride.
Yeah, you're very far gone. Especially coming out of the hog pen in this last corner, it drops off so much. You would think you have plenty of room to run wide there and maybe bring it back on track, but if you drop it off there, you can actually very likely end up in the wall. Same with a lot of places around this track. There seems to be areas where there's a lot of room, but because the grass slopes off, you don't have any stopping power whatsoever, and you can just end up in the wall.
And the grass is still damp. We had torrential rains here last weekend. I was here for the SCCA runoffs last weekend, and it was just sodden, and it hasn't dried out. So the grass is still very slick. So if you go off, you're going for a long ride, unfortunately. As the countdown clock continues, we've got 4.5 minutes remaining. I don't think any of the 3 cars that are stranded are damaged, so hopefully, if they can get on the racing surface, they should be able to get back underway, and with a little luck, we'll have a green flag finish on this one. So Noah Ping taking the lead here, looking for his 3rd win on the season. He had a win in round 6 at Road America and backed that up with a win in round 9 at Mid-Ohio. He's kind of on a trend here where he wins the last race of the weekend. So Noah looking for his 3rd win on the season. He's only 40 points behind Lockie Hughes in the battle for 2nd right now. Bryson Morris, of course, will relinquish the points lead as he will finish outside the points in all likelihood. Lockie Hughes, if he can maintain another 2nd place finish or perhaps even get to the front around Noah Ping, would retake the points lead. Noah Ping doing himself some favors as well, closing up. So Bryson Morris could find himself in 3rd in the points before this race is over. Safety car being instructed to stay on track for this lap at least. We understand that we unfortunately are going to finish this one under yellow, as the checkered flag will be the next flag seen, and sadly the safety car will be leading the field around for this final lap. So barring a catastrophe for any of these drivers, Noah Ping notching his 3rd win on the season, with Lockie Hughes retaking the points lead in 2nd. Andre Castro finishing in 3rd. Andre, as we said, just doing a partial season. He has 1 podium already. He finished on the podium in the first race yesterday, but unfortunately a post-race infraction dropped him back a couple spots, so he wasn't able to maintain that. So he's still got a single podium so far, and looking now for his 2nd one here in round 15. For those of you on the stream, we have 1 more race to go, as there's Bryson Morris. He's been extracted from the grass, and he'll catch up to the back of the field, but sadly out of the points. We have 1 more race to go a little later this afternoon, as the Formula Regional Americas finale for the weekend, scheduled for the green flag at 11:10 this morning, and we'll be back with you for that race, and we'll look for Nick Pershing to notch his 1st win of the season, perhaps.
Yep, I'm starting 4th in that race. I feel like I come alive in the last race sometimes. Mid-Ohio, I was good in the last race, but just made a mistake. Same with New Jersey, I was really quick. I just made a mistake, so hopefully if I can keep the mistakes down, I'll be there for sure. I'll be
all right.
there up at the front for sure.
We'll be cheering for you, my friend.
Thank you.
And thanks for your expert commentary. I'm sad we didn't get more green flag racing, but we did have a little, so that's a good thing.
Well, I think there's something to learn from this, actually. You look at Alex Berg. He came from last to fifth because he kept his nose clean.
Yeah.
I think that's, especially with this track, the nature of this track, there's so many mistakes are made at this track. If you can just keep your nose clean in this series, you can finish high up in the points championship at the end of the season.
Yeah, it's all about being mistake-free, and as we said earlier, this is a track that punishes mistakes. So it's good to see a driver like Alex Berg to keep his nose clean and get from last all the way up to fourth, just on the cusp of a podium. So. Listening to some communication from race control, and we're going to get the field around on this final lap and into the pit lane. I'm going to make my way down to talk to our podium finishers, and so Nick, thanks once again for being with us. I'll turn the microphone over to Jonathan Green, my compatriot in crime here, as he'll cover the highlights, and I'll see you down at the podium. We'll be back with you in a couple hours for Formula Regional Americas.
Great stuff, guys. Thank you very much. Nick, appreciate it. Best of luck in your race. We'll let you go and get prepared for that. We are expecting a win, no pressure. He's grinning. And there's the checkered flag, as we expected. Sadly, to finish under safety, but like you said, a lot to learn from a race like that, especially for Alex Berg. I've got a feel, though, for Ryan Sheehan. I stood next to him and watched the oil drip out of that car. And, yeah, not what he wanted out of this weekend at all, having had a good start to the weekend. Well done, though, to our winner here under caution as the checkered flag waves. No, Ping then, doing the business. We'll do a full check on the results in a moment, and John Phippen will head down to talk to our winners. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then of what was an action-packed race as we went off a little bit of a jump start from the mid-pack from one of the Howard cars, J. Howard cars. And then an incident involving Matty Oust. And another one at NASCAR going off there. Two cars involved. And the 66 of Ryan Sheehan having come to pits. And there was some oil down as well, and that might have led to some slip sliding. 39 going off. That's Bryson Morrison, a winner yesterday, but that's motor racing, folks. Another one of the J. Howard cars throwing up the signs. That was a bit of a moment there, but Noah Ping came through in the 65 to take victory over Lockie Hughes and Andre Castro. Well done to them. Beautiful day here at VIR, starting to get the full sunshine on the track and heat things up. And Noah Ping, who we spoke to yesterday, he was in commentary as well. We'll be pleased with his day's result. And as John Phippen was saying, there'll be one more single-seater race later. And that will be race 3 of the Formula Regional Championship coming up for the FR boys and girls. So, Noah Ping, Lockie Hughes, Andre Castro, Seth Brown 4th, Alex Berg 5th, Lucas Mercuri in 6th place, Tyke Durst in 7th, Carl Bennett in 8th, Daniel Cara in 9th, and Albert Mori in 10th position. Fonseca was also another one involved in one of the incidents, so I just saw his car being towed back as well as Matty Oust. Coming up next, we go back to our SVRA coverage. We'll have action from the Group 5A, 7, 10, and 11, their feature race 2. And then we follow that with Group groups 2 and 9. Then we go to FR Americas, and our groups 6, 8, and 12. And don't forget, local time 1 p.m. That's 1 p.m. Eastern. We'll have the TA GT class races. And that'll be a 100-mile race. So they make their way back to Parc Fermé, where John Phippen is waiting for them. Remember, all these drivers looking for a chance to be noticed and hopefully get the next step up the ladder, which is to the FR America's Championship, exactly what Hunter Yaney did, and many before him have done. He now racing in FIA F3. And as you can see, winding past the building, we're in that crow's nest you see in the red barn there. We're right at the top of the tower, so we get a good decent view here as they pass behind our commentary position and down to the podium places. I'll be joined once again by Ben Sissel as we head on to our SVRA coverage. But as Noah Ping makes his way in the 65 Ligier Honda for VRD, well done to Dan Mitchell and his team. Another win for VRD. And it's the American Noah Ping getting out the car. Celebration for him, and I can see John Phippen is about to get him, so as soon as that helmet comes off, there's Dan Mitchell greeting him, congratulating Noah Ping on what was a very good result. Yeah, just talking, just listening in, and he was saying that there was a lot of oil out there, but we know why. And off comes the balaclava, bit of celebration, and I think he's going to tell the safety car. That's good, thoughtful thinking by the driver. Just let the safety car know what's happening and give a bit of information there. Let's hand over to John Phippen. I know he's chomping at the bit to have a word with our winner, Noah Ping.
Yeah. Okay. I got you.
James Rogerson giving a little.
Thank you, appreciate it.
James Rogerson giving a little kudos, I guess, to our winner, Noah Ping. Noah, you kept your nose clean when all around you were crashing. Well done, my friend.
Yeah, thank you. There was some oil out on the track. I spotted when we went full course yellow there, so it was right on line too. So you really had to almost run the wet line here, and it being cold too didn't help. So there are a lot of variables out there that definitely caught some people out there at the end.
What did James say to you when you first came over?
Yeah, he was just like, thank you for being safe under the safety car, and he's telling me that, like, when I put my hand out the window and tell you to slow down, the race was over. So he's just giving me some pointers so I didn't spin it there in the oil or something. So it's good that they everyone likes to give you advice, and that is helpful, you know. So that way we don't make a mistake and spin on the safety car lap or something.
Congratulations, buddy.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
There you go, Johnny.
Thanks, John. Yes, and Noah Ping getting congratulations from everyone. We'll take a short break here from Virginia International Raceway. Congratulations to the young American on his way up the ladder towards Formula One in the FAA F4 America's Championship. Well done to him. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and it does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check, don't guess, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Welcome back to Virginia International Raceway for the Mission Food VIR SpeedTour. It's the penultimate round of the Trans Am Series and effectively the SVRA Series as well. Alongside me, Jonathan Green, is Ben Sissel, and we're looking forward to this one. Another SVRA group set of races, and the conditions now set fair. We had a bit of fog this morning, but now we're set fair. Looking forward to this one. Quite an amalgamation of different cars as always. What are you liking in this one, Ben?
Well, I'm trying to make sense of my grid sheets. You know, it just wouldn't be today if we can't make sense of this. But, well, Joe Nemechek, you know, front row Joe Nemechek up in the front in the stock car group. But this is always a really fun, eventful group here at VIR, the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. So let's walk through here a little bit. I've got Joe Nemechek starting in first in a 2006 Toyota Camry. Then Clayton Ely, this is going to look like a really weird group, is in a Ligier JSP3, like an LMP3 car. Then we've got Jack Finch in a 2006 Dodge Charger. Mark Gobble in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Samuel Lecomte in a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Scott Borchetta, I don't see him in the field.
No, I saw him.
Yeah, there he is. He's in a TA2 Ford Mustang. John Blazard in a 2016 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Donnie Strickland in a 2013 Toyota Camry stock car. Alan Cohen, a Mustang Port City Tube. There's that car right there going through the Franklin Road. Jeff Lindstrom is in a 2016, there he is, Ford Mustang GT. Ray Cobbs in a 2005 Corvette C6, and Paul Reed in a 2017 Wolf GBO8. I don't see the Wolf out there with Paul Reed. So this is a crazy mix, and wasn't expecting to see an LMP3 prototype behind a stock car, like a late model looking stock car.
But it's no ordinary stock car though, is it? It's Front Row Joe. So down the hill they come, and starting to form up now. And there is that number 8 Joe Nemechek car on the left-hand side of your screen, and as you say, it is rather odd to see a prototype next to it, but hey, horsepower's horsepower. Let's see what he does down the main straight. Coming down towards the hog pen now to get underway. The safety car, the Honda Civic, will head off to the right and does so. We are about to get underway with 5A, 7, 10, and 11. Their second feature race of the weekend. Away they go. And Smoker Joe is ahead. Didn't take long, but under the braking, Clayton Ely doing a very good job indeed, and so too Jack Finch as they dive through. There he is. Good start also from Jack Finch. Mark Goebel is up there too as they go through NASCAR and heading down towards the Optima S's for the first time.
Okay, so now look for that Clayton Ely in that Ligier JSP3. This is where he has the advantage. He's got the downforce, a little bit of grunt in that engine, but once his tires warm up, this is going to be all prototype. But right now, he's getting a good run for his money from that Dodge Charger of Jack Finch.
Yeah, Jack Finch got a good start, got a good run into the first corner.
And if you're just joining us, this track is cold. The temperatures are cold outside. It's not anything like just like we're seeing there. That could be cold tires. So look for people trying to get ready to get their tires going. That's Samuel Lecomte with a good save right there, right? Nice job, Samuel. There's Scott Borchetta in that number 48, just trying to get more TA2 time. Doing really well in the TA2 championship this year. And then I've heard that Donnie Strickland in that 2013 Toyota Camry, his son Ronnie Strickland saying, "Let's go, Dad." So Ronnie's watching. Welcome, Ronnie. And here comes that Ligier trying to make a pass on Front Row Joe. Roller coaster side by side. No, that's the Charger, isn't it?
Yeah, that's second place. That's an overtake for second place there. Nemechek's up the road a bit. And here's your number 18. Today it would be Kyle Busch in that 18, but today, in our race, it's Mark Goebel.
Yeah, who would that be? Who would that car? Would that have been Labonte?
Yeah, Bobby Labonte.
Bobby
yeah.
Labonte? You say Labonte? We're in NASCAR country.
Labonte.
Man, it's just Labonte.
I got you.
Try to make 3 syllables 1 syllable.
Ain't no T's, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then.
Ooh, look at that. Labonte getting a little sideways. So leave a comment if you're watching us. I've got Slice de Ranch rooting for Front Row Joe.
He doesn't get any slower, does he, Joe?
No.
Look at him go.
And he is having an absolute blast.
Now you're
running.
predicting that this prototype will start to catch once those tires get up to
I don't know. I don't know if there's catching Front Row Joe. I'm trying to, and we'll get comments. What do you guys think about picking a race and making him back row Joe? No matter where he qualifies, just see what kind of a show he can do if he starts from the back. I think that would be fun to watch.
Could be a new form of motor racing.
Jack Finch there in the 2006 Dodge Charger. I wonder if that was a Ray Evernham team Dodge Charger. That's about the era that Ray Evernham, Bill Elliott kind of teamed up with the Dodges.
Beautiful sand down the back straight here at VIR. And don't be confused by those cars you're looking at on the inside. There's an Optima factory competition going on as well on the inner track here. That's the beauty of a VIR. It's got several layouts.
Yeah.
Don't be
that's
confused.
The Optima search for the ultimate street car.
There you go.
Really neat competition.
Now, got a good bit of battle going on here between the 29 and the 18. Mark Goebel in the 18 and the 29 of Samuel Lecomte, who hit the dirt a moment ago, but now passes our commentary position at over 140 miles an hour. Heading hard and fast into that first corner. 3 laps gone of the 11. Plain sailing at the moment for Joe Nemechek in the Camry from 2006. Oh, yeah. I tell you what, that's the old adage of keep your foot in. Had he let off there, he'd have been off, wouldn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, and then Blazard's out there in that Porsche GT3 Cup car. All of a sudden, he didn't take the start, so he must be going out there late. And then the 20. Scott
Borchetta gets hit in the 48, and that's damage done to that brand new car almost. And that's a 2015 Ford Mustang. I say brand new, but when you compare it to some of the older cars out there, Borchetta's not going to be best pleased with that, and he's got damage. You can see the car looking a little bit second-hand. The all yellow and black. Let's have another look at this.
We've got smoke on the
smoke
side
on
of that.
Bodywork, yeah.
Yeah, so we've got it. We're going to see a replay here of that, Jonathan. Walk us through the replay.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, there was traffic anyway, and I think they just got caught up with it. Here's the first incident. The 29 goes wide. He recovers well, keeps his foot in, as I mentioned. Just
but this
behind,
is what causes the other accident, because these two cars had to slow down.
Now,
and
here we go.
have them.
There's Scott Borchetta coming through.
That's Alan Cohen in that 2006 Ford Mustang Port City. And look at that. Bobby Labonte's going to have to pull in there to the other pit lane because he's got body damage. And then Alan Cohen side by side with Scott Borchetta. Alan Cohen has basically a TA motor in that. So he's got about 800 horsepower. Scott's got about 550.
Yeah, TA2, of course, limited to 550. Doesn't look as though there's been any major damage to Borchetta's car, though. But he took a heavy hit, that's for sure.
Yeah. And there's Donnie Strickland right behind him. So Ronnie Strickland about to make a pass on Scott Borchetta through the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers complex.
What's
going to happen here, Jonathan?
Yeah, there's an easy pass here. Well, I say that. Borchetta's holding his own here as they go down towards turn 1. I thought that was the 46 going to fly past, but Borchetta just upped the pace a bit and braked as late as he dared, and sure enough, he holds up his position.
All right, Ronnie Strickland, give us your feedback on that. Should he have made the pass there, or did he make the right move?
So Borchetta holds him off for now. Through NASCAR they go. 4 of the 11 gone. Plenty of action so far from our group racing.
Here we go. Scott Borchetta, Donnie Strickland, Ford Mustang, Toyota Camry coming up the S's, the Optima battery uphill S's. Yeah, I'm not seeing catastrophic damage to the front end. There's a little bit of aero that's going to be influenced. I don't see any tire rub. It's kind of going over the tire. I'm not seeing any smoke. Let's see wonder if Donnie Strickland's seeing anything there.
Yeah, he's got away with it actually in many ways. But to be fair, I think he was just caught in the sandwich. I don't think he was at fault. So down the Franklin Road, turn 11, turn and down the back straight they come.
Yeah, and I hope there's not too much damage to Mark Goebel in that 2002 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Mark, I'm sorry about that. I feel like it's nothing he could do there. You know, with Samuel Lecomte spinning out in front of him, he had to slow down, which brought Scott to him, and then he probably didn't expect Scott to be right there.
Yeah, like you say, no real damage. You can see there's a little bodywork damage, but it's not affecting the aerodynamics of the car or the driving of the car.
You can really see, though, I'm going to step out of bounds here. You can really see why the NASCAR drivers are so jealous of these TA2 cars. They just look so much better and more realistic than the stock cars, don't they? When they're side by side like that, you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, the wing makes it just a little bit more racy too, and like you say, the silhouette I just think is I just like the lines of the TA2 car, to be honest.
Yeah, the silhouettes of the TA2 cars look a lot more like the Mustangs, Camaros, and Challengers
I also
than
like
the NASCARs.
Yeah, I also like the new Ave Riley chassis that I was watching with Dyson in TA. We'll see that later in the day. Yeah. And the way it's so low strung to the ground, it looks just like, well, I don't know, it almost looks like Ferrari-like almost.
Yeah, it does. Even sitting still, it looks faster than the old chassis. So now the gap is increased between Scott Borchetta and Donnie Strickland.
Nemechek still leading in the gap, 4.7 seconds to Ely in second place. Here's one of the Corvettes.
That's Ray Cobb's 2005 Corvette C6 00. Looks like it almost looks like a GT1 car, but not quite. That might be more like an SGT car. Oh, and Rachel Cohen is saying, go Alan Cohen. Rachel, what's your relationship with Alan?
They're both Cohens?
Yeah, maybe. Alan Cohen is in that 2006 Mustang Port City Tube. And look at that. Beautiful Mustang. I believe that's Jeff Lindstrom in the 2016 Ford Mustang GT. And that is a production Ford Mustang. Unlike the TA2 car. The TA2 car that Scott Borchetta is in is a tube frame car with a fiberglass body. That's an actual Ford factory built car. Uh-oh, look at this. Front row Joe getting a battle from the 2018 Ligier JSP3.
You did say, you called this. Getting into traffic now. Let's see how the Ligier gets on. And the Toyota versus the Ligier down the back straight. And it's really hotting up for the win here. And, well, he's lost out a bit there, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think he had to hit the brakes, seeing Joe squirrely get over like that. I think he might have tapped the brakes, and just that little, that's so important to get onto the power early there, and that gave him a little bit of a disadvantage. But we've still got, we're halfway through the race right now, so look for this Ligier. He'll make up a lot of ground in those down or uphill S's.
He's recovered now, but that was a bit of a moment for sure.
Really like the lines of that Ligier. Pretty car. It looks like a reverse airplane.
As is planned.
And there is front row Joe Nemechek. That is a 2006 Toyota Camry. Oh, and Rachel Cohen is his wife and most avid supporter. I love that. Well, thanks for joining us, Rachel. Now's your chance to roast your husband a little bit, too. Tell us something that nobody else knows. So just like in any vintage racing, we've got good pack battles happening everywhere. We've got the Corvette and the Mustang here, right under us, Ray Cobbs and Jeff Lindstrom. We've got Scott Borchetta, Donnie Strickland. We've got a prototype LMP3 car racing Joe Nemechek. That's what it's all about. Now this is a new car to me for Jeff Lindstrom. This is a Billy Griffin car. Billy Griffin was a GT champion in Trans Am a couple of years ago.
He'd be racing today in the TA race?
They're trying us, and they're trying this out, and then so Billy's going to run in the TA race and in the Enduro, so he's going to get a lot of laps today.
Yeah, Billy Griffin, a former GT champion.
We're high above. There's a pass happening here, and here comes a replay for you, Jonathan. So if you'll explain, this is the two cars coming together.
Here we go. And this is the moment, because you thought that there was going to be an overtake here, and there was. Because Nemechek just got too wide. We just missed it, but finally the prototype does go through. And using that back straight just after that to extend that lead. But that was the moment of no return.
Great replays there. Thank you so much. And there was no contact, so I was wrong in there. They did not touch. A coat of paint they might have touched, but good racing right there.
The 00 of Cobb, still 7th. And here's your number 9 of Hinkle in the Porsche. This
I'm not seeing the number 9. Oh, Harry
I'm
Hinkle?
just looking at
Looks like Harry Hinkle.
Yeah, Hinkle, yeah.
And I'm used to seeing Harry Hinkle in a Dodge Challenger. And he joined the race a little bit late. Maybe he couldn't get the Challenger started and said, I'll just take the B car.
Through the trees here at VIR, down towards the roller coaster.
Here comes Joe Nemechek. They're coming up on this
under
the white
braking.
Porsche. Harry
It's a
Hinkle.
good little battle this too, isn't it?
Who would have thought a stock car would be out braking that Ligier?
Let's see what they do coming down the hill, the pair of them, as we watch this Porsche just ahead of both of them, although not on in terms of track position.
That
And it
Porsche
is the prototype.
has something hanging off of the passenger door. There goes the Ligier past the Porsche. And now we come into the mechanical grip section of the track through Mission Foods Turn 1. Look at that. That looks like a slot car going around that turn.
Yeah, grips the ground very nicely. Started in second and now holds that lead. And he's extended that lead to just over 1.2 seconds.
I'm sure that Rachel Cohen would love to get some shots of the number 45 Alan Cohen in that 2006 Ford Mustang Port City Tube. There is that number 807 of Clayton Ligier, JSP3. Really looking quick now. I think he wants to get away from Joe Nemechek. That was too close for comfort, I think.
Another bit of an oversteer moment there. You can see him fighting the wheel. He's pushing, that's for sure. So we're getting down to the closing stages. Eli, Nemechek and Finch. That's your top three. Cohen fourth at the moment. Porsche is still rolling along in the 48 after that incident, still in fifth position ahead of Strickland and Cobbs. Well, Nemechek doing a good job of staying with him, isn't he?
Yeah, I think Nemechek might have, for some reason, more top-end speed than that Ligier. It seems like he can catch him at the top of the roller coasters.
Through goes the 46 of Donnie Strickland, and here comes your leader. Past our position. Whizzing past. Beautiful sounding car, too. At 807. Blips the throttle to turn one. Does Clayton. He's got to be careful here. He's on the penultimate lap and he's got quite a bit of traffic in front of him. That's a good example.
And that stock car probably won't see him.
Right. We will
Good
now.
pass. Yeah. Yeah. Hope so.
One lap to go after this, and Eli basically just tiptoeing his way through with Nemechek still in close pursuit. But the battle is kind of over for now.
I don't know if I'd ever count Joe Nemechek out. And he's not even racing that prototype. That's Group 11 car. He's leading Group 10. But, you know, I don't think Joe Nemechek cares about that.
Down the back straight they come again.
This is where Nemechek seems to have a little bit of an advantage. Seems to have, watch this, let's see if he can close this gap. Seems to have a little bit more top-end speed.
Yeah.
Which is surprising to me. Yeah, he's out-braking him. He's out-braking a downforce car.
I know, it's pretty impressive, actually.
That is amazing. All right, give us your best French finish to this race.
Well, they got one more lap to go.
Yeah, we have 1 lap to go. Yeah, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
White flag waves then for the 807 of Eli. Ooh. And it's good to remember, we spoke to Max Crawford yesterday, it's good to remember that Ligier may be the chassis maker for the F4 car and the FR car, but of course they also have had a huge history both in Formula One and in sports car and prototype racing. Oh no! He's just spun out. And Nemechek picks up the lead on the very last lap. Here is your new leader, Front Row Joe.
I called that one too, didn't I?
You're afraid you did.
And the bad thing is where Clayton went off there to try to get back on the track there, he's going to high center. So he's going to have to go down the grass and get to a place that's more flat, because I've seen a ton of prototypes high center there as they enter the track.
Well,
let's see if they can pull up a replay of that spin of that Ligier. So, Jonathan, walk us through. It should be a drone shot there.
Yeah, and it was a kind of an innocuous accident, because as he comes into this left-hander, he just gets a little wide there, and as he turns in, yeah, he literally just bumps over the rumble strips and just gets a bit of oversteer. And by the time he got onto the grass, he had too much power underneath him.
Yeah, but I do really appreciate his recovery. He didn't try to save it.
No.
He just went off track knowing that there's a car behind him, so he could have collected 2 cars. I think honestly, Clayton, I appreciate you made the right move there.
So Joe Nemechek on his way to victory here on the final lap. Give him a wave. Beautiful sounding NASCAR. There's the checkered flag. And, well, I don't know how many wins he's got, but it's another one. But Joe Nemechek.
See, you counted him out too early, Jonathan.
I
never count out Joe Nemechek.
I know. Got a feeling that Clayton Eli will recover to still take second place ahead of Jack Finch, though.
We appreciate all the viewers that are watching us on our social media channels, on our YouTube channel. Please leave a comment of who you're wanting to see. If we get something wrong, please feel free to tell us. We've got Group 2 and Group 9 up next, so join us for that. But, man, this turned out to be quite a fun race to watch.
Yeah, definitely. Well done to Joe. A little further down, Alan Cohen did take 4th place, and Borchetta held on to 5th despite coming together with another car. Donnie Strickland 6th, Ray Cobbs in 7th, and Ray Cobbs, in fact, getting his fastest lap last time out at 2:02.8. So, all the action fast and furious here at VIR. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from the Speed Tour after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Welcome back, and we turn our attention now to our Group 9 and Group 2. And while we've got a moment, let's take a look at some of these cars.
Look at that. That is just sex on wheels. Lewis Cooper Jr., 2007 Panos DP01. One of the most beautiful sounds you'll hear at a racetrack. It really sounds like the Formula One cars back when Formula One cars were cool.
Judd, yeah, lovely.
This is kind of you love the open wheels, don't you?
Oh, yeah. I've always followed this, yeah. And, yeah, you're right. It does sound like former Formula One. They don't sound as good as that today, unfortunately.
And that should be Ben Sinnott. Ben Sinnott actually had an unfortunate event in his Indy Lights cool car, so now he's in a S2000. Luckily, Sasco takes care of his cars, which are on the property. So he was able to bring that car in and work on it and bring out the S2000. That's a 1997 Lola T9190. He should be running up front. And then this is Eric Wisniewski, who you had in the booth with you at Mid-Ohio in 2017 F4. He is in that F4 development program. I'm sure we'll get to that here in a little bit later.
And notice Honda engine, but Ligier chassis.
Yeah.
Just talking about a Ligier.
And it had the Andy Scriven sticker on it, too.
Yep.
So that is an F4 car. I think Eric isn't quite old enough to be in the F4 series, so he's in our F4 development series.
Yeah.
Man, VIR, endless beautiful views, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're monitoring the SpeedTour TV channel on YouTube. If you're watching this on any other of the channels, feel free to switch over, and you can leave us some comments. If we get some calls wrong, which I am certain I will get some calls wrong in this group, because Group 9's out there, and I have been jinxed by Group 9 all season long. So tell me what I get wrong. Tell me what we need to be talking about, because we're going to be talking about all kinds of cool stuff as we look at Ward Hicks in that 2018 Ligier F4. And then here's some more S2000s. This is a fantastic S2000. This is Ralph LaMacchia. Getting ahead of myself. This is a fantastic S2000 circuit. And Tom, our grid guy, is often the co-driver with Ralph in the Enduro, and I think they're winning the Enduro Championship. So this is a mixed group, but feel free to leave us some comments on our channel here at SpeedTour TV YouTube. This is your chance to yell at the commentators. If you're fans of motorsports, you've always wanted to yell at the commentators, well, this is your chance. Jonathan is a little bit more fragile than I am, so don't partially as you do with me,
I'll
right?
cry.
And that's the 21 Dave Fairchild, 1979 Zinc Z10. Dave and Scott are actually VIR Gold Cup winners from a few years ago. That's Scott in the number 20. That's a 1978 Zinc Z10. That number 52 is Lee Audi in a 1978 Tiga FFA. And if you're watching, is it Tiga or Tyga?
Tiga.
Some say Tiga, some say Tyga. Let's call the whole thing off.
Some say tomato, some say tomato. I say Tiga.
So what's your favorite, Jonathan?
That's a good question. I always like the Brabhams. We haven't seen Joe Blacker in that BT29 yet.
There he is right there.
There he is right there, just as I say that.
That's just beautiful, isn't it? That's unbelievable. Now, Scott Fairchild, if you remember last year, I can't remember if it was Dave or Scott, I'm sure somebody will remember, was leading the first lap in our Group 2 and spun it at the Oak Tree and had to come from the back. And so hopefully today that's not going to happen, but that made for a really good race last year.
And as you said before we started, quite an eclectic mix this.
So I'll tell you a funny story. The daughter of the Fairchilds stopped me. I was putting up banners at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers complex, and somebody had just oiled the track, and I didn't know who, and she sure did. She's probably, I'd say, maybe 6 years old, but she said, oh, that's the car that did it, and she was not happy because her dad had to come in early, so she made sure that I was going to know which car, and yell at that driver for spilling oil on the track.
Daddy's car.
Yeah,
Daddy's weekend.
No, I love it. So he's raising his children right to be motorsports fans, but not only that, probably future race motorsports officials.
Yep. Not a big field, this one, but like I said, quite eclectic with the Z10s, the Judd, the Panos. So very interesting. A couple of Lolas out there, those modern F4s that we've seen, 2 of them out there.
So we have a Ward Hicks fan. I can't, whatever his name is, he needs to buy a few vowels. It's HRHIXJR. Not sure. Sounds like maybe Her Hicks Jr. Let's see.
That's that 55.
And then our racers loving the zinc. Oh, Lad Davis. Another Ward fan. We got a lot of Ward Hicks fans out here. I love it. I love that car up front of Lewis Cooper Jr. I hope we get some good sounds from that Panos DP01 because it sounds amazing.
So we're about to get underway with our next group race from SVRA. How's the season been? You go to all the races. We have SVRA on about, what, 10 or 11 of our races, but you're in for the full course, as it were. Has it been a good year?
Yeah, it's been a great year. It's weird to see all the changes that always happen, you know, with the same cars but different owners and things like that. And then there's just kind of a weird, we can't figure out, but an ebb and flow to, there's some events where we have a ton of Group 2 cars. And then unfortunately this race, we only have 4 or 5 Group 2 cars, you know, Formula Fords. And sometimes we have to mix groups like this. But yeah, it just kind of depends on the race, part of the country, and what else is happening that weekend. But we're coming to the start here. Ben Sinnott, Lewis Cooper Jr., Jonathan, walk us through the start.
Well, as you can see, the pace car has come off, and so now we're about to go racing here down the main straight at VIR. There is a yellow indication, though, I see. But it's gone out to green. So away we go. The green flag does wave, and away we go. And look at that Judd engine. Ooh, wheel to wheel. In the mid-pack there. The F4 got away well, but that Panos just dived into the lead. Oh, Lewis Cooper Jr.
Ralph Lamacchia getting a little bit aggressive there. Yeah, you know, wheel-to-wheel is okay if it's S2000s, but going wheel-to-wheel with an open-wheel car is never a good suggestion. So Fairchild did a good job of avoiding something pretty harsh there, but now he gets right under the gearbox there of Lamacchia.
And into second place goes the other of one of the 2 F4s out there. The other one there, just in about 4th position now.
Well, Ward Hicks in second place. First place in his group, so all my Ward Hicks fans, what?
Yeah, that's a good start from Ward, and he not racing in F4 currently, and I don't know if that's an age group thing, but he's pretty handy so far chasing down Lewis Cooper Jr. He's under pressure, that's for sure.
Ben Sinnott right there. That yellow flag you were seeing was actually in the Optima course. Ben Sinnott on the inside of Ward Hicks. Ward Hicks sees him, makes the pass, which he should in that S2000, and Ward Hicks, some great driving from our development drivers. He saw the driver coming in his mirrors like he's supposed to, and let the faster driver have the corner. So Ward Hicks really showing us some talent here. Not just physical talent, but mental talent as well.
Yeah, and he might just catch up down the back straight too, because he's got good braking in that car. And as the Panos comes into the brake zone, so too does the 3rd place Ward Hicks. Down the hill they come.
Look at that thing. Let's see if we can hear this thing.
Oh, it's going to sound awesome coming out. That's why I like my motor racing, my single-seaters. Listen to that. Beautiful sound. And that was a nice 206 to start us off. I'm sure he'll come down further as we take a look.
Well, I got to give it up for Ward Hicks and Eric Wisniewski. This is the first F4 race we've seen all weekend that made it through the first lap. So far, the development drivers in F4 know what they're doing behind an F4 wheel more than the F4 drivers. So Eric Wisniewski and Ward Hicks, can't wait to see you in the F4 series because you're going to add a lot to the racing.
Yeah, Dan Mitchell, Gary Orton, Formula 4 managers, if you're watching, there's some talent out there.
Now watch
talent.
for Ben Sinnott. Ben Sinnott, this would be considered his home track.
And he's catching
one
quickly.
of our
Look.
best S2000 drivers. I don't know if he hit the DRS zone or what, but that S2000 should not be able to stay with that Lewis Cooper Jr. Panos.
Good battle also here for 4th position.
And look at this fight with Ralph Lamacchia and the Fairchild. We might see the wrong finger extended here in those Formula Fords soon because Lamacchia is able to make himself really wide through this section.
Whoa.
Oh, don't make a pass on the inside of 10.
No! He spun it right off. He just touched one wheel onto the gravel, onto the dirt there. And that's a shame. Real shame.
Yeah, real shame. Way to go, directors, on that one. You could see the yellow flag immediately. I got to say, the VIR flag crew right on top of it. As soon as he got off into the grass, you saw that yellow flag come right off. Just got to give my hats off to the flag crew, safety crew here at Virginia International Raceway. So, was that Dave or Scott Fairchild?
Good question. I think it was, I think it was Dave Fairchild. That's who I think.
It was Scott Fairchild. He was the silver and orange, the number 20, 1978 Zinc Z10.
Well, Lamacchia continues in the 7A.
Yeah. To be honest, from my point of view, that was a live to fight another day. You're going to get into weird aero wash out of that S2000 high-speed turn going between 9 and 10, and just had he waited till the Oak Tree, the Franklin Road Apparel Complex, he might have been able to make a safer pass there. But there is.
It was risky. It was a risky move.
It was a risky move. Dave Fairchild, 1979 Zinc 10. Now, there was not. That wasn't contact there. That was just, I think, getting weird aero wash. But to be honest, they're not used to racing with these S2000s. It's usually Group 2 with Group 2, so they may not have been aware of the weird wash that you can get off of the back of those S2s.
So it's still Cooper Jr. out front by 9 seconds over Sinnott, but Sinnott doing a good job of keeping him honest. He got close. Hicks doing a good job too. He's in 3rd at the moment. Lamacchia, Fairchild. We've lost one of the Fairchilds. With Niski in 6th position, then Allison, Odie, and as you can see, the other Fairchild car in 9th at the moment. Having recovered, but I don't know how much damage he's got.
Somebody made a comment. ZH, yesterday a 14-year-old kid won the TA2 race. And now we're seeing 13 of 14-year-old kids show the real F4 racers how to do it. This is the 3rd lap without a caution. We haven't seen that yet this weekend.
You know, I have to say, in a serious answer to that comment, America has woken up to the fact that Europeans and South Americans have been doing this a long time, you know, in terms of getting their kids up to a level of motorsport that is enabling them to go to the very top of motorsport.
Oh, yeah.
And we're now starting to see it in NASCAR, we're starting to see it in sports cars, and we're definitely starting to see it in single-seaters. And, you know, Brent Cruz is a good example. He was given a dispensation to race, in midgets, and he was given a dispensation to come in as early as possible. But, you know, when you've got the skills, just as it was for Kimi Räikkönen back when, just as it was for Max Verstappen back when, you've got to give these kids a chance, because now Max Verstappen, of course, still in his early 20s and taking on the world. And I think that's what we're going to see from these youngsters.
Yeah, it's weird to have a 24-year-old veteran.
Yeah,
you know,
big time.
But same thing with soccer. American soccer didn't quite have the development programs that some of the European, South American countries had, and our soccer programs just can't get their act together.
Yeah, they're getting there.
I'm a soccer fan. Sorry.
That's all right. So am I.
You know it as football. Here we are. Here's that Brabham I think you were talking about, right?
Or is that the
Merlin?
No, that's the Merlin, actually.
Look at that thing. That's
the Mark
so cool.
20A Merlin. Love the colors.
David Allison.
That's a
Not to be confused with
1972.
Davey Allison, but a 72 Merlin. Man, thank you, David, for bringing that out. That is beautiful.
Yeah, currently in 7th in the number 55. What happened to those 2 Zincs? Where did they go? Well, we lost one, but Dave Fairchild's still out there. I don't think Blacker's out there, you know. I haven't seen that, Brabham.
And Ben Sinnott has fallen way behind the leader now, 25 seconds. So, and that's something Lewis Cooper is kind of known for. I can't remember, we were at a race just a few weeks ago where it was kind of the same thing. He's a very smart racer, and his mechanic was explaining to me, he's going to wait until he gets the tire temperatures, and then he's going to show us what he can do. So I really appreciate that and the patience. And look at how much bigger that car looks than these Group 2 cars. Unbelievable.
Well, that is very true of these particular type of car. You cannot race them without the tire temperature.
Yeah.
They just don't have any grip. So he's done the right thing. But once they're up to optimal temperature, then they come alive and they're a real race car.
Yeah, because now it's gone from 25 to 44. So now that car has come alive and showing us what it can do. But look at that Merlin. The lines of these cars, that is just so cool.
You know, and I would encourage youngsters who, you know, are just looking for track time to jump in one of these cars. And, you know, old or new, it doesn't matter. Because track time is track time. And sometimes some of the older cars can teach you more than your modern cars. And there isn't the pressure. You know, it doesn't react the same way as a modern car, braking-wise, gear-wise, and so on. So it's sometimes not a bad idea to get amongst it.
Yeah, if you can drive a no downforce momentum open-wheel car fast, you can drive anything fast. So I'm guessing Lewis Cooper Jr. has slowed down a little bit, not to overextend his engine. He's got this race in the bag if he doesn't do anything wrong. But it's weird to see Group 2 cars catching up to one of our fastest Group 9 cars. But listen to that thing hum. Listen to it come by the booth right now.
Love it.
That sounds so cool.
He does have a bit of an advantage. He doesn't really have much competition from similar cars, does he?
Yeah, it does. It sounds amazing. I love it. I'm talking to our director right now. All the way from the Isle of Man, they're hearing how good that thing sounds.
I think you probably hear it in the Isle of Man as well. There's just something, the sing-song sound of a V10 at full tilt is just absolutely.
Look at that.
And this isn't probably turned up either.
Look at the grip that he has on these. Now he's got the open S's. This is what we've wanted to see. Let's hear it.
Yeah, that isn't at full tilt. He's probably got that to about 8/10, I reckon. If that. Because they really
sounds
zing.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah. They really zing when they're at full tilt. Especially in the hands of a superstar. Not that Lewis Cooper isn't. Now he's pushing it. Sounds
I'm waiting for that DRS wing to open up.
No DRS back in those days.
Here's Ben Sinnott coming up through the Optima Battery Snake and uphill S's. Our first in Group 5 is Ben Sinnott. Obviously, Lewis Cooper Jr., who we were just watching, is leading our Group 9. And then I believe Dave Fairchild is leading Group 2, because I don't see Joe Blacker out there in that Brabham.
And I'm guessing Bubba didn't make it out again. Hobart.
Did you see how light he got right there? Going through turn 10, yeah.
Yeah, well, that is one part of this circuit that everybody talks about. That it not scares people, but it's one of the places where the car doesn't feel in 100% control.
Yeah.
Because you're coming over that crest, it's blind anyway, but the car goes light. And yeah, sometimes with these lighter cars or non-downforce cars, you can really feel it. Back with our F4.
Now look at this. Ward Hicks out there in an F4 car. We haven't had a full course caution yet this whole time.
Now, come on. You're giving these guys a hard time. They've all got to learn. There's not 22 of them out there. He's on his own.
Introduce who's in here that I'm roasting. We've got an F4 commentator in here, right?
Who have we got here? Tyler's. Well, we do. Actually, why don't we bring him in? Let him have a chat. Because we are talking about your cars.
So is this Tyke Durst?
Nice,
yeah, from North Carolina. Yeah.
Of course. He's
so wouldn't you love to race one of these open wheel Group 2 cars? Wouldn't that be fun?
Have you ever tried an historic car?
I'm a big fan of RF4 cars. They're a lot of fun. If these are H-pattern cars, these Group 2 cars, I would love to drive them because heel towing is like my dream. I love heel towing. So
there you go. And do you agree with me? Track time's track time. It doesn't matter what what you're in.
Yeah, track time is very valuable. We can make that happen. Actually, we have a comment here from Kinky. Wait, from let me see, from R Racer. How many F1 drivers drove Formula V back in the day? So many Formula One drivers started out in Formula V.
And IndyCar drivers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Matt Clark, one of our FR drivers coming up, he started in Formula 1600, which is kind of like Formula V in Canada. So yeah.
Yeah, Scott Dixon was a Formula V and then up to Formula 4 champion.
Now, if we can get a shot, I want to see from the next camera if we can see him coming around the crest of 10 because he gets so light. Right here. Watch this. Right there. See that? See just that little bobble at the crest of that? And this is his home track, and Ben is one of our best drivers. And look at how smooth he made that one corner, one turn. 2 apexes, he made it look like 1 apex.
Yeah, nice work. Well, Tyke, how are you getting on? You're about to do some commentary with us for the FR. That's why you're here.
Yes, sir.
John will be with you. But how are you getting on this weekend?
I did pretty well. This last race was absolutely crazy. I had a pit I had a pit for damage, and then we came back and finished 7th. So overall, I really had a great weekend. So
good.
Pretty proud of my team and all that.
What's the plan for you? What do you want to do?
My plan is hopefully IndyCar, IMSA, something like that. I'm going to be here next year, I think. So, shooting for wins and maybe the championship next year. We'll see.
For those listening, and we've got a lot of YouTube fans, 2 years in Formula 4 is kind of the normal, isn't it? Because you can't, unless you're a phenom, you've got to learn the car, you've got to learn the skills.
Yeah.
As Ben's been joking, it's all very well for these two out here, but that's 2 cars. When you've got 32 cars, it's a lot different, isn't it?
But I got to give it up for Tyke. I met him on the balcony at NOLA. I was up there filming a bunch and he was up there almost every session. So he's obviously a student of the sport.
Yes,
he was up there watching, seeing where people were getting it wrong and right in almost every class. But we've got Ward Hicks. We were just showing Eric Wisniewski. I'm hearing from YouTube comments that Ward is only 13 years old. There he is right there.
Yep.
And
so are you familiar with these two?
I am very familiar with Ward. I haven't met the Jay Howard kid, but I talked to Ward
Tell
all
us
the time.
about Ward then.
He's a lot of fun. I was testing him with Roebling Road here a few weeks ago, and he's getting a lot quicker every session. I think that's something that's really important to see in young drivers is that they keep improving. That's just your biggest sign of who's a good driver.
We were just saying just before you came up that America's woken up to the fact that you guys need to be in these cars as early as possible. Not without breaking the rules. You've got to be sensible. It's a dangerous sport. But when you show the signs and you have the skills from
watch this. Making a pass. Look, did you see that? The Merlin driver gave him the arrow, said, point me on this side, pass me on this side. Ward Hicks doing exactly what he's supposed to do through a group of race car drivers. Wow, Ward is really showing us some talent here in all different ways.
He's flat through there.
Yeah, and that's good confidence building. But yeah, what I was saying is that now America's waking up to the fact that we've got to get you guys as early as we can anyway.
Yeah.
And at a skill level that you can deal with.
Racing,
but the quicker we do it, the more chance you've got of fighting it with the Brazilians and the Brits and the Europeans at that level.
I had a very late start. I didn't kart at all. I basically hopped in a car at 18 and said, I want to do this, and now I'm here. So
let's see if he can get out of the draft here. That's Lee Audi. That seems to be the race. Just perfect to vintage racing. It's the 2 cars in the back having probably the best race of the afternoon. But this Judd-powered Panos, that sounds amazing, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I
heard
it.
That one?
Oh, yeah. I would absolutely love to drive that car. It looks amazing.
Well, listen, boys, I'm going to head up to the FR grid and see what's happening up there.
Yes, sir.
I'll be nice to Tyke.
Okay, good. I'll see you later.
You don't have to be.
So we're on lap 9 of 11, going through the Optum. I love watching this. You can really see the downforce working here, coming back and forth. Those Optima battery signs are near the apexes, and he's just going to scream by. I'm going to try to be quiet so we can hear him scream. What a sound. Isn't that so cool?
If only they had V10s in F1.
Yeah. You can even see his car with all that downforce get a little bit light there at the crest. Now let's see how smooth he is here. You can see his left hand, a little bit more input into that increasing radius.
Oh, he can push it more.
So looking at the SVRA paddock, Tyke, how old are you?
I am 19.
19. Is there a car that you just, he's really slowing down here for some reason?
Yeah.
See that?
I did see that.
I don't know what he's doing there.
Maybe he's looking for someone to race.
He might be looking for somebody to race, or he might have missed a shift and is looking at all of his dials. But is there a car in the SVRA paddock that you just like, I'd love to get behind the wheel of that?
Every time I see an FR car, the FR cars are so beautiful. They're so gorgeous, got so much downforce on them, and the turbo sounds they make. That looks like an amazing car to drive. Also, the Trans Am cars, they look like beasts. I think there'd be a lot of oversteer, power on oversteer there, so that's something I feel like would be really fun to drive as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've been a longtime fan and friend of Ernie Francis Jr., and when he made that move to the FR, he couldn't believe how physical it was. How much you're moving around in the cockpit, and, he's a TA driver, 900 horsepower TA champion, but then going to an open-wheel FR car, he even kind of admitted that he had to get his physical fitness up a little bit.
I started in a Mustang class for Skip Barber, and then I went to a Formula 4 car, and you move a lot around. You move a lot around in open wheel cockpits. You got to really make sure your legs are kind of pinned against the side. Otherwise, your legs will be flying around in the footwell, and that's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So we've got Drive for Diabetes Awareness, telling everybody to wake up, America. It's Sunday. It's time for racing. Adam Crossfire saying the Judd V10, one of the best sounds in motorsports. Love that engine at Le Mans. And Peter Bolden is saying that these Eric Wisniewski and Ward Hicks are showing talent for sure. And that's the one thing about these live streams, that there are people in motorsports, powerful people watching the live streams, watching the F4, FR races, trying to see where the future talent is.
Well, I'm sitting here.
Yeah, yesterday we were talking about 14-year-old Brent Cruz won the TA2 race. He already has Joe Gibbs looking after him, and Trackhouse with Justin Marks kind of fighting over him. So, people are definitely taking notice.
Won a TA2 race at 14.
Yeah, it was his third of the year.
Wow.
Yeah, he's going to be racing pretty soon in NASCAR on Sundays.
That's sick.
Once he's old enough.
Yeah.
So it looks like Lewis Cooper Jr. is about to take the white flag in that 2007 Panos DP01 Judd-powered V10. That is beautiful. Great shots here from Greenlight. And do you watch the live streams of your races, or the races that I edit, like from NOLA or Road America, as like game film?
Yes. I was actually watching, I went to my house last night and I was watching our two races from yesterday, so yeah.
Nice, yeah. So I love it. As a football player, we had to watch game film. Like you can see what you did wrong, what you did right, what you need to do more of. And I feel like that would be a pretty good tool, especially if you can see, like in Trans Am, people love seeing the other drivers in car. You know?
I was going over, we go over a lot of onboard and data at the track, but I don't like, diving into it too much because, you can really get stuck up and hung up on a few things that, you just need to go and drive the car, really.
Yeah. And when you learn a new track, are you trying to learn it 2 or 3 turns at a time, or do you try to do the overall track at the same time?
Well, I use the simulator a lot, and unfortunately in iRacing you can't rewind. I wish you could, because then you could really focus a corner, go corner from corner and really get them right. But using iRacing is pretty good because it's pretty accurate. But on that, I just learn the whole track once at a time.
Yeah.
Or, one go.
But you have, the advantage that if you crash in iRacing, it doesn't cost you anything. You just start over. Yeah, so that's great. So here we go. This is where it gets hairy. These two are in a battle of their own in the Group 2 here. Is David Allison and Lee Oddie. Lewis Cooper really doesn't want to overtake them because then their race would be over. They'd have to come in. So they're going to get one more lap if Lewis Cooper doesn't overtake them. So look at that. What a gentleman Lewis Cooper Jr. is for letting these two continue to race. He's just going to be kind of on the brakes, letting it cool down. The car coming up behind him is Ralph Lamacchia. Still, hopefully he gets one more lap. So Lewis Cooper Jr. really not only showing us the talent in such a beautiful sounding car, but what a gentleman he is to let people get one more lap out there. How cool is that?
Yeah, we're all here to race, so getting one more lap is very, very helpful. Very fun.
Really cool. So Tyke Durst has joined us. And Tyke, come up here anytime and join us. You're going to be calling the FR race later.
Yes, sir.
With Jonathan Green. So stay tuned. Feel free to roast the next commentators here on our YouTube channel, Speed Tour. Tell us where they get it wrong and where they get it right. And It's your chance to yell at a commentator. But Tyke Durst, thanks for joining us. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour after these messages.
When the finish line calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance protection from Hagerty. Whether you drive a built racer, sports car, or exotic, and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com. When the road calls, we answer. With our guaranteed value, unparalleled service and expertise, and savings of $264 on average, Hagerty has you covered no matter what's around the bend. Get a quote today at Hagerty.com.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster, and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. So remember to check those guests, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Hi, I'm Dan on the pre-grid for the Formula Regionals, and as you can see, I've got Raoul Hyman right here in front of me, and he's got his new Hancooks on. He's ready to go. He's leading the championship. He's giving me a nod. I'll give him a tap on the helmet. We won't talk to him because he's about to go out. He's leading the championship, and he had a chance to win the championship here, but he had an off yesterday, and so he's got all the work to do at the moment. And that brings Dylan Tavella, who's been in this championship both in F4 and in FR. He is exactly the success story we're looking for here in America. A youngster from the New York area who's been racing single-seaters and looking to continue to do so. So he's still got a chance at the championship. Then, in the number 77, I've still got the hat, Jason Alder, right here, looking for a good result. Jason, are you ready to go?
Oh, yeah, we're ready to rock and roll today.
Are you going to give me a win? I don't often come and see you on the grid. Are you going to get a win for me?
I'm going to do my best.
Good man. I'll need another hat soon. He's going to give me a nod. Nick Persing was in our commentary booth just a few moments ago, and I gave him a hard time. Nick, are you going to do this for us?
Hell yeah. Sorry, excuse the language, but...
Hell yeah, it's fine.
All right, yeah.
You need psyching up, man. All right, I'll give you a tap on the helmet. All right, that's Nick's permit. He says, hell yeah. Canada have been a big factor in the last year or so. Matt Clark here and several others. There's Cooper Becklin, who's had a good season in the 91. Won't necessarily win the championship, but he's in one of the top teams in the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport team. As you can see, all the engines are now rolling. Hayden Bowlesby, watch out for him in the number 3. But it's all eyes on the young Brit, Raoul Hyman, as he gets ready for this final race here at VIR.
Just 3 more to go at Coda after this. Back to you guys in the commentary booth.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. Great to have you with us down on the pre-grid. An opportunity to see and talk to a couple of these drivers as we've got 11 cars in the Formula Regional American Championship just about to take their last green flag of the weekend. My name's John Phippen. Glad to be with you here in the commentary box overlooking the front straightaway. And youngster Tyke Durst next to me. Tyke, welcome to the commentary booth for this race.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. I think this one's going to be pretty interesting. You know, last FR race, it's all on the line. They're going to be pretty excited for it.
Exactly right. You're a local guy from North Carolina, so it's about an hour from here?
Yeah, I live in Raleigh, go to school in Charlotte, so very familiar with North Carolina, and, you know, love coming up here. The drive up here is absolutely beautiful, so love this place.
Awesome. Let's do a quick rundown of the starting grid for you. Starting alone in row number 6 is car number 24, Kevin Jansen, the senior member of our driving team here from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Kevin drives for Crosslink Kiwi. In row 5 on the outside, car number 10, Rodrigo Gutierrez out of Santa Cruz, Bolivia for Velocity Racing Development, alongside the number 2 of Oliver Westling from Emerald Hills, California for Jensen. Oliver making his debut this weekend in the FR car. He raced earlier in the season in the F4 machinery, but stepping up to the FR car for our last 2 racing venues. Moving up into row 4 on the outside, the 78 of Ryan Yardley. Ryan was in the commentary box with us yesterday out of Christchurch, New Zealand for Crosslink Kiwi. He does double duty. He's not only a driver, but also a mechanic for the team. Next to him is the number 3 of Hayden Bowlesby from Folsom, Louisiana in the IGY6 team. It's a veteran-owned team. His father instrumental in pulling that team together. Great to have Hayden and his team here with us. Moving up into row 3, we saw him on the pre-grid, Cooper Becklin in the number 91 out of West Lynn, Oregon. Cooper for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, starting his college career on an athletics scholarship. He's a high jumper. Next to him is the number 25 of Mac Clark from Campbellville, Ontario, Canada for Future Star Racing. Mac's been in the thick of it all weekend long. He had to miss the New Jersey round because of a scheduling conflict. Great to have him back with us for the final 2 venues of the season. Nick Pershing was in the commentary box with me for the F4 race earlier today. He will start 4th in the number 29 car out of Morgan Hill, California. He's starting his career in college at Boise State this fall. Next to him is the 77 of Jason Alder out of Cooksville, Maryland. The Drive for Diabetes Awareness sponsored machine. Jason driving for TJ Speed Motorsports. He's currently 3rd in the points championship. And now for the front row. They are 1st and 2nd in the points. 2nd is Dylan Tavella in the number 14 out of Massapequa Park, New York for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. And your pole sitter and the series points leader, the number 27 of Raoul Hyman, the South African currently living in London. He also drives for TJ Speed. Raoul has really been a dominant factor in this championship. He notched his 8th win on the season out of 14 races. He's been on the podium 5 other times. He has only missed the podium once in all 14 races. So Raoul Hyman, the odds-on favorite for this race, of course, but anything can happen, as we saw at the first race of the weekend. Raoul had a problem coming in contact with another car, not his fault, on the very first race of the weekend, and struggling to come back, eventually put the car into the tire barrier. So he is fallible, but take nothing away from the talent of this young man. He is to our series, as he has really been a dominant factor all season long. The cars coming into position here on the front straightaway. You can see 2 of our marshals lined up that will guide the front row into position. That would be Raoul Hyman and Dylan Tavella, the 2 championship protagonists. And right behind them, Jason Alder, who is 3rd in the championship. His teammate Nick Pershing, currently 5th in the championship. Ryan Yardley right there in the top of the order. He'll start 8th. Ryan currently holding down 4th in the championship. 46 points separate our top 2, and there are, including this race, 100 points still on offer. So Go ahead.
Raoul Hyman is a very safe bet. I think if he leads into turn 1, we'll see.
He has been all season long, no question. The green lights are on, indicating the field is set. You can hear the revs come up to the rev limiter, and we're away. And I think the 29 car, Nick Pershing, might have gotten a little premature start, but that's just my vantage point. We'll let the stewards sort that out as Nick jukes around to try to challenge Raoul Hyman for the lead here as they make the run down toward turn number 1.
Tavella did not have a good start there.
Exactly. Tavella back in third right now alongside Jason Alder. As everybody making it through turn one, you can see Oliver Westling there along with the 10 car of Rodrigo Gutierrez as they come into NASCAR, still battling for that second spot. And I believe, it's hard to tell from the drone shot, I believe that's Nick Pershing making it up to second. But Raul Hyman did maintain the lead as the cars snake through the left hook and begin the run through the Optima S's and then into the climbing S's. Nope, it's Tavella up into second as Dylan was able to get back around Nick Pershing. And then you can see Pershing there in third. Matt Clark all over the back of Jason Alder for the battle for third.
Look for moving to Oak Tree for Mac, maybe.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, good three-way battle for the final step on the podium. Right at the moment, Nick Pershing leading his teammate, Jason Alder. There's Mac Clark right behind him. Just behind Mac is Cooper Becklin. Actually, no, that's Ryan Yardley that moved up behind, and then Cooper Becklin. As you can see, the leader snaking his way down this long 4,000-foot back straightaway, trying to break the draft that Dylan Tavella is in right now. The battle is on for third, and here it comes. Popping out is Jason Alder trying to retake that spot.
That's close.
From Nick Pershing. They're still side by side. Pershing with a nose ahead, and here comes Matt Clark trying to join the party. That's a fantastic battle. And it is Nick Pershing with the advantage, then Jason Alder, then Matt Clark. So no change despite some good side-by-side racing as they come down the roller coaster.
Oh, Mac's close on the draft there.
Yeah, Matt Clark is all over the back of Jason Alder. So see if he can make that move. Jason goes down to the inside of his teammate, Nick Pershing. Matt Clark tries to follow Pershing around. There's been some contact. A front end wing plate is off the, I'm guessing that is off Jason Alder's car. Yes, you can see the right.
I want someone off.
And we've got somebody off here about mid-pack, right there at the outside of NASCAR turn. It doesn't look like he made it all the way to the tire barrier, so hopefully we'll be able to get back on.
Those front wing end plates are very important. Downforce in these cars matters a lot, and at this track you need a lot of front downforce to keep the nose going where you want it. So if he lost that through NASCAR, then that probably explains why he went off.
Exactly. Great battle at the front. Raul Hyman with Dylan Tavella right on his gearbox through the climbing S's. Matt Clark has indeed moved up to third, and I believe Nick Pershing back in fourth spot. Yes, it is Pershing back there. Raul Hyman getting a little breathing room as they came through South Bend, that number 10 turn, as they're into the Oak Tree Bend, just after Franklin Road turned 11. Hyman once again weaving his way down this long straightaway. As they come up the hill to the highest point on the back straightaway, and then it tips back down. You can see that in fence.
Oh, Kevin spun.
Yeah, that's Kevin Jansen taking a spin. That was at the tail end of that lap. That was at turn one. He was well back, but he is able to get back underway. And we can see the car going off, and I think that is indeed
two cars
Chase. Yeah, two cars make it off. As they come by the line, we'll sort it out by process of elimination here. Yeah, Jason Alder is missing. He has not yet come by. So it's Raul Hyman, Dylan Tavella, and Matt Clark, your top three. Ryan Yardley up to fourth. Cooper Becklin just set fast lap of the race from fifth. Hayden Bowlesby, Rodrigo Gutierrez, Oliver Westling. Nick Pershing has yet to come by. There's Jason Alder flashing by, and Nick Pershing not yet into our view. So here comes Kevin Jansen. So Nick Pershing stranded out on course somewhere as he has not come by start-finish. So after a promising start, it looks like his day may come to a premature end here.
That's unfortunate. I love his hair.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. Well, you've got a pretty good head of hair yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's all right. Indeed.
Until I get a top five, I'll have good hair. So.
Yeah, there you go. Jason Alder used to have the best hair in the paddock, but he cut it off this year. So as we work our way through turn number 10, the battle warming up just a little bit for that final step on the podium is Ryan Yardley now beginning to close down on Matt Clark. Matt had an interesting race yesterday. He led briefly, but then faded at the end and ended up finishing fifth. We'll see if the same thing repeats itself here, if he can keep the tires under him and maintain this podium spot.
Yeah, I'm a big Matt Clark fan. You know, he raced with my team last year. I watched a lot of his onboard. He's a great guy. I saw what happened yesterday, you know, starting second. You know, he had it and then unfortunately lost it, but I think he has some stuff today to show.
Yeah, probably tire management would be part of the factor. These teams only have, there's Nick Pershing in the pits as the TJ Speed crew going to work on that left rear corner. Right rear corner, should say. I'm guessing that's where he made contact with Jason Alder's front wing, and it probably cut the tire down. So that's most likely what created the problem for Nick. Meanwhile, at the front, the battle between Raul Hyman and Dylan Tavella continues as they work their way through the first turn, side by side for the third spot. As Ryan Yardley trying to make the move on Matt Clark, he's still there as they come down toward NASCAR, but can't quite get the inside move. So Clark hangs on to third at the moment.
But it's moving to left hook.
Yeah, it's kind of a deja vu all over again. Max starting out well, but then fading a bit as the race wears on. It's still early days, though. We still got a half an hour of this race left to go, so plenty of time for this to sort itself out. I'm amazed at how close Dylan is staying with Raul here. He did the same thing yesterday. He stayed right with him until late in the race when Raul eventually was able to pull it away.
Yeah, the draft here is insanely powerful. If you can just get behind someone who's pretty quick, you can just kind of stick with them using the draft.
Of course, the FR cars generate a whole lot more downforce, which means that they also disturb the air for the following car that much more. So it is tougher to follow closely in these cars. Cooper Becklin doing a great job staying right on the back of Ryan Yardley as those two Crosslink Kiwi teammates going after it for fourth and fifth. Raul Hyman beginning to inch away now out in front. Matt Clark kind of by himself, but here comes Cooper Becklin, alongside Ryan Yardley into the brake zone for the roller coaster. Wasn't quite alongside enough, so he'll have to fall back in single file as the car behind him, I guess that was Hayden Bowlesby, went off, carried his braking a little bit too late right there at the top of the hill for the roller coaster. Hopefully Hayden was able to get back on track. Hayden looking for his best finish of the season if he can maintain where he's running. His best finish so far has been a pair of sixths, so Hayden hopefully can match that. As the three-way battle for the final step on the podium is the closest one on the racetrack. Matt Clark out in front in the white and yellow machine. Then Ryan Yardley and Cooper Becklin, the two Crosslink Kiwi teammates.
Yeah, if Ryan and Cooper keep fighting, Mac might have this.
Yeah, absolutely right, because as they battle each other, that gives Mac the chance to get a little breathing room here.
Yep.
Then it's a bit of a gap back to Hayden Bowlesby. He was able to recover from dropping those wheels off at the top of the hill there at the roller coaster. But Dylan Tavella still staying right there in the hunt. At the stripe, he was only 0.4 of a second behind our points leader, Raul Hyman.
You know, being there is very important because if Raul Hyman does make a mistake, it'll be Tavella's for the taking.
Exactly. Raul doesn't make a lot of mistakes, but he certainly is capable of doing so. Any race driver is, and this track is very unforgiving of mistakes. We've talked about that all weekend long.
All the runoffs are downhill, so the second you go off, it's a downhill run to wherever the wall is.
Exactly right. And the grass is still wet from all the rain we had last weekend. So as the field begins to spread out just a little bit, as Jason Alder, currently running in ninth spot, just set his personal best. Jason, again, with that wing in fence missing, it's going to handicap him just a bit, because that's a very important part of the aerodynamics of these cars.
Yes, sir.
As Matt Clark working their way past a slower car. I think that might have been Nick Pershing going a lap down after coming back out on track.
Yeah. That's unfortunate for him. It's not the way you want to end, the weekend.
Ryan Yardley going for third spot as he goes to the outside of Matt Clark in the braking zone for turn one. Great job of out-braking Matt Clark. He was able to go in deep and go around the outside. So new third place runner, Ryan Yardley, up into that spot. And Mac is losing another spot. Here comes Cooper Becklin by him as well.
He's going to fight though.
Yeah, he's fighting back at left hook, and he's back in there through turn 5, which has been a slick part of the racetrack here.
Oh, that is a crazy place to go too wide.
Yeah, exactly right. Into the lower S's, the Optima S's. Matt Clark has got Cooper Becklin going side by side, coming to the climbing S's. There's Hayden Bowlesby. Just behind him, Oliver Westling. Bowlesby matching his best finish. In fact, running right now in 5th, that would be his best finish of the season for the single car IGY 16. It's Matt Clark now back into that 4th spot. Yeah, Dylan did not come by. Was that him that we saw? Perhaps Dylan had gone off. Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, Dylan's missing in action here, as we can see. Yep, he's in the pits. Dylan Tavella with an issue down in the pit lane. The Crossley Kiwi crew going to work immediately, getting the engine cowling off. That's a tough break for Dylan, just as it looked like he was maybe in a position to close the points gap to Raul.
Yeah.
As Raul comes by, now putting Dylan a lap down. We can see him shaking his head. He's obviously disappointed. So Raul Hyman, as we are so often seeing, well out in front, but Ryan Yardley, who's now in second, has just set his fastest lap and the fastest lap of the race. As we check the lap times, he's about 3/10 quicker than Raul Hyman, but 2.5 seconds behind him.
Yeah, Hyman might be on cruise control at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You would expect that, as he's got enough of a breather that he can afford to just hit his marks and stay there for the rest of the race. But Yardley is going to do his best to get back in contention. As you can see, Hyman in the foreground, Yardley in the orange highlights, and then the yellow highlights of Cooper Becklin, his teammate, now up on the podium. Matt Clark fading back to fourth now, with Hayden Bowlesby in his career best position right now in fifth. Oliver Westling just behind him, having a good debut weekend, stepping over from the F4 car to the FR car. Tyke, have you had any seat time in this car? Or do you?
No, I have
not yet. Huh?
I have not driven this car. I was talking to Oliver yesterday, and he was talking about how difficult it is and how fast everybody is in this series. So if I do make that step, it's going to be pretty interesting. You know, he was talking about how fast everybody is and how much you have to really push here.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm sure the characteristics of the car are a little bit different. It generates a lot more downforce.
Yes.
Obviously, it's got twice as much horsepower, so that's it. And you got to deal with turbo lag. So there's lots of things to get used to.
Yeah, Mac was talking about turbo lag in the wintertime when we were testing down in Florida, and he was talking about how you almost can't get the full throttle to the exit of a corner, which is pretty crazy because in F4, you basically got to be at full throttle at the apex here.
Yeah. Ryan Yardley comes by, not resetting fast lap of the race, but his teammate Cooper Becklin does from third. So Becklin now, his last lap, a 46.6. Yardley was at a 46.7. Raul was at a 46.9. So getting a little closer together, but the top three about equally spaced, just over 2 seconds separating them. So that's a pretty comfortable margin. As Matt Clark still hanging on to that 4th spot, his best lap. His last lap was his personal best, a 47.2, but as you can see, he's not quite able to match the pace of those three in front of him.
Those crosslinks and TJs are pretty fast.
Oh yeah, no question. No question at all. As the top four pretty much settled in here. Hayden Bowlesby coming under a little bit of pressure from Oliver Westling. Westling is, as they cross the line, just about a second behind Hayden Bowlesby, so we might have a battle brewing for that 5th spot. That would be Oliver's best finish as well. So far, he's had an 8th and a 9th, both this weekend in his FR debut. Matt Clark, obviously with great success in another racing series, which I'll stay unnamed. And he's got his sights set on a different series next year, but we hope to have Mac back in the Formula Regional America Series as well, as there's a good plum at the end of this championship as well. That $600,000 Honda scholarship to the Japanese Super Formula Championship, one of the top international open wheel feeder series championships. So we look at this battle between Hayden Bowlesby and Oliver Westling. That's getting more and more interesting. There's Oliver right on camera as they come down through the Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen turn.
I think he's pushing for it. He's definitely trying to catch him.
You betcha.
Yeah, the Super Formula Scholarship it's pretty enticing, looking at that, thinking about going to Japan, living it up. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, being an ambassador for Honda while you're there. I mean, it's just a real plum of a scholarship, and we're hoping that this year's champion takes advantage of it. And if Mac can come back next year, although he's out of the hunt for this year's championship, he can certainly notch it next year as well. So we keep our fingers crossed that he's able to find a ride for next season as well, because he's certainly a promising young driver. Raul Hyman sets fast lap of the race. Like you said, on cruise control. For him, that's setting fast laps of the race as he opens up a 2.5 second advantage over Ryan Yardley. Cooper Becklin getting a little closer to his teammate. It's about 1.8 seconds now.
Mac is really, really fast of a driver, and I think, he won the first race of this championship this year, and I think he's got a lot to prove.
Yep, exactly right. And this battle between Bowlesby and Wessling is a very good one right now. Perhaps the closest battle on the racetrack. Right at a second separated the two of them as they left or came across start finish, and it looks much closer than that now as Hayden Bowlesby guarding that inside line, and Oliver Wessling staying right with him as they drop over the hill there at the roller coaster. It's 130 feet of vertical drop there from the roller coaster down to the bottom of the hill at Hogpen.
Yes. Hogpen is quite the hill.
Oh, yeah.
There's a giant compression right at the apex of the corner that you just kind of got to trust to carry the car around. And if you don't, then it'll be interesting.
Yeah, when it's wet, we saw so many drivers getting it all wrong there at the Hogpen. To make it more complicated, when the track is wet, there's a rivulet that runs across, and a puddle forms right at the apex, which just lifts the front end of the car, and off you go into the grass. We saw lots of spins down there in the racing last weekend, and we've seen a couple here this weekend as well.
Oliver's trying to show his nose, trying to make the pass at some point.
Yep. Obviously, the best thing he can do is try to stay right with Hayden and perhaps convince him to commit a mistake.
He'll have a really good draft through the S's and the uphills. So, Yep.
Through the Optima S's as they work their way toward the climbing S's, the signature part of this racetrack. Even in the FR cars, it's flat all the way through.
Yep.
When I was talking with Nick Pershing, he said it's right on the limit. You got to be aware of where you are. It's not a ride on the highway by any stretch of the imagination, but he said you are able to take it flat.
It's very interesting when you go too wide there.
Yeah, exactly right. And usually that comes to tears if they get too wide in that section of the racetrack. We follow this battle for 5th place between Hayden Bowlesby and Oliver Wessling. It continues to be a good one. We're just passing half distance of this race with about 17 minutes still remaining as they tip over the top of the hill. Not much to report in the front four as they stay a couple seconds apart. Cooper Becklin maybe a whisker quicker than Ryan Yardley on that last lap. So, in fact, Cooper sets his personal best at a 46.4. Ryan was at a 46.6, so not much of a difference. Matt Clark also setting his personal best from 4th position, but he's dropped about 3.5 seconds behind Cooper Becklin in the battle for the final podium spot. Battle between Bowlesby and Wessling up into the horseshoe turn, the Mission Foods turn number 1 this weekend.
Yeah, and I think Bowlesby and Wessling are actually catching back as well, so it might be a 3-way battle.
Yeah, you're right. Dylan Tavella back on track, sadly laps down to the lead of the race, and he has just set the fastest lap of the race from last place. So if there were another race tomorrow, Dylan would be on the pole, but sadly, that's not the case. But this battle between Wessling and Bowlesby is a dandy for 5th and 6th. Tyke, I know you were talking with Ben about it, but talk to us a little bit about Drive Toward a Cure. That's a charity that you're involved in. It's about Parkinson's disease, right?
Yes, sir. So Drive Towards Cure is basically it's a 501c. It's a great organization. They do basically donations towards Parkinson's research and Parkinson's treatment. So it's great. I love working with them. Deb Pollock, who runs it, is an absolutely amazing person. It's a lot of fun.
Exactly. So if folks want to contribute to that, how do they get in touch with you and make that happen?
Yeah, so in my Instagram, there's a link in my bio that goes straight to my fundraising page, Drive Towards Cure, and then you can also just go to drivetowardscure.org. They have a lot of great information on their website. You can really learn a lot. I think it's something that should really be cured because it's an absolutely horrible disease. So, yeah.
Exactly. I have a close friend who just passed away from Parkinson's disease, so I have some personal experience with it, and I know I couldn't agree with you more. It's a terrible disease where, a perfectly functional brain is trapped in a body that doesn't cooperate.
Yep.
And, it was just sad to see Don go through that. God rest you, my friend. But, that's a great thing. And the cool thing about it, Tyke, and I have to tip my hat to you, you don't have any personal you don't have any family with it or anything.
Nope.
This is just because you think it's a good cause. God bless you, man. Yep. That's a great thing.
Yeah, I had a friend or a teacher at my high school who really, pointed me towards it and said, you should do this. And I think it's a great thing to do because you kind of have a little bit of a platform here in racing, and you got to use it for something good.
Yes. Good job, my friend. Tip of the hat to you for doing it as we stay with this battle, which is the most compelling battle on the racetrack between Hayden Bowlesby and Oliver Westling, two drivers looking to...
Someone slow down.
Yeah, in fact, that is Oliver off the pace, slowing way down like something is wrong with that car. No, that was Hayden.
Bowlesby.
Yeah, it's Oliver who got in front of him as Bowlesby definitely off the pace.
Might be stuck in a gear.
Yeah, I'm hoping that he maybe just missed a shift or something. The Sadev sequential gearboxes are pretty reliable, but they can get out of sync, and then you got a box full of neutrals, basically. And sadly, that looks like Hayden has got a problem, and that is going to promote Oliver Westling up to 5th. And that'll be a pretty good way to end his debut weekend in the Formula Regional Americas Championship if he can hang on to it.
Oh, he'll be very happy with that.
Oh, yes, he should be. Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, the battle between Cooper Becklund and Ryan Yardley is getting more interesting. Cooper just set fast lap of the race, and he's closed it down to within 0.6 of a second of his teammate. So, again, it's all about tire management, having tires under you at the end of this last race of the weekend. Everybody's, kind of at the limit because, you've already used up all the tire you've got available.
Yeah, I think the rules are the same for tires as they are in F4, which you only get 2 sets per weekend.
That's correct.
So it's a lot of tire management. In race 3, you're probably on some used sets, so you really got to make sure you take care of the tires in this race.
Hankook has done a great job. The tires have great longevity. We've discovered, at least what the drivers have told me, they're not peaky. A lot of drivers, a lot of tires in other series, especially in qualifying, they're good for just a couple laps. As we can see this problem for Hayden Bowlesby. As they climb the hill, there's Oliver Westling behind him. And just as they go under the bridge, something happens and Hayden's car slows down. Oliver able to get right by him as they head for the climbing S's. So we'll check down here in pit lane. I don't see Hayden yet making a stop, so perhaps he's been able to solve the problem. And we'll be able to continue in that 6th position.
He's only dropped 1 spot.
Yeah, he's only dropped that 1 spot. Jason Alder has not yet caught him. Jason's a further 9 seconds back, struggling with that wounded car, with that end fence missing on the front wing. Dylan Tavella also recovering from the issues he had early on with a technical problem of some kind with that car. Had to make an unscheduled pit stop, and he's back in 11th spot.
Bowlesby's in the 2nd pit lane down at South Paddock right now.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently realizing he couldn't continue, and rather than bring out a full course yellow, he did the right thing, which is pull off course at a safe place. And the South Pits is the safest place to be, other than the pit lane on the front straightaway. So Matt Clark in kind of a lonely 4th spot now. He's 5 seconds behind Brian Yardley, who has now relinquished that 2nd spot. Cooper Becklund has moved up into 2nd. You can see that right now as those two on track. So Cooper Becklund moving up to 2nd. That would be a season best finish for him. He has 1 podium so far, and that was a 3rd at Mid-Ohio. So if Cooper could maintain this, that would be his best finish of the season. Right now, he is about 28 points behind Matt Clark in the championship. So that battle would close down for sure. If he stays in 2nd, he'll get 18 points. Mack in 4th would get 10. Or 12, excuse me. So it is a 6-point swing if Cooper Becklund can stay where he is. But his teammate Ryan Yardley, I'm sure, will be trying not to do that and see if he can get back around him. But on that last lap, Cooper was quicker than our leader, Raul Hyman, by about a half a second. So we'll keep an eye on this. We've still got 10 minutes of racing to go, and a whole lot of things can happen.
It's crazy that they're setting their fastest times with almost the most worn tires right now.
Yeah, Jason Alder, even with that wing damage, just turned a 47.6. He's about a second off, his ultimate pace, surely, because of that damaged wing, but still setting personal best doing what you need to do, which is as you learn to become more skilled, driving around to problems. The car can't always be perfect, and you got to learn to maximize it the best you can.
I had a lot of oil on my tires in the last race, so it was a lot of driving around the problem. The rears were very, very slippery. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we saw that in your race. You came into the pits with some debris wedged under your front ring. What was that all about?
Well, going into the first turn, there was a lot of action going on, and I think one of the crosslinks had a side pod that was damaged. The side pod flew off the car, struck my car, and just had a side pod sitting on my front wing. So I had to come in. And that side pod was covered in oil, so I had oil all over my car, all over my visor. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I saw them after they got the side pod off your car. They immediately went to your visor to wipe it off. So, yeah, learning to drive with zero visibility, that's certainly no fun.
I tried to wipe it with my glove, and it just smeared it.
So, yeah. That's the worst possible thing. Let's keep an eye on Cooper Becklin here with the yellow nose number 91 for Crosslink Kiwi. I think he has his sights set on his first win of his FR career. Let's just see if he's got the pace to run down Raul Hyman. If Raul is nursing his tires to the end, perhaps Coupler has saved the best for last here. Still 8.5 minutes remaining.
8 minutes ago, I think they're giving it everything they got, so I don't think there's any nursing of the tires left.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see the top three about equally spaced as they come into our view. So Ryan Yardley has stayed in contact with Cooper Becklin after Cooper got around it. There's Yardley now coming down the hill into the infamous hog pen turn. Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers hog pen this weekend. And here they come across the stripe. We'll check the intervals. Raul Hyman about 3 seconds in front of Cooper Becklin. Ryan Yardley about 1 second and 7/10 behind his teammate Cooper Becklin. Matt Clark comes by in fourth, another 6 seconds back. Oliver Westling and Jason Alder now battling for 5th and 6th as Hayden Bowlesby has retired. As we check Westling's lap time, a 47.4 the last lap. Alder just now coming to the line. We'll see what he looks like. He's at a 48 and some change, so not catching Oliver Westling. About 7 seconds separates those two. As we can see, Matt Clark now in the 4th position. No real pressure being exerted on Ryan Yardley, and he's not getting any pressure from behind as Oliver Westling is some 17 seconds up the road.
Yeah, Oliver might have lost that, when you're driving behind someone, you kind of have like a carrot on a stick to go and chase. So he might have lost that little carrot, and that might be why Mac has opened up the gap there.
Yeah.
Mac also might be pushing as well, yeah.
Exactly. Take nothing away from Mac and his skill level. He's certainly pushing hard to close that gap if he can. It's about 6 seconds worth, and he's got about 6 minutes to try to get that done. So Raul Hyman at the moment on his way perhaps to win number 9 on the season, and making it more and more likely that he's got one hand on the trophy as he heads into our final race weekend at the first weekend in November down at COTA. He will not be able to clinch here this weekend, so it'll go down to the last 3 races before we crown a new champion, but the odds makers in Las Vegas would certainly count Raul as the favorite.
Yes, sir. It'll be interesting to see what he does next year.
Yeah, no kidding. I think I haven't talked to him about it, but I would be very surprised if he doesn't take advantage of the Super Formula opportunity. As Dylan Tavella closing up on the back of Jason Alder to unlap himself. Unfortunately, Dylan is a lap down to the race, so this pass will not improve his position, but just give him the satisfaction of knowing that he can run with and perhaps run by one of the front runners in the championship. Jason currently just behind Dylan for the season-ending championship. Dylan,
they're still fighting.
Yeah, they're 66 points apart, so the outcome of this race will narrow that gap just a bit, but it won't switch them by any means. But Dylan got it done. He got in front of him now.
Yeah, I don't think Jason's going to fight that too hard.
Well, in fairness to Jason, he's with a damaged car too, so he's got to a car that is probably not turning left very well.
Yeah, that's
with
very
that right
important
end fence missing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he takes it right out to the Gator's Teeth there at the exit of South Bend. As they come into the
front wing.
Yeah, no kidding. As he comes down to the Oak Tree Bend, right out to the edge of the track, as he's still pushing it hard. Jason was able to comment with me earlier in the weekend, and he's certainly a young man with a bright future, I think. He's got the knack for not making mistakes at critical times, and that's one of the things that's kept him so good at his craft. He's pretty much a mistake-free racer. You rarely see him putting the car where it shouldn't be, and that leads to good results. And he's had a couple wins already this year, including one this weekend, as the 24 of Kevin Jansen being a gentleman and stepping aside to let these faster cars get through.
Yeah, consistency is very key in racing. If you don't have it, it's every weekend's going to be very up and down, and it's going to be hard to really put together a championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Jason, of course, starting out on pavement ovals, and looked to be heading toward NASCAR, but then came into the F4 Championship a year ago, won his very first race, and I think he decided he likes road racing better than oval racing, and he stayed with us. And now stepping up into the Formula Regional Americas Championship after finishing second a year ago. So he's got a bright future, as do all of these drivers, to be fair, including yourself, Tyke. It's great to have a chance to see these young drivers learning their craft, making mistakes, but then learning from them. That's all important.
The crossovers from oval racing are pretty weird to road racing. It gives you like a lot of confidence, and it lets you get like really, really close to apexes and walls. So I think that's something that actually helps in road racing.
Yeah, exactly right. Kevin Jansen stepping aside to let another car go by, as the 78 of Ryan Yardley getting past him. Yardley still in that third spot, about 3.5 seconds behind Cooper Becklin. And getting down to the closing stages of this one, 2 minutes, 20 seconds still remain on the clock. We should see the white flag, I'm guessing, perhaps next time by, with lap times in the high 140s.
Unlike us, they haven't had a yellow.
Yeah. I'm thinking that might be what we'll see. Raul Hyman out in front by almost 4 seconds over Cooper Becklin. Cooper going for his best finish of the season. Only his second podium, and it would be the middle step of the podium. Ryan Yardley, Cooper's teammate, another 3 seconds up the road in third. Matt Clark, after challenging the top three in the early stages, eventually fading to fourth position, about 4 seconds further back. Oliver Westling, after an enticing battle with Hayden Bowlesby for the fifth spot. Bowlesby finally having mechanical issues and had to pull off. So Oliver up in fifth. That'll be a good way to end his weekend. First weekend in the Formula Regional Americas car. As we follow our leader down the hill. Raul Hyman, with about a minute left, I'm guessing we'll see the white flag.
Yep.
As he flashes by our commentary position.
There it is.
And there it is. You can see it from the flag stand. One more lap to go. 3.727 miles, 17 turns here at VIR.
17 very tricky turns here.
You betcha. There's not a gimme in anywhere in there.
Yes.
They're all require your full attention. As Raul Hyman on his way perhaps to win number 9 on the season and extending his points lead as we head down to Jonathan Green's home track, the Circuit of the Americas, for our season finale coming up in just a couple weeks' time, first weekend in November. The full Speed Tour contingent will be down there at COTA just as they were here at VIR. So we look forward to a great weekend of racing and crowning our champions in both this series and in the F4 US Championship. But it really has never been in doubt with this guy. I mean, he had a win and 2 podiums at the first race weekend at NOLA, and he really set the mood for the rest of the ways. 2 more wins at Road America, swept the weekend at Mid-Ohio, a win and a pair of podiums at New Jersey, and 2 wins here. And despite a very uncharacteristic mistake in race number 1 that wasn't entirely of his making, he has swept the table here. And a bright star and a name you're going to want to remember, Raul Hyman. And to make things even more interesting, he's a lawyer. So when he thought his racing career was over, he went to law school.
I bet he knows every rule in the rule book then.
Exactly right. But let's take nothing away from this young man. He has done a fantastic job. And he is on his way to his 9th checkered flag of the season. Raul Hyman, your winner at VIR in round number 15. Second place honors his best finish of the season to Crosslink Kiwi's Cooper Becklin, the Oregonian high jumper, doing a fantastic job. And Ryan Yardley, the Crosslink Kiwi driver who's a mechanic and a driver, up from his native New Zealand in Christchurch, coming home with the final podium spot. Matt Clark comes home in 4th position. Oliver Westling just now coming to the line. He will take 5th place honors, his best finish of the season. Jason Alder with a damaged car soldiers home in 6th spot as he comes across the line. Rodrigo Gutierrez, Kevin Jansen, Nick Pershing, and Dylan Tavella, your top 10. Tyke, thanks so much for being with us and your expert commentary. I'm going to turn this mic over to Jonathan as I'm going to head downstairs and talk to our podium finishers.
Yes, sir.
Good work, guys. Thank you so much. And we'll see you at Coda. And we're looking forward to it. We'll let John head down to Parc Ferme and we'll have a look at some of the highlights. But congratulate Raul Hyman. I've known Raul now for a couple of years. He came down to New Zealand and did the Toyota Racing Series a couple of years ago, and as John rightly points out, he is a lawyer, so he's always got something to fall back on, something racing drivers need to remember. Let's take a look at the highlights then of our FR America's race. Raul Hyman was pole position, and he got a good start. And once in the lead, the rest of the pack were chasing him. As they come down towards Parc Ferme, we'll get those highlights in a moment, but well done to Raul. Yeah, no, good kid, nice guy, and works very hard at his craft, and has, well, born in South Africa, and is a native of Great Britain, and that's where he learned his law, and he was almost surprising himself that he managed to keep his racing career going, and if he's able to win that Honda money, that will give him his next opening to go to Japan, which I think he'll take with open arms, because this is a chance to really elongate his career. Confirmation of the result then. Raul Hyman of the Bestsader Holdings Limited Solomon Capital Enterprises wins ahead of the 2 Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport cars of Cooper Becklin and Ryan Yardley. Mackenzie Clark from Canada takes 4th place for the Future Star Racing team. Oliver Westling coming in for his first weekend is the Swede, and Jensen Global Advisors taking 5th place ahead of Jason Alder for the Drive for Diabetes Awareness car in 6th. Rodrigo Gutierrez for VRD is in 7th. Then Kevin Jansen 8th, Nick Persing in 9th, and Dylan Tavella for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Rounding out the top 10. So here they come into Parc Ferme. We'll hear from the winners in a moment. Cars coming into Parc Ferme. There they are. Yeah, it's been an up and down weekend. I spoke to Raul earlier, and he was very disappointed having been punted off at the first corner yesterday, when really he looked as though he was going to wrap up the championship, and he was kind of in deep thought about the fact that he's got to keep going. But that's motor racing. He knows it all too well. And the bottom line is he's going on to win this championship. As John put it, he's got one hand on the trophy. 9 wins in any season is glorious. He certainly deserves it, no question about it. So I guess the congratulations of the team.
Huh? Modi's looking for you.
Just trying to listen in on what they're saying as a team talk. And of course, the TJ Speed team, actually one of the newer teams to the series, but they've got such a caliber of engineers and team managers that I'm not surprised that they are doing as well as they are. Crossland QE, of course, have been dominating the championship over the years. VRD have had their highlights too. And I can see that John Fippen's got the mic in his hand. Raul's got the helmet off. And in a moment, the balaclava will come off. Let's head down to John Pippen with our winner.
Jonathan, we've got our winner, Raul Hyman, win number 9 on the season. What do you have to say about this one?
That was tough. Like, honestly, I don't know if you guys would have seen the lockup into, I think it's 13 on the first lap. I mean, we really struggled. It was weird for tire temperature, even yesterday in the first laps. So I knew if I could kind of get it done on the first lap and hold position, we'd have the pace of the car to go through the rest of the race. So, I mean, I was really just pushing. And yeah, I mean, I just locked up into 13, and then I was like, don't get off the brake. I mean, I'd rather just hold the lockup, get all the way in, instead of getting off and trying to modulate. And then from there, I had a massive vibration. And then that made every braking zone quite tricky, because if you flat spot once, you'll flat spot again, right? Or lock up again. So honestly, it was quite difficult. But, I mean, really, the pace of the car, TJ Speed have done an amazing job. And, of course, I'm really just grateful to God to be back here. It's a real privilege to be on pole, to win the race. And yeah, I'm just grateful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
On Dakota, Jonathan.
Yeah, and somewhat an apt place, the home of world champions. And yes, Raul Hyman will be crowned the new FR America's champion there with 1 round to go, 3 races to go, and at COTA. But let's take a look now at some of the highlights from that FR race. Started off with Hyman in pole position, and the key in any of these races is to get down to that first corner first, and that's exactly what Raul Hyman did. And once there, he really didn't look back, but you heard just then, he said it was pretty tough out there, and he made a few mistakes, and he wasn't the only one. There was bits of debris, bits of car going off everywhere. NASCAR caught one of the cars. Jason Alder and the rest of the chasing pack, including Dylan Tabella, all trying to get on level terms. Good job done by the man of the moment. Becklin really doing a really good job of holding on to second, getting past Yardley. Ryan Yardley, though, ending up on the podium. The checkered flag was always going to go to Raul Hyman. His 9th victory of the season. So, as the sun shines here in VIR, Virginia International Raceway, we'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more action from the Speed Tour. Stay with us.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Racing for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
My name is Jason Alder, and I'm the driver of the number 77 Ligier JS F3 car. Being a race car driver is cool and all, but it's really nothing when you're not utilizing it for a good cause, like spreading the word for type 1 and type 2 diabetes. It does a lot for me personally, and does a lot for the FDA.
Some of the symptoms of type 1 diabetes are sudden weight loss, vision changes, frequent urination. Remember to check those guests, it may not be the flu, and that education is knowledge, and knowledge is the power to help save lives. Go to dfda.info to check out Rocco's story. Thank you and have a great day.
Well, welcome back to the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. High above the grid here. I think we're at about 1 minute on the grid. Sorry, I put on the wrong headset. So welcome back to the Mission Foods VIR Speed. It just wouldn't be like today if we didn't get drastically wrong. Lots of great cars in this group as we can see them leaving the grid here from modern BMWs like we just saw. Group 12, Group 6, Group 8. This was one of our best races yesterday. Come back and show them again today. If you're watching on Speed Tour TV on our YouTube, please leave some comments what you'd like to see, what you'd like to hear. If we get any of the calls wrong, if you want to yell at the commentators, feel free. We'd love it. So, coming out there in first, you see him weaving back and forth, is Scott Borchetta in that number 1, followed by Todd Treffert in that beautiful Le Mans winning tribute car, the Porsche 2.1 liter with a huge turbo. Christian Shield is in third, Peter Heffring in fourth, Sam LeCompte is fifth, Renee Tursilla in that modern Ford Mustang is in sixth, Alan Davis seventh, Daniel Schlickenmeyer, Jonathan's favorite racer in this group, the number 71 is in 8th. Craig Hillis in 9th. Kyle August in 10th. David Agratellis is in 11th in a Group 6 car. Tom McGlynn is 12th. David Porter in this Ford Escort brings out some really cool cars in 13th. Paul Toombs in the Chevy Camaro Group 6 car. Shannon Ivy's old car, beautiful car. George Wright is 15th, Simon Lane, Mark Hannafin, Mark Davis 18th, Skip Bryant in a Group 8, actually Group 12 E30. In 20th is the number 129 of Fred Beasley. 21st is Donald Tucker. George Barber is 22nd. Scott Birkeland in a Porsche 911 is 23rd. And that beautiful Alfa Romeo GTV is Glenn Maurer. Norm Murdoch is 25th, and then Bill Glavin, who went out with a mechanical yesterday, is starting 26th in one of those brand new BMWs, so look for him to move up the ranks as Bill Glavin with JR3. This is a really eclectic mix of cars, as we're seeing here as they come up into the Franklin Road Apparel Oak Tree turn. I call it the Oak Tree turn because it's the vintage race. Unfortunately, Oak Tree was struck by lightning a few years ago, but it's still the Oak Tree turn to me. Those two Ginettas, Christian Shield and Peter Heffring, those are with Kaizen Autosports. Then that 47 of Alan Davis, another one of those BMW M2s. And then the 58 of David Porter, that Ford Escort. There's Skip Bryan there, and that E30.
Before you ask which is my favorite, it's the Ford Escort.
Yeah, it should be. That's such a British, that's the British Ford Escort. I wish we would have had more of those here. And you can see now that they're starting to pack up. That's a long back straightaway. The track on our left there is the Patriot, where the Optima Search for the Ultimate Streetcar Challenge is going on. Some really interesting cars in that. Then we come to this roller coaster section, the Big Machine Vodka, Spike Coolers, roller coaster, and hog pen section. But Jonathan, I think they're about to come down and take the green. I'm going to give you the call for the race. Thanks for joining us, everybody.
So we're watching Scott Borchetta in the beautifully painted Corvette, glinting in the sunlight on the left-hand side, and alongside him is the number 41 Porsche. And looking for a big star, and a Todd Treffert looking to try to make an impact. But if he's going to make an impact on Borchetta, he's got to do it early. Borchetta is a missile in that car. Beautiful shot from the drone here as they come down the main straight to take the green flag to get us on our way for Group 6, 8, and 12.
Really nicely packed up here as they come through. Coming down into Mission Foods Turn 1 is Ginetta versus Ginetta in third and fourth place. Then there's Sam LeCompte in that Camaro.
Yeah, both the Ginettas going through. LeCompte just braking heavily there. And the Ginettas staying in third and fourth. One car, one of the Corvettes going wide, but stays on track. But it is Scott Borchetta going into NASCAR and leading this race.
Yeah, we can see if Todd Treffert can get that turbo spooled up. He needs to be set between 4,000 and 6,000 RPMs to really keep it, which is difficult to do on such a twisty track like this. And then the Ginetta's pulling up. So let's see what we've got here. Handling versus horsepower. Scott gets a little bit wiggly going through the Optima S's.
Like I said,
go ahead.
Todd's definitely going to try to make impact early on in this. Pulling away from the Ginettas already.
Sam LeCompte on the outside
nice.
there. Peter Heffring. And there goes Schlickenmeyer.
And look at that tiny Porsche in the mid-pack there in the lovely green and black colors. There it is, just there. And into 10A they come. That was a nice move by the Camaro.
Yeah. Renee Tresilla there with the American flag on the hood. And there's that Ford Escort that you love. I think that's both of our favorite cars in this group. So you can see Borchetta really pulling the gap here. And we were so surprised yesterday how well he could brake. I thought that Porsche would really be able to outbrake that Corvette, but they're about equal on the braking zones.
Yeah.
Or let's say a lot more equal than they probably should be.
And Porsche has sensed the fact that he was going to be in a big race unless he got the hurry up. And you can see how hard he's pushing on this opening lap. He's really, really going hard into the main straight again to finish the first lap. And he's got a good gap already.
Yeah, and his car is set up a little bit looser than I'm used to seeing how it's bouncing. So Dylan Hellman and the crew there at Scott Borchetta Racing must have learned something, but it seems to be set up soft, but that soft setup seems to be giving them a little bit quicker times around the track.
Well, Scott's some 2 seconds quicker in that first lap to break the gap between himself and Todd Trefford in the Porsche, the 911.
Good crowd here at the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. Beautiful weather this weekend. Like, honestly, if they would have asked us what kind of weather we wanted to have, I don't think we could have approved on this.
No, this is great fall weather, isn't it?
Something about these Group 6 cars, sometimes they like to use the curbs to really help force the cars around in these tight corners like this. And you'll see Scott kind of doing that. And Todd Trefford makes a straight line there through that corner. That's not going to be good for the tires and suspension.
And it's not going to be good for those chasing either, because there'll be a pile of dust coming through when they come through. The guys in 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And here comes the Ginetta.
That's Christian Shield there in that Ginetta. Beautiful car. Look at the front end of that. That's just barely off the ground.
Well, we had Ginettas winning in GT4 a couple of years ago, if you remember, in Trans Am. So they've got a good record here in the States. And I think it was an outfit out of Florida that were importing those Ginettas, getting the GT4s going good.
Craig Hillis ahead in that 968. So Sam LeCompte and Craig Hillis ahead of Peter Heffring.
Brandon Schlickenmeyer in 8th position at the moment, ahead of Paul Toombs in 9th. And Alan Davis rounding out the top 10.
And there goes Bill Glavin. Already made up a lot of spots there to Bill Glavin.
Well, Borchetta is hitting his marks perfectly. Almost identical time in lap times from his previous lap. So he is on the mark and doing what Scott does best. Of course, he was here in TA2 yesterday as well as racing earlier this morning.
Yep. That's Sam LeCompte there, the new owner of Dontoff Motor. He's got about 6 cars. He'll be with us next weekend in Chattanooga, letting it all hang out there, sliding through our Mission Foods Turn 1 complex is Sam LeCompte.
Yeah, in 4th at the moment, but he's got quite a gap to 3rd place. Boy, he's pushing it. He's sliding everywhere. And a good battle also just behind between Craig Hills and Peter Heffring. And then a 3-way battle between Tresilla, Schlickenmeyer, and Paul Toombs.
So we went all day yesterday without any of my brake markers being taken down, and we're -6 already today.
Well, it saves you some time taking them back up again.
Yeah, that's true. Look at this, the 968 with a Chevrolet Camaro and a Ginetta. 3 totally different cars coming through here. That Ginetta looks like getting his tires warmed up. It looks like he's finding some speed now. That should be Peter Heffring there in the Group 12 Ginetta. I believe it's a 2020, maybe a 2021. I think it's a 2021. And again, if you're watching on SpeedTour TV on YouTube, leave us some comments. Tell us where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. If we get something wrong, make sure you alert us. Coming down that roller coaster section, the drone, beautiful shots, but it doesn't really do it justice of how long of a drop that really is.
Yeah, and how straight a lot of it is. It does kink, but and it is a roller coaster, no question, but it's pretty fast.
Yeah. That's Renee Tersilla with Billy Griffin out of Florida there in that modern Mustang. Beautiful car. Look at this. Craig Hillis maybe looking on the inside of Sam LeCompte. And then Paul Toombs has overtaken Daniel Schlickenmeyer. So it's Mustang, Camaro, Mustang.
Todd Trefford just put in his best lap and is keeping the gap to, what, just over 6 seconds. Ooh, somebody off in the dust there at turn 1. And has continued on the grass on the inside of the exit of 1. He's managed to pull it all together and get back out on track.
I think that's Craig Hillis in that Porsche 968.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Paul Toombs has taken pretty quickly to that new Camaro to him, like we were talking about yesterday. I know that car to be Shannon Ivy's car. Shannon used to race with us in V-Rock with Davy Jones and Jacques Lazier, and has done a ton of races with us. And I believe Shannon is going to be racing a stock car with us in SVRA. And then there is your boy Schlickenmeyer.
I just love the name, and I also like that Mustang too. It's nice.
Let's see the gap now between Scott Borchetta and Todd Trefford. Scott Borchetta just came through, running a 1:58.761. Todd Trefford a 2:01, and about a 10-second difference, 9.5-second difference. So
yeah, he's up the gap
Todd's
again,
falling back.
This is a good three-way battle as they head down the roller coaster.
There's nothing a Camaro likes more than to keep a Mustang in its mirror, and vice versa. And we're seeing it right here. And that is a beautiful car. We were talking about just the lines of that car. That's Kyle August there in his Shelby.
Yeah, that is a beautiful car. So Schlickenmeyer up to 8 now. He's got 1 place.
Notice how empty the paddock is. Woo, sliding it out there. Did you see that?
Good work, and that's
nice.
fast through there.
Those driver's left tires, and that's something hanging off the front. That's the sump. That seems to be pretty low.
I wouldn't call
under
it hanging
braking.
off.
No, that's his oil. That's not good. I don't know if we saw Scott Borchetta set up for softer, so maybe he did the same thing. It might be too soft.
Well, Heffring just did his fastest lap at 2:05.9. I know we're not taking too much note of the timings. We try not to in SVRA. It's really more a case of racing against themselves, but it's always interesting to see if somebody is catching, and he is trying to reel in Samuel LeCompte as we speak.
So there's Craig Hillis back there with that BMW M2. Graham Schlickenmeyer's watching, saying go Schlick, so you'll like that. But I got to tell you, our fans here watching are way too polite. They're not roasting us at all. I'm wanting some guys yelling at us a little bit.
Yeah, you need to be in a dark room with somebody whipping you hard, don't you, really?
Yeah, I need somebody, motivating us. So feel free to let them fly. Craig Hillis there. And I heard yesterday from Alan Davis that the pub that is sponsoring his car were all watching from their pub yesterday. So welcome if you're watching again today. We love seeing that.
Oh, you can't go to the pub 2 days in a row, surely.
And that beautiful BMW M2.
So Borchetta once again killing it here in Group 6. In his 6GT Chevrolet Corvette, beautifully painted up. got a massive lead now over Todd Treffert. Kristen Shield holding on to that third place ahead of Samuel Lecomte, but Peter Heffering trying to get up there into fourth place. And there's that Porsche.
Tom McGlynn, Porsche 914 at Brady's 901 shop, but he's got a Porsche right behind him. So the paddock is starting to empty. It is Sunday here.
Side-by-side racing here for the first corner.
Uh-oh, Brady's 901 shop's getting tense. Those are two of his cars he takes care of side-by-side at Mission Foods Complex. That is good racing, isn't it, Jonathan?
Nice work, Tom. Held it in there. Didn't get worried about the fact that he was coming into a braking zone behind. He just kept it on the inside and held on. Nicely done.
Sorry, that's David Agratellis in the 92A. Yes. I didn't see the A there, so sorry about that.
It's all right. Yeah, Agratellis was side-by-side with him coming into the first corner and then tried to make it stick around the outside but couldn't do it.
Yeah, but keep an eye on that because they're going to come back to that again.
Yeah, exactly.
There's Glenn Maurer and that beautiful Marlboro Alfa Romeo. Just such a cool car.
Yeah.
And then Bill Glavin.
It says motor racing all over it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Look at that BMW go up the S's. That's a...
Yeah, I had a close look at that car. That's beautifully prepared.
I'd like to have a go at one of those. You can see Glenn making the point. Please pass me on this side. And now we might have a three-way battle here between Bill Glavin and that BMW, David Agratellis and that 911, and then Tom McGlynn in the hippie Porsche 914.
Here they come, here they come.
3 wide.
Oh, somebody's got a break. And it's not going to be the 914. Nicely done.
What
John McGlynn. Yep, just holding on there as he comes down the roller coaster into the hog pen. Now, let's see if the 92A of David Agratellis can do it here down the main straight. He's eyeing himself up. Look, you can see it yourself from the drone. As we go back to the Escort, he's coming down towards hog pen. Want to see if that Porsche makes it through. I think he will, though, this time.
Yeah, that's my favorite in this group. David Porter, he also has that red Cortina here with us this weekend. Just such cool cars.
Yeah, you gotta love the Escort. And the Capri.
My sister had a 91 Ford Escort GT. It just wasn't as cool as that one.
No.
Look at him hanging out that right rear wheel.
Car. Got some nice lines on it, but like you say, pushing it hard, that's for sure. So coming down to the closing stages, Scott Borchetta absolutely dominating, as he always does, it seems. But he's got that Corvette dialed in, and Scott himself has been dialed in wherever he goes for the last season or two. Made easy work of it. Almost half a minute ahead now on Treffert. There he is. Got a bit of traffic ahead of him, but it won't bother him as he comes through the Optima S's.
Corvette on Corvette here. After lap 7, there's our timing and scoring there. And the thing that a lot of people are wondering is why is Scott still pushing so hard? Because he is such a student of the sport, racing in TA2. So he's using all these laps to learn everything that he can, just trying to get seat time. So it would be a disservice to him to say, hey, can you slow it down and make more of a show of this?
No, I don't know many racing drivers who feel like it's exhibition when they go out and race.
Yeah.
It actually is safer to race on your own limit, whatever that limit is.
Yeah, taking a racer out of the rhythm can really be like we saw with Senna at, where was it, Monaco years ago. When he was having the perfect race and somebody said something to him over the radio and
he wasn't having the perfect race.
Speaking of commentators curse.
Yeah, I know, you've done it now.
I just want to say all of the SVRA sessions we've covered so far have not gone to full course caution. We're the only group this weekend that has been running clean laps. So proud of the SVRA drivers. Put on a great show. We've had some fantastic weather and a fantastic track with some great racing in our vintage fields. So thank you so much for all the drivers, the crew, the mechanics, everybody joining us at home. I've got a note here from Tom Himes. Where is Ron Pauly? I don't know. I saw his car this morning, but he might have packed up and wanted to get home to Arkansas. I haven't seen him out there.
Yeah, good question. He's usually out there, isn't he, on a Sunday afternoon?
He's usually out there up front. You can see the leaves starting to change. Just beautiful scenery.
You're right, Scott's pushing it for sure. He's just bumping over the curves there. But that car is planted, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sounds so good, too.
It does seem to have a little bit of a softer suspension setup today. I'm going to have to ask Dylan if they did change something or if I'm just seeing something as he does a four-wheel drift around turn 10. With the matching helmet, with the...
Look at the acceleration he gets down that back straight, too.
Scott Borchetta's best time, a 1:58 flat. And then followed by Todd Treffert's 1:59.
There is Todd.
8-2-3, and there's Todd right there. You can see his hands moving around. That's a beautiful car as well.
Short shift of the Marlboro car. This is the final lap then of our Group 6, 8 and 12 for SVRA.
That's Norm Murdoch there in that Group 12 car. And here's Todd Treffert. That big whale tail, 2.1 liter Porsche with a big turbo on it.
Yeah, that was Norm Murdoch in the Capri there. I thought I recognized that. There's the white flag, and Treffert goes through.
Oh, he's got some smoke there. You see that smoke? I hope that's not oil smoke. That might have been a little bit of tire smoke. He's got cars in front of him. I think that's what it is. He had to check up a little bit early because of the cars in front of him.
Maybe, and it's not continuous. That's the good news.
Yeah. But no, there it goes again.
There it goes again. We'll keep an eye on that. One lap to go, and he'll be aware, I'm sure. Or he'll be hearing something.
I hope that's not the valve guides when he's shifting.
So we'll keep an eye on Treffert on this final lap as Borchetta makes his way down the back straight, almost half a lap now ahead of his competition.
So give us your opinion. What do you think that smoke is coming out of the 41 car?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you might be onto something there because it didn't look as though it was enough where there was an engine problem.
It's not tire smoke.
No, and it's certainly not bodywork.
It seems to be when he's shifting, that might be valve guides starting to go.
Yeah,
and that's
maybe.
not a good sign.
Hey, these are all cars.
Well, here he comes. Let's give it one last time here at VIR.
Congratulations, Scott Borchetta. He's so quick they didn't have the checkered flag out for him in time, but they did now. Well done, Scott. Wins again. Did it yesterday, did it again today. And in a moment, Treffert will come across the line in his 911 in second place. And Christian Shield will round out the podium in third.
For overall, you know, we've got Scott Borchetta, 6 GT, Todd Treffert in Group 6 RSR. Shield is in Group 12. Sam LeCompte is 4th, but Group 6 TAS. Heffring is Group 12, Toombs in 6 overall, the Group 6 TAS. So lots of mixed group, lots of mixed class racing out there, just trying to put on a good show here at the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. And what a great turnout it has been with SVRA. Even the Michelin Man is waving at Scott Borchetta.
All right, well done to Scott Borchetta yet again. My thanks once again, of course, to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break here from VIR. More action coming up from our Speed Tour from VIR. Stay with us.
When the road calls, we answer. Hit the road with insurance that protects your classic for what it's actually worth and save an average of $264. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com. When hours invested become miles enjoyed. Whether you're customizing or building a car from the ground up, Haggerty protects your vehicle with guaranteed value coverage. Get a quote today at Haggerty.com.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
That bush is really coming along. Hi, Carla. What are you up to? Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun. I can see that. This thing is powerful. Hey, honey. I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
I've got to get me one of those.
Lightweighting means reducing mass and consolidating parts. No one tackles these design and tooling challenges better than 3-dimensional services. We'll provide flexible tooling solutions, including integrating parts, reducing design complexity, or even design changes. We're the go-to source for rapid manufacturing and low-volume production. Trust 3-dimensional services to develop the most efficient approach to meet your lightweighting challenges today. 3-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
As you can tell, I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us. Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
Warm welcome to the Mission Foods VIR Trans Am Series, the penultimate round of the 2022 season. With me, Adam Andretti, and well, Chris Dyson's wrapped up the actual title, but I don't think it's going to be any less competitive in this Trans Am race.
No, it's tied up at the top, second, third, fourth. You know, we don't want to say best of the rest, but it is. Dyson has laid it down. But Tommy Dreese, Ken Twaits, the two-time champ, Amy Ruman, they're battling for this best of the rest, and it's going to go down to the wire for sure. So it's going to be an exciting one today between those three.
Yeah, all three of them could be runner-up, and no disrespect to them, but Dyson's been on an absolute mission. It's not surprising that he's wrapped it up with 2 rounds to go.
No, it sure hasn't. I mean, we've seen the fire in his eyes since round 1 at Sebring when he drove the way he did to seal that win up, and he has not let off the gas since. So don't expect that here this weekend either. He was very strong already, and we're looking forward to a good race out of Chris Dyson.
Well, like you say, any of one of those three could be the runner-up in this championship. But here at VIR, who will it suit?
It's hard telling, Jonathan, on what's going to be suiting this course best. Which one of these three drivers will get the best out of this race course? I think Tommy Dreese and the team over there at 3GT came off a good test here. Amy Ruman, you can't count out the two-time champion. And Ken Twaits has done such an awesome job, too. He keeps his head in the game, and he's always there at the end of the races. So it really could be anybody's game. Attrition, making sure that you're turning down the lap times. These are things you need to do here at VIR.
Well, if I know one thing about Chris Dyson, he doesn't care about championships. He cares about winning, and he's going to be favourite again. He spoke to Ben Sisson.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I am here with Chris Dyson, our 2022 champion. Chris, how does it feel?
Well, Ben, I mean, obviously winning a Trans Am championship, it's really meaningful. You know, to come out and win it last year was special, and this one's especially meaningful because we've done it 2 years in a row, and I think that underlines the success of the team, and we did it a race sooner than we did last year, which is absolutely fabulous, and the competition hasn't gotten easier.
And you've got some new stuff happening, so tell us about this new chassis.
Well, it's a clean sheet of paper design. It's got all of Bob Riley's experience in it. They've maximized the aerodynamics, they've maximized the available geometry you can utilize for the new tire. They've brought a lot of their diverse experience to play. I mean, this Riley Technologies has forgotten more than most people are ever going to learn, and for us it's a renewal of a relationship that was probably one of the most successful partnerships in all of racing in the 90s and 2000s. We won a lot of races together with our family team. I won my first professional sports car race in a Riley design, and here we are 20 years later and we're still getting it done, and I couldn't be happier for the next couple of races as a launching point for 2023.
I love it. So you're already thinking about and strategizing for 23.
Well, you can't stand still here. I mean, we've got strong entrants. You know, you've got Paul Gentilozzi here with Tommy Dreese. Those guys are not taking this year lightly. You know, we celebrated a lot up at Watkins Glen, and we're still basking in it, but you know, you can't dine out on last weekend's successes in this sport.
So we just heard from Chris Dyson, motorsports legend and two-time TA champion. He's not resting a bit. New car, new chassis, already setting fast time. Chris, congratulations.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, it's been another stellar season for Chris Dyson, but he deserves it. I always like to give credit where credit's due, and Chris Dyson's one of the hardest working racing drivers in town. Talking of which, I'm alongside one, and his name is Andretti. Adam, that is. And Adam, thanks for joining us as always here in the booth. But Chris Dyson, he deserves it, and I love the fact that he's doing a bit of a retro throwback to the 16.
Yeah, no, it's funny is I even said the same thing to him. I said, you got your dad's number? He goes, well, it's been my number too. He goes, it just when we first came into Trans Am and came back to Trans Am CD Racing, it was the 16 wasn't available. So the 16 became available. They snatched it up, and I believe we'll see Chris Dyson run for the 2023 championship. We're going to see him run for that number 16.
What about what's ahead of us today? We've got some interesting news. We have Matthew Brabham up here yesterday talking TA2, but of course he's had a bit of a up and down roller coaster weekend with, he had a blown up engine on Friday, putting us a big delay back. He's had hardly any time. He did some hardship laps. Are we going to see him come through?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yesterday morning they had a huge engine failure and catastrophic engine failure. You can see it's all back together. Well, that's actually Chris's car, but it's absolutely a job done by CD Racing, as you would expect, because not only the big explosion and changing an engine is one thing, but there was fire involved, and whenever there's fire involved underneath these things, it gets the electronic systems and such. So my wife Tabitha and I, we went out to dinner with Kimberly and Matthew last night, and and by the time we got back here, CD Racing was pretty much getting ready to, I think, fire that thing up. Like you mentioned, you got some hardship laps, but yeah, you could count on Matty Brabham definitely driving through this field. That's a championship winning car that he's in. That's Chris's Bison chassis as Chris is underneath. He's strapping himself to that new Riley piece that they have over there at CD Racing.
Yeah, let me ask you this. We've got a bit of time before the start of this race. We've been talking in broad terms about this Ave Riley chassis. What is so much better, because it's new, and you expect with new to be better, but what are the drivers saying? What do you know about it? What have you noticed about it? It looks really low strung to me compared to the older car, but what's your take?
Oh, thank you for correcting me, because you're right. Ave Riley. And my apologies to Tony Ave. I totally did not mean to not give you the credit you deserve here, for sure. I got nothing but respect for that man. But no, absolutely, this Ave Riley chassis is just special. That's why it's attracted the attention of special teams like CD Racing, like Kreider Racing with David Peterek, like you'll see one I'm on the grid there, I believe, with Showtime next year. So it's an engineering marvel. It's the future of the TA class. Just like basically Riley's design was what we carried through up until basically now, basically the principles. So he's rewrote the book, but this is another one here. Pancho Weaver, this is a man that's on an entirely different concept. He goes a totally different way. He's an engineer, don't get me wrong, but he's also an engineer in a NASCAR world instead of a prototype world like the Riley gang. And so it's a total two different ways. That's what we love about Trans Am racing. There's so many different ways that you could get the performance. And both of these manufacturers, between Pancho Weaver and Riley, and it's really truly a David versus Goliath story, is pretty special to see there. And I know Pancho's real proud of the equipment that he puts out on track. It wins races. It's I've been blessed to be able to win races inside his equipment, and I know Boris is excited to strap himself into that TA car today and get to work. Especially with all the fun that they have over there at Weaver Racing. So good for them, and again, it's just the philosophies of it all, and it makes it so fascinating inside this paddock.
Yeah, a lot of people may ask why we sort of wax rhapsodic, or certainly Boris does, but we kind of follow suit about what Pancho Weaver achieves with that Challenger, and why Boris said effectively comes out of retirement to race it. And the reason being is that Pancho Weaver's got just a huge history of design and manufacture, and in fact was involved in the Gen 3 car at NASCAR. So, this is a guy who's right at the sharp end of his game.
Oh, absolutely. He's a legend. He's a legend in our sport, just like Riley and Tony Ave. They're legends of the sport. So it only is fitting that they keep on carrying through with these designs. But yeah, the Ave Riley chassis with the engineering of it all, it's a great mix of both aero and mechanical balance. So Johnny,
I want to talk about Keith Grant in a minute, but I want to give you our CBS Sports Network times for the Franklin Road Apparel Company premiere of Trans Am at VIR, and that'll be Thursday, October 13th at 8 p.m. Eastern. So mark that down in your calendar, and it'll be on again on Friday, October 14th at 9:30 Pacific. So tune in to watch all the highlights, and that gives us a full program. And if you miss anything on the live feed, and we often do, occasionally now and again, so we'll try to give you a clearer picture when we show you the highlights. Let's head down to Ben Sissel, though, who's on the grid, and I'll talk to Adam again after that.
Well, hey, thanks, Jonathan. I'm here at the grid in this beautiful new Ave Riley chassis of Chris Dyson. And everybody was asking if this new car is going to be fast, but we have the proof right here. A new Motul Pole Award winner with Chris Dyson. So not only they just have a brand new car that they're shaking down here, but usually it takes a while to get used to a new car, but obviously not now. Whatever's in this car obviously works really well, because this Ave Riley chassis is really fast with our 2022 champion. And it's funny, too, because now he's got 2 open races, VIR and COTA, to kind of test out this car, to put pressure on all the other drivers for 2023, because it is official. Chris Dyson is the 2022 champion. Then we're going to come around here, and I'm going to talk to Boris Said in the Challenger. Out here is kind of, for fun, with another new car in TA. You've had a lot of good luck here in the Challenger. These Weaver concept cars are really fast. You've got this new chassis in front of you that I'm sure you two want to show the Weaver chassis at least just as fast.
Well, I think it's just as fast, and it's half the price. So, our Techniques car and Steal It, we've done a lot of work. It's, 4 years old, but it's still really competitive. So I look at the body, and you could say a few things. It's a lot lower, it's a lot narrower, maybe it has a little advantage body-wise, but it doesn't matter. We're going to drive as hard as we can in this Weaver car.
Nice. And now, another cool thing about Boris Said that we need to talk about, you're still doing the standard age 1, 2, 3, 4 shifting, right?
Yeah, this car has a 4-speed gated shifter, and I think every other car has a 5-speed sequential.
Nice.
So this is more fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
Now, in this TA class, we're talking about these chassis builders because it is a big story.
It is.
This is an innovative class. The rules here are really loose. As the chassis designer, when you look at a new chassis come in, are you seeing what they got right, what they might have gotten wrong?
Well, it's time for us to make up for what they've been looking at for 3 years. We came up with this design about, actually 4 years ago, I guess it is. This car here is a little over a year old, and we're building another new one right now. So it's always room for improvement, right? Anytime you build something, you always learn, right? So it's cool. We love it. And Trans Am also is an innovative class, and we can go home and we can build what we want and or what we think we want, and just meet a safety package and certain rule parameters, and it's great.
Nice. I love it. Well, Pancho Weaver. Here, we'll come back here. Yeah, watch your step there, George. There's cones here. So we're going to try to get down to Ken Thwaites because that's a big part of the story here. But with Ken Thwaites this weekend with Franklin Road Apparel, Keith Grant, Richard Grant's son, who is so excited. He's had a few starts in TA, but this is the best weather he's ever had. So he's really excited to race here. I spoke to him from Tennessee. Then we've got Tommy Dreese. And I'm looking around trying to find Tommy Dreese. I'd love to talk to him. But Tommy Dreese in this MAV TV Lucas Oil, beautiful number 8 Paul Gentilozzi car. Then we've got Hinkle here. Jeff Hinkle in this beautiful Dodge Challenger with Joe Nemechek. Watch out for this beautiful red Dodge Challenger. Then we've got 2-time champion Amy Ruman. Paul Fix. Paul Fix has been on the podium here with us at VIR several times. Longtime driver in TA. So watch out for Paul Fix. He knows how to win here at VIR. So he's in the Stop Flex DOT stainless hoses Ford Mustang. But the person that I want to talk to, but not interrupt because he's praying right now, is Ken Thwaites. So we're going to let them go through with that. But let's see. We've got David Penterick there in that Ave Riley chassis, but Ken Thwaites, we spoke earlier,
You're starting further back today, and you said it was just in qualifying. So what's your strategy? And tell us the gap between you and Dreesy.
I have a specific plan. It's called see car, pass car. That's all there is. That's all we do.
But you couldn't see cars yesterday. Just because of scheduling, unfortunately, they went out during the sun, and a lot of our drivers are complaining about the visibility. But then you've got Amy Ruman right behind you in points as well with only 2 events to go.
Yeah. Well, there's 6 points between me and Tommy for second place. And so that's the goal, is to get to Tommy and see if we can't get by him and finish in front of him. That's really our game plan. And so hopefully we can get there.
I love it. But to be fighting for second, and really you're so new to the TA series, that is unbelievable. Thank you, Ken, for everything you and Franklin Road are doing for the series. I love it. He says thanks for tuning in. Lee Saunders there, the first in the GT classes. Is that Lee Saunders? There he is, yeah. I'm not used to seeing you in the balaclava, but look at this. This is like a Concours winning paint job on a race car. Unbelievable. But you would expect nothing less from somebody wearing sunglasses like that. And we're going to move up here through the GT cars to come up for our invocation. So we've got David Pinterick here. XGT here. That should be, is that Lowry? Who's in this car? Oh, Danny Lowry with Bridge Hall here. This is our first in XGT here. Danny Lowry. What? I thought he was in the Audi.
Lost the engine in the Audi yesterday in qualifying, so Danny went back to his house, picked up this car, and came back to run it today.
You lost the engine in the Audi? It's in the back of the car.
Correct.
Oh,
it's somewhere in the back, but it's in multiple pieces right now. So we lost some of the parts.
Nice. But see, look at well, I got to point this out then. So that's 2 races in a row you've had to over-hustle to get on track. Bridge Hall doing logistics, Danny Lowry overdoing logistics to try to make the races, but you're going to take it. Danny Lowry, my new hero here in Trans Am. We've got Matt Brabham here, and look at this. That's another Motul Pole Award. These aren't Matt Brabham's here. These are Chris Dyson's. He's in the Chris Dyson Championship winning car. He had an issue yesterday. I think he lost a motor yesterday and had a little bit of a fire issue. Then we've got the SGTs. This is Pierce right here. I believe, let's just make sure. No, this is Larry Bailey. Larry Bailey in the yellow Corvette, the LSI. Then we've got G-Luck right here. He joined us at Road Atlanta, so welcome back, guys. Very nice. Look at these, the patriotic car. Here he is, G-Luck. Welcome back, man. And tell us, what in the world is this thing again? I know I've asked you that before.
This is a GTM Factory 5. It's a kit car built by Dave Smith and the guys in Massachusetts. We turn it into a race car and race it for the Gallant Few, which is a ranger organization to help U.S. Army Rangers.
Perfect. I love it. G-Luck, thanks for being here again, man. I love it. And then we've got Billy Griffin here, who's always fast in the GT class, and he's actually testing a new car for next year. Then Richard Grant. So we've got Keith Grant there in third, his dad Richard Grant here, Kerry Grant here, who is Keith's cousin. And, Kerry, Richard, and Milton are longtime Trans Am racers, and Keith is kind of joining us, I think, for the 3rd or 4th time. We're looking for Bill Knox, our chaplain, to do the invocation. I'm not seeing him anywhere, but if not, we're going to have to get Joe Nemechek to do it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking for Bill Knox, but in the meantime, we've got Christy Wilkins here to do the national anthem. So if you will remove your hats and get ready for the national anthem. Christy, thank you so much for doing this for us.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, who say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Christy Wilkins, absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. It's such a beautiful location here at Virginia International Raceway. We are going to take a commercial break, but stay tuned. We'll be right back with the invocation and the most famous words in motorsports.
What we'll do.
At Ryan, we seek to understand our clients' unique business needs and offer insights from over 75 years of experience. Our menu of integrated services span the entire life cycle of your building, from financing and development to design and construction to property management and maintenance. We think like building owners because we are building owners, and we work hard to assure that your building stays functional and cost-effective for generations to come.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
Well, welcome back to the grid at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. We've got Bill Knox here to give us the invocation. Such a beautiful day, Bill. Take it away.
You join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise and glory for this glorious day that you provided for us and for this fine facility in which we're racing, Father. Father, we ask for your hand of protection to be upon the drivers, the crews, the spectators. Keep them all safe, Father. We also ask for you to stand with our military, our police, and our first responders, Father. Keep them safe. Bring them all home. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Bill, thank you so much. Well, Jonathan and Adam, I'm going to send it back up to you for you to walk.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. Let's just take a look at the grid. Chris Dyson in pole position for the Altwell CBD Ford Mustang. Boris said alongside him. Keith Grant coming into the championship, just another Grant. And Tommy Dreesy's had some problems over the weekend, but we'll talk about that later. Hinkle in 5th and Amy Ruman alongside. Paul Fix and David Pintarik. Then it's Ken Thwaites 9th and Lee Saunders leading the SGT in 10th. Derek Cope, good to see him back again in 11th. And Kerry Hitt in 12th. Likewise, good to see Kerry back. Danny Lowry in 13th. Swap of cars, it won't matter. He's not in that Audi, but he'll be fine. Jose Chocron in 14th position, and then it's Milton Grant and Aaron Pierce. That's rounding out the top 16. A little further down, Cary Grant, another one of the Grants, 17th place, and his brother alongside him in 18th position. Billy Griffin is 19th, and Brian Gluck in that Factory 5 car alongside him. And then in 21st position, it's Larry Bailey and Matthew Brabham with no time after that problem in practice means he will start at the very back in that championship-winning TA Chris Dyson car. But don't worry, Brabham is on the money and he'll be coming through. So we'll keep an eye. We'll do a watch, if you will, on Matthew Brabham, because I'm sure it won't be long before he's vying for a top 10, if not a podium, before the end of this 100-mile race. I'm Jonathan Green. Alongside me, as always, is Adam Andretti, and I'm delighted that he's here with me because let's just put a bit of historical perspection on this one. Trans Am, why do we get sort of teary-eyed about it? Well, the 4th ever Trans Am race was held right here at VIR back in 1966. And if I start mentioning names like Paul Newman and Richard Petty and Wendell Scott, you'll get an idea of what I'm talking about. These were the big boys, and we've never forgotten them. 55 years on, 56 years on. But that's why American fans get so excited about Trans Am.
Absolutely, because it's got it created the legends of the sport, and it still is. Like we were witness to yesterday, a young man, Brent Cruz, out there grabbing his 3rd win in TA2 at 14 years of age, and that's the future of our sport as we see it. And you have people like Chris Dyson, you have Boris Said, you have this man right here, Ken Twaits, who's been around this sport for so long. So there's so many just great names out here that are going to take a long time to forget. So, and that's what Trans Am does. I always remember that about A.J. Foyt. He always said, A.J. Foyt didn't make the Indianapolis 500. The Indianapolis 500 made A.J. Foyt. Yeah. And I feel the same way about the sport as a whole. The sport is what really determines us as athletes, and it's just the Trans Am series and all its history and the way that it operates on the level that it operates. It's just, you're always proud to be a part of it.
And we get ready. Tommy Dreese had some problems over the weekend. He missed a lot of Friday's practice, didn't get out there, but I talked to the team. They said they had some bodywork issues, and so it's been a tough time for Tommy to be out there and running hard. But as a man who's actually won here at VIR in Trans Am, tell us a little bit about how to go about that.
Well, I mean, first and foremost, like you saw yesterday, stay out of trouble. Keep your nose clean. It's a very, very technical track. It's a very difficult track, but it's a track that also exudes patience, especially as we see with traffic, especially. And this is going to be a traffic-filled day here. There's a lot of discrepancy in speed between 3 classes, so I would preach that to literally anybody I would be on the radio with if I was on the radio with any of the drivers today, is that it's about keeping this thing on the pavement. With the last 25, 30 miles here, you could start to attack and see where you're at, because you're probably going to get some late race slowdowns. I hate to say it, but it seems to be kind of the pattern here at VIR. It can be an exhausting place to race, although it's a beautiful day. It's absolutely glorious fall day here in Virginia, so it ought to be a very comfortable day inside the race car, but still it's physical out there, so got to keep your head between you, like always, Johnny.
Let me ask you this then. We just saw some great drone shots. Where is a place to attack? Where is a place to conserve and be careful at VIR? So give us a few of the nuances about where you can maybe attack if you're trying to make an overtake or trying to make up some time, or where is a place where you just don't try something silly?
Well, there's a lot of places not to do something silly here, that's for sure. But you want to attack when not expecting to. I gave Brent Cruz a huge amount of kudos yesterday because that pass into turn 3, it's just you're not expecting it. Even we saw Connor Mosak as a leader turn in because he thought, no way, someone's coming in there, and there was the youngster. So surprise attacks are good if they can be calculated, and that was good and calculated. Turn 1 down here is a great place to set up, especially as you could come down off of Hawk Pens and down onto the front straightaway. You can get yourself a really, really, really good run, and that gives you a great run down into turn number 1. So that's why those are probably the 2 key places as far as like a surprise attack and like absolutely clean. Oak Tree, you can, but you're kind of asking for it. You better get it real good and clean. And then at the end of the back straightaway there, turn number 14, that is a very, very difficult to get a place to get the job done, the pass done. So yeah, those are really the places that you got to go and attack. But if you can get it, you got to get it done. When you quit going for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. I believe a little Brazilian named Ayrton Senna said that.
Well, you just saw Dyson's record. Talking about Ayrton Senna, I'll tell you what, even Ayrton would be pleased with that record this year. It's been a fantastic couple of years for Chris Dyson. And I guess I can ask you another racing question here. Does Dyson sort of say, well, I've got the championship, I'll just lay off here? Or is that not the nature of a racing driver?
Well, no, because he's developing this car to run for a championship in 2023. So this is going to be balls to the wall here.
Okay, fair enough. Talking of which, let's head down to Ben. He's down in the pit lane once again in front of Chris Dyson.
Well, thanks, gentlemen. I'm here with Jimmy Day with the Optimus Search for the Ultimate Street Car. And I hate to say this, but they might have the coolest cars here this weekend. But, Jimmy, you're about to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. So, Jimmy, take the mic and take it away.
All right, on behalf of the entire Optima Batteries team, drivers, start your engines!
Nice. Thank you very much, Jimmy Day. It's about to get loud. Thank you so much.
That's not just because Ben's talking. No, the engines are running.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are, those are words that never get old to me, nope. or any race fan. And hearing a beautiful national anthem, the way that was done, and the invocation, these are some traditions of our sport that just make it as special as it is. So it's fantastic.
Going to throw something at you that just might entice you and many others listening. The champion of Trans Am in Australia last week got an entry into Bathurst.
I did get an email with an invite to Bathurst. I know.
I'm looking at you because I know you got a twinkle in your eye. You'd love to do that.
I mean, I'm afraid of driving a streetcar in Australia. With my habits, they're
110K is the limit there.
Yeah, they're liable not to let me out of the country. But no, it would be a wonderful honor to go down there. What a cool honor as a champion to get to go to Bathurst. And I mean, the Bathurst 1000 is one of the ultimate events in all of motorsports. You're talking Indy 500, 24 hours of Daytona, Le Mans, Daytona. I mean, these are world events, and the Bathurst 1000 is certainly one of them.
Great battle about to ensue between Ave Riley's new chassis and a Poncho Weaver prepared Boris said at the wheel car Dodge Challenger. Just as it was in the day, as it is and always will be here in 2022. Trans Am at its finest. The longer it gets, the better it is. And we are celebrating the best road racing series and the longest running road racing series in the United States of America. That roar tells you everything you need to know about why we enjoy this sport. VIR will not disappoint. Glad to see the all bright blue Lucas prepared, and we're on board with him. Tommy Dreesy car out there. Tommy's always a thrill a minute. He's from Hollywood and he writes the script for most of his races, and he's going to be out there again today doing exactly that. But we do have some really good stories. Good to see Keith Grant out there, another one of the Grant family, but not just another one. He's been doing a lot of LMP IMSA stuff, LMP3 stuff with his brother, so he is handy behind the wheel of a sports car and knows VIR well. And also, we're going to keep an eye on Matty Brabham. How far can he get? What do you think?
It's funny you say another Grant. I remember that in the early 90s, they would say another Andretti in IndyCar.
Yes.
So, and there ended up being four of us, at one point in there, and cousins and uncles and brothers and such like that. So between the four of them, but really, really cool to see the Grants out here doing their thing, and Keith Grant, honor for him to be in our paddock as well. Like I said, he's been out there mixing up with my nephew Jared in the LMP3 class in IMSA, where so that's a very, very challenging series, very challenging cars to drive, and I'm anxious to see after his weekend what his assessment is of what he thought of these TA cars.
Now, serious question as we go on board with Tommy Dreesy again, but I've just been watching a documentary on the Murdoch Empire and who will take over. Now, what about the Andretti Empire? Who gets to do the two-seater after Mario hangs up the helmet?
I think he's going to outlive all of us anyway, so I don't think it's something that none of us have to worry about.
Trouble is, if you get that accolade, you have to decorate the Christmas tree.
Exactly right, exactly right. No, it's incredible here, and we're looking here at Ken Twaits, getting the car warmed up. It's like I said, it's a cool ambient day here, like yesterday, Jonathan Green, and but the sun's out, so that means that I bet track temp is right where they need it to be. So got to just get that chill off the tire from sitting around out there in the cold ambient, and once they get out there and get some temperature, and it's going to be good times to go rolling. But this is looking forward to this. We're going to probably maybe see a breakaway from the top two when you look at practice pace from the weekend, and really Chris Dyson, Matthew Brabham, and which he has to come through the field, but Matthew Brabham and Boris said in that Weaver Dodge have all kind of been on a plane of their own, so it should be a really good, fun battle up to the top three. I'm sure Matty wouldn't mind once he gets through some of this back marker of the field of the mixed class racing, if he can't just get to a little bit of slowdown in action and bunch up those top three and get to mixing it up there with the top with those top two. What I predict, hopefully coming forward in this race, as Chris Dyson is looking right square in the back of that pace car of ours from Trans Am Series.
Yeah, you mentioned a very good point. I said, does Chris Dyson lay back now? He's got the championship. Heck no. He's developing this car, and so he's going to go hell-bent for leather for sure here at VIR. He's got the famous 16. His dad carried that, as he has earlier in his career, but he has got his own number 20 being driven by Matthew Brabham. But yeah, I can assure you that with this new chassis, he'll want to show certainly the challenger behind him. And I don't just mean the challenger, I mean the Dodge behind him of Boris said. Boris, a handy man to take on here at VIR, always loves it here, has raced this identical car at VIR for the first time, I think it was, when they a few years ago before COVID. So Boris knows what he's doing in that car, and he'll give Dyson a run for his money. We're going to go around another lap.
Yeah, he won here, I believe it was 2019.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, in a Weaver Dodge, and really just did it in dominating fashion that year. So I think it'll be harder work for him this year for sure. And then this is the battle for second in points here, isn't it, Jonathan Green?
Yeah, the battle for second is not over by any means. Tommy Dreesy's second, but he can't catch Dyson, obviously, the championship over. But Ken could certainly, 6 points behind Dreesy, catch him. And Ruman has had a really good run since mid-Ohio and is right there in that Corvette number 23 McNichols machine.
Yeah, this is what the race is on in the championship right now, and this is a great battle for second place. And these all kind of got jockeyed up throughout the year, and really, like, Amy has been that solid, just keep on bringing it home, keep on bringing it home. She had the rare DNF there up at Watkins Glen. Otherwise, this picture might even look a little bit different had that not happened, considering all the other problems. And really the great run that Tommy Dreesy ended up having there is what catapulted him back up into this fight. So it's been really fascinating, and it's not going to end here. So that battle for second place is going to carry all the way down to Circuit of the Americas in a month's time.
Well, I know you're looking forward to that if you can get a chance to get behind the wheel, because everybody loves racing at October. Chris Dyson will be there. That is at the beginning of November as we finish off our season. Beautiful conditions here at VIR. Dyson looking to finish on a high. It's been one heck of a season, as we've said, but the race is on for the runner-up spot in this championship. Talk about living the dream. You know, we saw a little shot there of Ken Thwaites. I always think about, you know, it's a hackneyed phrase. We always say, oh, I'm living the dream, living the dream. Well, Ken Thwaites is living the dream, because he literally became a champion with that Audi R8 a couple of years ago in XGT, when it became a category which he helped invent and helped sort of procure. And yeah, it's just great to see him now forming his own Showtime team at Nashville. He was in his element with 4 cars, and he even brought the head of Trackhouse to race for him in TA as well, in Justin Marks. And, you know, the guy is absolutely firing on all cylinders. And as a professional, this is a guy that gave up racing for a long time, and he's come back.
Yeah, he went to run his business, and run his business he did. And I was one of those blessed to be recipients in that business. And it's a wonderful business, the ride drive business that he's had a company operating in for many years now. And he's an entrepreneur, so that's just the tip of the iceberg for him. He's got, and Franklin Road Apparel, as we know, as a title sponsor of our event here, and a huge supporter of the series. This is another business of his as well. And he's not only, you say he's living the dream, but he's a man that is just so humble and enjoying every moment of his life and his blessings. And his wife Shelly's around a lot and enjoying this, and they're in their Renegade, and they just they have a great time coming here to these Trans Am races. And it truly is just a wonderful paddock to be in. If we're ever in your neighborhood, you know where to come find us, because it's a great place to be for sure. Here we come to getting the green here, Jonathan.
Onto the main straight, out of the hog pen. It's 100 miles, win or bust here in Trans Am, as the TA, XGT, SGT and GT cars head down for the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. Good start from Boris said. The green flag waves. Dyson's got away well, though. And already jostling for position is Boris said in second place, and he dives into that seconds and clears it. Dreesy's got away well. McNichols, number 23 of Amy Ruman, going round the outside of Hinkle.
Yeah, Keith Grant was looking really racy there, and Boris got nice and wide on the entry there, as Ken Thwaites getting a little bit of a wiggle there, getting into 3.
Yeah, I think he got touched from behind then, actually.
Right. Yeah, I believe you're right. I believe he had a little bit of help.
Oh, that's more than a touch, though. Ken Thwaites in big trouble. That's a double hit, and Thwaites is out, and we were on board for it.
Yeah, that was absolutely just turned right down on Ken Twaits. Jeff Hinkle did there. Just wasn't expecting him to be there at all. But when the doors open, you have to expect that someone could be.
And there's more drama. Look
there. And we got a Porsche turned around. Lot of stuff coming on outside there.
Wow, this has been a dramatic start.
Complex.
Whew, take your breath, folks, because well, that all started when we were on board with Ken Twaits out of one, and I saw him get a hit from behind, and then suddenly he got embroiled with Hinkle, who'd already gone around the outside and got overtaken. Let's have a look. Look, we're on board with Ken. Watch, boom. That's a hit to me.
Yeah,
he now
absolutely.
turns in on his normal line.
And he's right behind Paul Fix there. Paul Fix gets a run on Jeff Hinkle. The door's open, and Jeff Hinkle goes and shuts it right down, even though Ken was right there inside. And then the second hit comes from, it's a bounce. You bounce off. And it looks like, I hope Ken didn't injure himself. I think it looked like maybe his left wrist might have get caught in the wheel there if we get another replay of that, another shot to look at that. But we're going to be full course caution for this, and that's not a surprise. But we see some
damage.
One of our
and you got to think that Hinkle's reaction was due to the fact that Paul Fix had come through, and he was like, hecking, I've left the door open here. I've got to get across, because he wasn't turning into the corner at that specific moment. He was trying to defend his position, having already been overtaken on that mini straight. Full caution then, and we take our breath here. But a dramatic start to our 100 miles here as the tow trucks get more lap times than the cars at the moment. Out they go at the beginning of the Snake.
That was Cary Grant, the Porsche that we saw with the body parts hanging off of it, unfortunately. I don't think that's going to be a race ending. Hopefully not. But we talk about the Grant family, and unfortunately one of them, I guess when you have the high percentages of them in the field, chances if there's going to be a problem out there, one of them might get hit by it. But yeah, that was an absolute shame there. And I mean, it's kind of hard to see from that angle on the overhead. But yeah, you know, when you're on these starts, Jonathan, it's so important to always look in your mirrors before you turn in the corner, because that's when we're packed up. That's when anyone can attack, and it's at the you got to be expecting the unexpected. And when the door was left open like that, you're gonna go for that hole, and that's exactly what Ken Twaits did, and it came shutting down. It came shutting down quick, fast, and a hurry in him. And unfortunately, it looks like it definitely ended the race for Ken Twaits. And that's a shame. He's just had a really, really rotten bit of luck here lately.
Yeah, there we are, bigging him up, how he's living the dream. Well, the dream came to a bit of a nightmare there. But never mind. At the front, Chris Dyson still leading from Boris said. Keith Grant got a good start, and it's good to see Keith involved this weekend, because we've seen plenty of Milton and Richard, but we haven't seen too much of Keith Grant here in Trans Am, and he's in a good position in third. Tommy Dreesy just behind him, and of course the Dreesy-Ruman battle is about to commence in fourth and fifth, and I say that because those two have got some pretty good history over the years.
Absolutely. They definitely have. Anybody who's been a Trans Am fan for some time knows some history there. But absolutely, I mean, that's all well and done. That's water underneath the bridge. We're all professionals here. But it's down to point fight for them two. Obviously this has really hurt Ken moving forward going into. But then again, there's a lot of racing left here today. A ton of racing left going up for us here today, Jonathan. I think we've been joined by a guest here.
Yes. Would you like to introduce him?
Yes, right here. We got Mike Evok. Mike Evok here is Racing for Heroes. Welcome, Mike, up here to the booth as we see the damage on another one of the Grant cars. So it looks like that one was fell victim of two Grant cars. This is Richard Grant. But welcome up here to the booth, Mike. Tell us about yourself here in Racing for Heroes.
Thanks for having me, Adam. Racing for Heroes, it's a 501c3 nonprofit for disabled veterans. We use racing as a platform to get the veterans to come in and use it for racing therapy too.
That absolutely, and you were so gracious to open your doors this morning to my wife Tabitha and I, and give us a tour of what you're doing. And it's so much more than what meets the eye. I mean, there's a lot to be said for reaching out and therapies and just talking with these veterans to help with the cause. But you're going that extra mile. I mean, you have a hyperbaric chamber in there. You have doctors that are coming on staff. Speak a little bit about how you're growing this and what you guys are doing that's so unique to help with the mental health of our veterans.
For the unique side of it, we use the unconventional method, trying to get the guys and gals off the conventional meds. So using vitamin programs, a hyperbaric chamber, flotation tanks, things like that. And then having our own doctor on board is very helpful. He knows, he understands, he's a veteran himself. so he gets it to 100%. Plus, he's a client.
That's that's awesome. But and I tell you, like, you know, one of the statistics that always floors anybody out there is the number 22. And I think I know my sister personally, she works with the American Legion on the marketing department at the national office in Indianapolis. My sister-in-law Diane works there as well. But I know how big of a mission it is for this 22. And for those that don't know what the number 22 means, every 22 minutes we have a veteran unfortunately taking their own life. But there's a more scary statistic, and the way that you have put the numbers together that I think is even more eye-opening, and it certainly touched me last night when I read it. Speak to that a little bit, the ratio.
So the 22's a number. I don't know how accurate it is. Nobody really does. But the real number is 4 to 5. So 5 to 1 ratio. So for every person we've lost in combat, veteran we lost in combat, we lose 5 with the war at home, dealing with the stresses of combat and coming back from combat. It's a lot different nowadays, you know. You can be in a firefight on Wednesday, and with aircraft, you're back in your living room on Friday evening, and there's no decompression zone in there. So it's a big, you know, bullets flying to wife and kids, you know, asking daily questions. It's not an easy transition. We don't have an off and on switch. No. We don't have a kill switch like a race car.
You're human. You're human,
right.
and
exactly.
So that's the one that really hit me. But you know, and it is National Mental Health Awareness Month, on top of like breast cancer awareness, and you know, we spoke earlier. If you don't know somebody who has mental health, I don't know if you've actually lived. You know, every family's either been affected by it, either on the mental health side or as tragic as suicide is on that side. So thank you for bringing attention to that and helping out these veterans and taking it to the next level. I've seen you grow in a year. I look forward to seeing what you do with Racing for Heroes in the years to come, because I honestly see a vision where you could be setting up your facilities all over this country and helping out so many people that could use that help.
Yeah, we are growing. We've got facilities we're working out on the West Coast all the way back through. So it's time and energy. You know, it takes a while to grow. It doesn't happen overnight, that's for sure.
No, sir. Well, tell the fans at home how they can help out, and thank you again for joining us.
Yeah, just reach out to us on racingforheroes.org. Just go to www.racingforheroes.org, see what we're doing. Come out and support us. Come out and check us out at the track. 17 December, we have a Blue Jean Gala here at VIR. So you put your car on the track all day, then come have some beverages and some music and some food and bid on some auction items we have in the evening.
That's awesome. That's great stuff. And you can find Mike on the racetrack too, dirt late model races as well. But thank you again, Mike. It's a treat having you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You've been listening to Mike Evok for Racing for Heroes, under our caution, and of course Adam Andretti. We're getting the latest from the caution. We're under caution because there's been so much going on. Let's see if we can hit up Ben for the latest. He's been running around the pit lane, finding out who's hurt, who's not, and I say hurt, but which cars are damaged, I should say. Nobody's hurt. But let's see if we can bring Ben in and find out what's happened down in the pits.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well,
That's
hey, thanks,
really
guys. I'm here with Jeremy Joyner with Franklin Road Apparel and Ken Twaits. You said you were watching it. What did you see, and what's your driver saying?
I haven't heard anything from him, but it looks like somebody got in the back of him, got him loose. He got his line, and it looked like Hinkle just shut the door on him and bounced off of him and hit him again. So we don't know anything yet.
And with such a close race for the championship for a second for Ken Twaits, I know that means a lot. This has really got to hurt.
Yeah, we hadn't had a good weekend with Ken. We just can't catch a break, but we'll see. Well, as soon as we hear something from him, we'll know more.
All right, well, there's some Jeremy Joyner here. Gentlemen, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we are looking at the replay, and I want to bring Adam in again here. You were talking about that double bounce. That's almost an effect of the first hit, right?
Yeah, that's the inertia. That's the energy just coming, has nowhere else to go, and you know, I call it you get stuck to each other. You know, the first one might have been intentional, but the second one wasn't. You tried to get away from each other, but yeah, that was an absolute shame. I feel so bad for Ken. He didn't even get his race started. Like Jeremy said there, they just haven't caught a break all weekend long. He couldn't catch a break in qualifying, and you know, just one of those weekends. And you know, you just, I'm sure he just wants to get this behind him, move on to Coda. You know, that's all part of our game, right? You got to just we always focus forward in this game, like we should.
Well, we've had a long caution, and as drivers, I wonder, this has got to be tough when it doesn't matter whether you're Chris Dyson at the front that we're looking at here, or Boris trying to chase him down. You've got to go through some systems checks. You've got to make sure that car is ready to go, and you're ready to go, more importantly, mentally, because you get all G'd up for the adrenaline at the start of a race, and then you have 20 minutes where you suddenly...
Yeah, right. And we're going to get going green, I think, this time by is what the word is. But nonetheless, that's absolutely right, Jonathan. Your adrenaline's all ready to go. You get the green, and then, you just... your shoulders go down. You're like, man, are you kidding me? We're going to go caution right away. And so you're right. It's like the womp 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 music in the background. And but nonetheless, it's they're going to get going racing this time around. And we got another guest up here with us.
Yeah, I'm just about to say whether I bring him in or not, because I think we're about to go racing. But yeah, we're going to get some insight here from plenty of people as the day goes on, but I've got a feeling we're going to have plenty of time to talk in a minute.
Right, yeah.
Because I think we're going to have a busy day. We've lost quite a lot of attrition in the opening lap of this one because, just to catch you up, involved in a big incident was Hinkle and Ken Thwaites. Thwaites coming off worst. I think Hinkle got some damage, but he's still out there. Ken was hit from behind and then suddenly got into the side of Hinkle twice and then went off.
And 50% of the grants, unfortunately, were involved in that with
They'll
Kerry
need a grant
and
just to get the repairs done.
Yeah, right. And
away we go then! And a good restart from Chris Dyson, but here comes Boris Said looking up the inside, looking menacing in that Poncho Weaver prepared Dodge Challenger Dayglow Yellow.
Yeah,
5 of the 31.
We've seen that Challenger anytime it's hit the track this year. It's got some great handling down the straightaway on top of everything else, but it showed right there some great acceleration, and he was poking the nose, and Chris Dyson had to do a little bit of protecting there, but Chris has seemed to open up a tad bit of a gap here, a couple of car lengths, and we'll see how that happens after we get through the S's. I believe when we get into the high-speed stuff, that's really when we see what this new Ave Riley chassis is really made of.
Looks very smooth. Every driver I've spoken to, I keep trying to pinpoint, because I'm not going to drive one. I always try to pinpoint what they're saying about it, and everyone to a man has said, it just feels more like a race car.
I'll give you a hint. The keys to Dyson's are in it at night, so you just got to go sneak in there, Jonathan.
Good to know. Where does he keep them? Oh, God. It's menacing enough having Brabham in his car. He does not need green.
Right, exactly. No, I've seen you here last year in a Tesla, I believe it was, wasn't it? So
let's not talk about that. Matt's here today.
Last thing we need you is out there going out in 900 horsepower, one of these monsters. But as we get back to racing here, I believe that's our GT class leader there in Aaron Pierce in the number 26 Chevrolet Corvette. Right behind, I believe that was Saunders there. And Brabham moving up through the field as he's in P9 already, as we're only on lap 5. And I believe it's only working the second lap of green flag action.
Yep, we'll keep an eye on all the classes because we've obviously got TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. Billy Griffin out there as well this weekend. And we're also keeping an eye on Cochran, the man from Panama who had a issue with his power steering earlier in the weekend. I went and saw him, and he showed the power steering to me and said, "This broke. This is no good." But he's back out and running.
Matt Brabham looks he's up at a P6 now, right behind. It looks like Paul Fix. So the teammates there working their way through the field. I believe Paul Fix there, P5.
Yep.
Or 6, excuse me. So it's a battle for 6 that's between Paul Fix and the teammate there, Matt Brabham.
Yeah, Paul Fix top 5 last time out at the Glen. So good to see Paul Fix. He's had an on and off again season where he's been in the car and then come back.
Yeah, he and his wife Lauren are having a great time over there at CD Racing, and it's been well received. And I know that they're just the opportunity to get into Humaid's car and come out here and get back to race for the Trans Am Series. I know they really chomping at the bit to do that. So it's great to have them back in here, and Paul's there doing a great job, holding a pretty wheel.
Yeah, Humaid Massoud is another one that has not had a full season in this nice white and blue car, but when he gets a chance, he races hard for Chris Dyson. And here comes Brabham. Well, I didn't say it would take long, did I? And the Altwell number 20 is up another place, and now I think he's right behind. It looks like Amy Ruman and Tommy Dreesy, and he's going to make short work of those two if he can. But it gets a bit harder the closer you get to the guys fighting each other. And I'm thinking Dreesy and Ruman here as the LSI Corvette comes in of Pierce. No, Bailey.
No,
Larry
that's going to be Bailey, yeah. So, the SGT of Bailey in there. But that is under the same camp of Aaron Pierce. So they're out of Indiana like myself. So it's nice to see a couple of Hoosiers here in the paddock and seeing them around. But you see Matt Brabham's already caught up to Amy Ruman. I bet Amy, as savvy as she is, she's not going to make it real hard work for Matt Brabham out there. I think she's going to go ahead and say, go down and get Tommy Dreese for me and see if I can't open up a hole and see if I can't get in there and get some of these points.
So Dyson with a 1 second lead over Boris Said, who's keeping a watchful eye on him. Keith Grant in third position. Dreese and Ruman about to go to battle, but then Brabham is coming through as we go back on board with Chris Dyson. About to head through the Optima S's one more time and up the hill.
Yeah, Chris is just really laying down nice, consistent lap times. No real drama out there at all. I think these are just cruising laps for him. He's just setting a pace right now because that could keep him from being under the attack. He got Keith Grant out there just running a lonesome third place, but don't look too hard because Matt Brabham's got through on the two-time champ of Amy Ruman, and he's right on the back bumper now of Tommy Dreese.
Looks as though Ken Thwaites has just come into the pits, and we obviously knew about his incident, but he managed to crawl back to the pits by the sound of things. So we'll see if Ben can catch up with him. I can't see him myself yet.
It sounds
Brabham
like
already got past Amy Ruman.
Sounds like maybe he might have Ken around there. So yeah, we'll get confirmation on that. But yeah, good racing here all the way through the pack as we see Matthew Brabham right there on the tail of Tommy Dreese. This is for the fourth position here. So, or is it for P3? I think it might. No, P4. Excuse me, P4. Yeah, right behind Keith Grant there, who's rounding out the podium positions. But you see Matthew would really roll the corner with a lot of speed inside that CD Racing Allgram and Altwell CBD Ford Mustang.
So we're on board with Tommy Dreese as he crosses the line again, flat out at over 160 miles an hour. And Brabham almost alongside him as they come down towards the first corner, but Matty holds back. The former Indy Lights champion because he was been racing in Indy Lights this year as well and almost won it again. But truck racer, Indy Lights racer, and Trans Am.
You can see how late they took each other into the braking zone there. They both couldn't get to the apex, and Dreese barely kept it on. Oh, nice dive down into turn 4 there for Matthew Brabham as he's going to go on the attack now. So Keith's going to, been enjoying a little bit of lonesome time here, but I think he's going to get a nice little elbows up battle here for Matthew Brabham. That's going to make some exciting viewership for us all.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Boris said has been doing double duty, and there's two men here in the booth, Tommy Sheehan and Adam Andretti. You could tell us a little bit about doing double duty, or a lot of racing anyway.
Well, we raced this weekend, and in the TA2 class, and the Mike Cope camp had a pretty good weekend. The cars ran pretty strong, and I think it was a pretty entertaining race. But today, it's all about TA, and I'm here to support the TA class, and been hanging out with Chris Dyson. He's kind of a mentor for me. Very high-level team doing incredible things in the series. And
that's high praise from a guy who's been here, done that, and got the T-shirt. You've got a lot of races under your belt, but it just shows you the respect that Dyson has in this particular field, doesn't it?
They are the best. They are truly a high-level professional team, and that's what the TA series is all about. These are really powerful cars, very technical, and they do a great job showcasing that class.
What do you see there, boys?
That's not good. I can see. I mean, I'm not an engine builder, but that doesn't look good. And that looked like a little mix of oil and water coming out of the exhaust pipes. And I'm sure Boris is somewhat like a kaboom. Maybe is the hand signal I see, but that's not good. So we're going to see a replay here. Tommy Dreese. See if we see what happened here as far as with the. This is a good pass underneath Matthew Brabham. That was a pass for fourth place. What a nice job. What textbook pass. Very similar to what we saw Brent Cruz do one corner earlier late yesterday in TA2 race.
Yeah, you got to think now that with Boris Said in the pits, Dyson's on his own, but he's going to have the company of his teammate fairly soon. So that could be a good show to put on.
Very much so. Yeah, absolutely. No, Matthew's coming, and like I said, if this gets bunched up again, Matthew actually needed that caution to come out like 3 or 4 laps into the race, after he got through some of the field. But that caution came out right away, and he was still buried in traffic. But he's made short work of this and got himself onto a podium spot. And how about Keith Grant up there in a P2?
Really impressive.
I'm not 100% sure, but I'm guessing and thinking this is his first ever TA race, and he's showing up to be doing a great job here. And I would expect that. These cars, they're it's far cry from an LMP3 car.
Yeah, no kidding.
But he's with an LMP3 car. You got to hold the foot to the floor when it's telling you shouldn't, and that's a lot like a TA car.
Yeah, I was just looking at Lee Saunders leading the way in SGT. He's got a good battle on his hands. And Saunders currently 9th overall, but he's got Aaron Pierce behind him in the 26, that all-yellow car. So this is a good battle for position in SGT. And Lee Saunders, as always, in that Dodge Viper, the man from Florida. As Dyson's starting to pass through some of the other cars, looking at the traffic here. And now is the important time for him. He's got to keep his concentration. He won't be too worried to hear that Matthew Brabham's behind him and Grant is behind him. But he can probably hear on the radio that Brabham is coming and coming fast.
These are data laps right now for Chris Dyson and this new Ave Riley chassis, and you could probably speak to that more, Tom, since you've been real close to the team and watching them develop this for a few months now.
Yeah, bringing in a new car to a program is always a big challenge. You test, but until you drive that car in anger, under heavy pressure, where you got guys like Boris said, breathing down your neck, you really don't know what you got, and you really don't know what's going to wear out and how long it's going to last. So some great information these guys are going to learn over this next race or two to get ready for next year.
David Pintarik in the number 57. Great to see him back racing. He had some time off during the COVID period. Got quite ill and was worried that he wouldn't have the strength and to come back, but he came back with a vengeance, and quite emotional when he did too. And so I'm really happy to see David. Got to know him well since his return to racing. Sadly though, it looks as though he's parked up and not going anywhere.
So this is Ave Riley, I believe 001, chassis 001, and this one, the number 16 is 003. So that's absolutely the number one of these Ave Riley new Trans Am chassis that David Pintarik unfortunately just retired in. But David was just here a week ago during the SCCA runoff, sat on pole in the thing. Unfortunately, the wet wasn't too kind to him. I'll leave it at that. But nonetheless, another honor for David Pintarik and his whole race team is, a big deal for us racers right in the wintertime, the beginning of December is, and you see Matthew Brabham has caught up to Keith Grant and is hounding the young driver right there. But PRI, the Performance Racing Industry Trade Show, they always hang a race car up at the main entry, and it's like so cool to see this race car hanging up. Well, David Pintarik gets to have his race car hanging up there, so it'll not only be that race car, it's going to be that big, beautiful American flag, and what a great way to celebrate our sport. So as we see Matthew Brabham right on the tail, Kerry hit some traffic ahead, trying to time this out and get this timed properly, because up the S's is when this gets to be a little tricky. But Matthew's more than patient. He's such a professional that he's not going to rush this. He knows that he's got pace on it, and we're literally got 20 laps left here, Tom.
Yeah, I think he's going to wait. Go ahead.
I was really impressed with Keith Grant in qualifying yesterday. I thought he did a phenomenal job. Not a lot of time in that car. He was impressive. He was smooth. He looked comfortable. So let's see how he does. Matty is outstanding, incredible talent. A great test for Keith Grant to see what he can do with Matty Brabham.
I know there's been a fair few Brabhams in the past, but I think Sir Jack would smile kindly on this young man, because Matthew is the epitome of what Sir Jack was and how it all started for the great Jack Brabham, because, he pretty much turns his hand at any kind of car. He's your classic kind of racing driver. Give me some wheels and I'll show you what I can do.
100%. I mean, the whole Brabham family has to be proud of Matt Brabham and what he's doing with their legacy, and because he's doing it absolutely proud on and off the racetrack. The way he presents himself, the way he handles himself with the race fans, with teams, on the racetrack. He's a gentleman racer on top of it all, and that's what we've always known the Brabhams to be. Is they're gonna beat you and they're gonna hound you, but they're gonna race you like a gentleman.
Into the first corner, Brabham makes his move for second place.
On
Textbook
cue.
overtake.
Thank you, Matt. On cue. Making me look good up here.
Well done. Nice pass.
Beautiful, beautiful job. Beautiful job by Matthew Brabham. And you wouldn't expect nothing less. And now my advice to Keith is, where Matthew's so good in these cars, right, get a target on his back and learn. Because that's what a guy like Keith Grant can do here, is just kind of take a look at that. But Matt's going for it, though. He's going to take off.
Here's another look at it. Boys, talk motor racing to me. This is classic.
I mean, he's far back, too. I mean, he's going to go. And you're looking at Matthew Brabham, one of the late breakers. And it looks like the door was left open there from Keith right on entry. And Matthew's like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit more brake pressure and get to the corner.
Yeah, he rolled the entry and just took the turn away from him. And there was really nothing Grant could do. But he was smart enough just to realize he'd lost it. And now he can learn something.
You know, I got a question for you, Tommy. We had Matt up here in the booth yesterday, and I said, you know, you've raced so many different things. You're a single-seater, or you're known more for your single-seater exploits and your truck racing in the last few years. Why Trans Am? And he said, he just smiled. He said, because it's the fastest thing you can race. He said, there's not many things you can race at 175 miles an hour. We call you the Iron Man because you've got so many races under your belt. Is it the same for you?
I would say the dream of anybody who's driven anything would be to drive a TA car. They are by far the most exciting, very fast, high horsepower, high grip, high load. They do it all, and you still have to drive that car. There are no aids in that car. You have to make it happen. It's all on the driver. You got the wheel, you got the brake pedal, you got the throttle, and it's on you. Everything that happens out there is through those talents. The information.
Mike Cope or any of the team managers don't need to look at the data on the computer to know whether you've got what it takes to drive one of these things. You can't hide.
No, you cannot hide in these cars, and that's exactly what Matthew was up here smiling so big about yesterday, was the horsepower, right? Formula One is the only thing that's at the horsepower level of a TA car. You know, an Indy car is like 750 horsepower. Cup cars, they have 500 horsepower packages, 700 horsepower packages. So they're not even anywhere near this horsepower package anymore. So top level of motorsports, you're looking at Formula One and Trans Am.
Yeah, but hang on a minute.
If you want to have horsepower, so
you don't have. Yeah, hang on, Lewis Hamilton. But Lewis Hamilton has 45 people, 400 back at the thing, and a masseuse.
Exactly. and here you got the Davis versus Goliath. And you look at Billy Griffin here, as you see Kerry Hitt coming around. Billy is, during qualifying, I believe, a practice, they took a part from another class of racing into an oil cooler. And they actually had to go to some Ford dealerships in the area. We're searching around Ford dealerships in the area to find this oil cooler so they could get back on the racetrack. So incredible stories. This is just one of the many stories inside the Trans Am paddock. Would you agree, Tom, on any given weekend of adversity, overcoming it, and finding everybody in the paddock, or somebody there to help you?
And isn't that racing? You plan for a time certain event. You want it to be perfect. You want it to go off flawlessly, but there isn't a driver or a team manager or a crew chief that can tell you they didn't have to overcome something to make it through the weekend. And it's just a testament to the spirit of anybody who wants to field a race car. You're committed and you're working hard 24/7, 365 days a year, and everybody just gets to see this glimpse of the show on Sunday.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Really, really, really good way to put it. As we're creeping up on the halfway point of this race here, Jonathan Green.
Yep, Brabham now 9 seconds behind Dyson. Dyson's led from the get-go. Grant's still there in third place. He's now losing a little bit of time. And as we go down the list, we'll go through each and every one of the different categories. The Saunders battle still continues to go. Dreesy and Ruman are still at it fixed, just behind them in 6th place. Hinkle in 7th. And here is your SGT leader. That's the number 42.
Yeah, and Matthew Brabham is laying it down. He has just put down a 45.2, which just made that the fastest lap of the race by 1.2 seconds. So, it may not be lonely for the boss up there in P1 for too long, but this could turn out to be a lot of fun. But he is 9 seconds back, so he may need a little. Billy Griffin. We see Jeff Hinkle here as well. He's TA class in that Dodge. As we look at the 42 here, the 42 we have of Danny Lowry. He's an XGT in that Porsche. He's in 15th overall, leading XGT.
Dyson now going past the Factory 5 car of luck.
That Factory 5 car, Brian Gluck, that's a really cool story too.
Yeah.
You know, they've taken, he explained it to me in a really good way where, like Porsche's philosophy has always been, let's build a race car and then we'll turn it into a street car. And that's where obviously a lot of their success comes from, and that's really what's been emulated by other manufacturers. Well, they took this Factory 5 GTM, and they have made it a race car. It was a road car and a race car. Well, Brian's background is he's a pilot for our military, and I forget what branch, so excuse me on that. I apologize, Brian, but he flies, and he's also a test pilot. So when he would drive this thing and it was crabbing on him, you just corrected on a. So when they would look at the videos and they see his wheel turn, they're like, we're in a straight line, you're on a straightaway. The wheel's not supposed to be turned. Well, that's how I go straight.
Yeah,
so he's got so many fun stories of how. So they've really had to rebuild all the uprights, all the control arms, and everything to make that a race car. So every time they hit the track, it's kind of like a test session for them. And again, it speaks to just volumes to Trans Am and having that kind of variety and having that kind of open-mindedness to allow these packages to come in and get their racing done. And Brian is a heck of a character. I think we become fast friends, just over this weekend and meeting each other. And I'm really so fascinated by the project and what they do to move forward and what they are doing for veterans as well. And the message always seems to be strong when we get to Virginia with the veterans. So it's great to see Brian out here as we see a little replay. Come back through with the Factory 5 again. This is looking like Aaron Pierce and Chris Dyson, our overall leader, and leader in GT, are having got a little bottled up there with Brian.
Yeah, tough spot there. But it looks like everybody made it through safe, and Chris did a great job getting through traffic, and so did Aaron. I mean, that could have been a moment there.
I misspoke earlier. Danny Lowry, of course, leading XGT, but the battle is still on between SGT with Lee Saunders leading it, but a good battle between Cary Grant and Aaron Pierce. They're 10th and 11th overall, but fighting for the podium in SGT. Just wanted to correct myself there because we saw Danny Lowry doing a good job in XGT, and I was mentioning Ken Thwaites, the first winner of the XGT Championship. And then Griffin down in 14th position overall in that GT class.
I believe we saw Kerry hit, unfortunately, as a retirement there. Oh, we got a big hit with Dyson in.
You know, and this could put Dyson out of this race because
that was with the 0-2, and that's with Larry Bailey, and that's a big hit. Yeah.
I don't want to say I warned you so, but I said this is where the concentration is needed when you're going through cars that you've got a massive lead, but you're going past cars that are so much at a different pace than you that you've got to have your wits about you. And sadly, it's caught the number 16 out, and poor old Chris Dyson. He was on to almost a walk in the park. But.
Well, absolutely, and that's all we ever ask of the slower traffic is just be predictable, right? Just drive your line, let the faster cars get around, and I don't believe that's what Chris found there. So let's look at the replay before we make any assumptions here.
Guys, you take it up.
So on board here, looks like Chris is getting through the S's. He's going to have the run. The braking at the top of the S's is not usually the thing, and you're not usually turning in that early. I honestly think that, we had a back marker trying to get out of the way, and Larry Bailey was trying to get out of the way and doing things that we're not expecting. And honestly, Tom, that we just want them to stay doing what they're doing, be predictable, and we'll make our way around.
Yeah, the Larry Bailey's car, he really didn't have enough energy to have to use all that part of the track. He really could have stayed driver's right and just kept it tidy. And I think that's what Chris saw, was that car was going at a pace that it should be able to stay driver's right, and he should just be able to make it a real easy pass. The car just stepped out in front of Dyson and gave him really nowhere to go up there. You really don't want to pull out at speed on the grass and try something to avoid out there, because you go for a long way out of the grass. There's no grip out there.
And you could tell that's the new baby, because Chris is out there. Chris is out there.
He doesn't want to bend that chassis.
Making sure and just patting it down. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
We'll get you back. We'll get you massaged, and it'll be fine for COTA. But that's the last thing you want to happen out there with a brand new car. And so sorry to see that for you, Chris.
Yeah, I'm a bit shattered for the team. I watched that team yesterday rebuild Matty Brambham's car in. They were methodical. There was no hub. There was just people doing their job. Everybody had a role. They all executed, and
Yeah, Bailey's
That's just a shame for that team.
Yeah, they've had they again, talk about rough luck. We talked about earlier with Ken Thwaites and his early departure and the struggle of a weekend. Well, we can say the same thing about CD Racing. They've definitely had it dealt to them, the highs and the lows. Sitting on pole with the new car and track record with Chris Dyson to the blow up that they had yesterday. Here's another replay. And I think you say it just perfect. Yeah, there's not enough energy in this car to use up all the road. But even then, you stay right? The normal line is to stay right because you're setting up for turn 10 there on the left-hander. And that's two things Chris was expecting. Not enough energy, like you said, to get out there. But plus, you wouldn't be coming out there anyway. There's no reason to go where Chris was at. So again, just, my best advice, if you're out there learning or if you're out there in multi-class racing, and I'm sure you'll echo this, Tom, is hold your line and just do what you're doing and try not to think that you got to get out of the way. Do what you're doing, and the faster cars will always make their way through.
Yeah, the best way for any young driver is you have to think, you have to be predictable, and the line, the preferred line, that's yours, and stay on that, and the overtaking car will pass.
Well, we're under caution here at VIR, listening to Tom Sheehan and, of course, Adam Andretti. We'll take a short break from VIR, and we'll be back to get the resumption of this in our TA action after this.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Welcome back to VIR. We're under caution again here. Beautiful day here at Virginia International Raceway, deep in the heart of North Carolina and Virginia, just on the border, in fact. And we've got some news. Obviously, the leader, the championship-winning leader, Chris Dyson, out of proceedings. Let's find out the latest from the pit lane with Ben Sisson.
Yeah, I'm with Stevie Dix, lead mechanic with Dyson Racing. He's already a champion. You've got a brand new, that Ave Riley chassis. Super fast because he's already set the track record here in GT1 and in TA. But what's the driver saying here?
Well, it was just we were going up into the S's there, and we'd been behind a Corvette for a bit, and apparently Chris went to go by him. He didn't know he was there, it looked like to me when I was watching it on the replay. And it's just a shame. We had the Altwell CBD Ford up there, the new Ave Riley chassis. Beautiful car, handling beautifully, just learning the chassis, and picking up speed, gaining momentum with our seat time and all that kind of stuff. But these things happen in racing. It's a shame that it had to happen this afternoon. We had the series clinched, so it didn't kill us there. And then we'll put the thing back together and we'll be on it again at COTA.
But Brabham's doing really well in the championship-winning car.
So Matthew Brabham has come this weekend to drive Chris's normal car, the number 20, and he is in first place right now. It was looking good there for us. We thought we'd had a 1-2, but, stuff happens to you out there on the racetrack.
Now, I know Stevie Dix is a really good mechanic, but, man, you might have missed your calling at a funeral home. It's got to be so mournful, man. I just got to roast you a little bit.
Oh, I know.
You're always so sad on these things.
So sad when our cars do.
All right, gentlemen, back to you.
We cannot believe in the commentary booth that he would roast, as in Tom's words, the nicest man in the pit lane. How could he do that?
Well, Stevie's from Marin County, California, and there isn't a nicer, more gentle soul in this paddock.
Well, you can tell that in his voice.
He's affectionately known as Dixie. I mean, that whole team, you know, I mean, we all have known him as that, and you know, absolutely one of the most beautiful, mild-mannered souls, as you said, Tom, in this paddock. And, yeah, shame on you, Ben says. No, I'm just teasing. No, it's all in good fun. Dixie's not that sensitive. I'm sure that they're having a good chuckle down there through it all. That's what's so fun about this paddock, you know. I mean, we sit there and there's so much camaraderie. I mean, Tom and I solved all the world's problems in about 3 hours, you know, waiting to even get in this place because we're just so excited to get inside VIR. So that was back on Wednesday. It feels like a year ago.
It does. It does feel like a long time that we've been down here at VIR. Boy, a little damage on the rear of that Porsche.
That's Cary Grant, I believe. Yeah, that's the number 6 Porsche of Cary Grant. So that's one of the Grant gang out there. You know, they're filling out the TA field. They got 4 of them inside there.
So we're under caution here, and there's been some drama, to say the least. Dyson trying out that new chassis. I've got a question for both of you. I mentioned that Dreesy is in Hollywood. Well, he's been teasing us like one of those trailers all season long, him and Paul Gentilozzi, saying that they're going to get a new chassis, a Gentilozzi chassis. Now, what do we know about that? How does it compare? Or do we know anything about it? They said they hope to bring it back for COTA.
They're really good poker players over there. Because have you ever seen them pull their cards off their chest? Their cards have been folded up so close to the chest. They've definitely teased us back and forth, and so yeah, we got Paul Fix running a strong P5 again back with us in the Stop Flex Ford Mustang, and so and then Lee Saunders in this number 44 Dodge Viper. He's in SGT and leading that, and he's in P8 overall.
Yep, let's take, we talked to Paul Fix. Let's head down to Ben in the pit lane, and he can give us the latest on the Fix situation.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with Lauren Fix, the car coach, and also Paul Fix's boss. Just going to say that. We know Paul Fix is really fast here. I alluded it to in the grid walk. He won 3 years in a row here at VIR. What's your driver saying on the radio?
Oh, he says his car is fast. He loves running with Dyson Racing. He's going to get Amy. I know it. He had her a couple times dead to rights, but she closed the door on him, so keep your eyes on that, and then he's going to make his way up to Dreesy. So we could have 2 on a podium. It's not over with yet till the checker flag drops.
I love it. And you mentioned Amy Ruman because just a few years ago, the championship came down to the wire at Daytona between Paul Fix and Amy Ruman. She edged him out, so I'm sure there's no love lost there.
No, we're friends, but, you know, this is racing. When racing happens, there's no friendships. This is racing. We're serious.
Nice. And could you please media train Stevie Dix for us? Thanks. Back to you, gentlemen.
Oh, Ben, I tell you, you know, they say that racing drivers take risks. Ben's the biggest risk taker I know.
Oh yeah, no, he's counting on that black shirt blending him in somewhere because no, he's you know gonna have the whole paddock on the attack mode. But no, Lauren Fix, I know the Fix family for a long time, and yeah, it's great to see them back out here and. Great racing out there, and she's right. There's a lot of racing left, and there could still be, Dixie, I promise you, there still could be 2 CD racing cars on this podium after today.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Paul Fix has been in the car a couple times. He is quick. He's got a great history here at VIR, and I think he's kind of chomping at the bit here. I think he's been running a smart race, and now he's probably going to make his way up a spot or 2 before the end of this thing. That's my prediction.
So, could Matthew Brabham win a TA race here this afternoon? He's certainly odds on the way things are going, but there's plenty of action all the way through. Lee Saunders, I've just heard, has come into the pits, and that's not good news for it's good news for the SGT competition, but not good news for the Viper, this one, of Lee Saunders.
You know, a number of times here at VIR, the grass can be a factor, blocking off airflow to cool the car. And I'm sure it looks like Boris Said's car might have popped a head gasket.
Okay.
And that can happen. You get a little grass on the grill, you're not getting air. You've been up on somebody's bumper to take scrubbing tires, taking a couple restarts, running around under caution, and you could lose airflow with some debris. And the heat comes quick. You get to the critical point, and all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. So maybe some of these cars are just coming in to check the grill, make sure their cars are okay, to send their guys back out to make sure they can finish this race.
I might be speculating here, but he had the wheel turned, and they were tucking in and looking at side of the suspension. I think in the left front, they might have found something tucked inside the suspension, maybe in the control arm. It looked possibly something. And that's another thing here at VIR. You have to attack the curb so hard that when you're in one of those GT cars and some of the suspension pieces could be a little fragile, you could tweak one of those rod ends and it could cause an alignment issue and just kind of put you out of the game, couldn't it?
And it's a precision game. Going up through the fast S's, you can definitely drop a wheel into some of those holes out there off the preferred area of attack, and you can really do some damage real quick up there.
Yeah, he had a broken rotor in the front, in the left front there. So, yeah, so speculation was half right. You know, but again, and a broken rotor could come down to heat.
Yes.
It could have got a blocked, blocked cooler for the brake, duct, and next thing you know, you overheat the rotor, and that steel can't handle that either.
Yeah, and I'm happy to see that he made it back to the pits, because a blown-up rotor can be a real problem real fast, and you can throw away a race car, hurt a driver. There's all sorts of stories, horror stories of broken rotors, so I'm glad to see Lee made it back to the pits and his team can take care of the car, and it looks like he's safe.
Yeah, Lee Saunders has been a big part of our championship in SGT for many years. He loves the Dodge Viper and says he's not going to race anything else. A bit like Cindy Lux in that respect. They just love driving that big old front end engine car, and it gives them all the thrills they want. But sadly today it's not going to come to the fore. Chocron is going well. The man from Panama City is in 7th overall behind Hinkle. So we've got some good battles, and I'm also quietly looking at Tommy Dreesy, who's having a good day after having an approach to the weekend that wasn't spectacular in terms of time on track. So there's some good stories out there, and another great one in Matthew Brabham.
Yeah,
multiple stadium truck winner, championship winner, and single-seater hero, but now about to become a Trans Am hero as well.
Now, green again, and Dreesy makes no time to get around the GT car there of Cary Grant, I believe, and Amy might try to use that as a pick on this restart, but this is going to be a great race here at the front here on this restart. As Paul Fix is looking just to see if he can clean up the pieces and the scraps of what's going to come out of turn 2 here.
21 of 31 gone. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so it's really great to see this weekend a couple of stories. Tommy Dreesy, he's getting more and more comfortable in that program. He looks pretty racy out there today. And to see Claudio Burton back in the paddock and fielding a car is always exciting. Claudio has fielded some fantastic TA entries over the years, and we're really looking forward to the things he's bringing back to the series.
So a really good battle here. Amy Ruman under pressure. Dreesy putting pressure on Grant, and meanwhile Brabham off to the races and pulling away at the front as he's done from the back of this race. Remember, he started at the very back because he didn't qualify the car.
Yeah, exactly, and just made his way right to the front too, as predicted. But yeah, Tommy Dreesy is going to fill up the mirror here of Keith Grant, and absolutely tons of great stories throughout the entire paddock. As you know, here with the two-time champ of Amy Ruman and Paul Fix gets a huge run out of Oak Tree there and down the straightaway. I believe that's going to be a tough one for Amy to defend going down here into turn number 14 and 14A.
Yeah, super critical. Super critical to get a good run off Oak Tree. And if you get held up on putting power down coming off the exit, it's a half a mile straightaway. You're going to pay the price. Very hard to defend, and a mistake. A rare mistake for Amy, but a mistake nonetheless, and it might have cost her that spot.
No, and he didn't manage to hold on. It didn't get done. No, she was able to hold on to it, and the all-Graham stock flex Ford Mustang is still behind that McNichols Chevrolet Corvette, making hard work of it as they come down the front straightaway. Let's see if they're going to get a run down into turn number 1. Will Paul Fix make it under the braking zone?
Well, that was a champion's move right there by Amy Ruman to fend off that pass after she got that, looked like a bad run off of Oak Tree, but she is a competitor and she's fierce, and I always tell her she drives better when she's a little mad.
Yeah,
she's getting overtaken at NASCAR on the outside. And she did a great job of defending into turn 1 and on the exit of turn 1, but now she's lost out to Fix, and he has fixed the problem he had, which was Amy Ruman, because Paul Fix goes through, and that was a good little fight between them, and now Hinkle's joined the battle of the three-way battle. Meanwhile, Dreesy still all over Grant, can't get by him.
Well, it looks like Ruman's efforts really gave Dreesy a little breathing room to keep working on Grant. Looks like he's going to have Fix coming pretty soon, but he's going to have a little bit of a gap here that Fix will be forced to make up until he gets into the fray. So that gives Tommy Dreese a really good chance to work real hard. I'm sure his crew's telling him, get it done now, work hard now before you have to race a guy behind you.
Meanwhile, Jeff Hinkle was just sitting back there, just chomping at the bit that those two are racing and bringing the fight right to him. So it brought that fight right to him. So now Amy, instead of just fighting with Fix, now has to fight also with the likes of Jeff Hinkle.
Lap 22 of 31, Brabham, Grant, and Dreese. Guys, how much does the car change? Now we're getting into the sort of business end where the fuel load is going down. The tyres are probably feeling a little bit fed up with you fighting them all day long. Does the car change to the point where when you really need a good car, things are starting to not fall apart, but starting to wear?
I think you're always under a balance, and the balance right now is probably not in the driver's favor.
Yeah.
The fuel load under those caution laps doesn't burn off.
Okay.
So they're going to be still carrying a little bit more fuel than you would have calculated if this thing had gone green. So the tire degradation also isn't as bad.
Right.
So we have a little better tire. We have a little bit more weight. So it's I don't think the cars will get to the point that the weight loss and the tire degradation will be that hard on the whole lap time. I think these guys should be able to put down pretty consistent laps until down to the last 3 or 4 laps, and then we'll see who saved their stuff the best.
You know, that's a good explanation, because that explains why you can see that Tommy's getting kind of racy as we were on board with him to try and get past Grant, and it looks as though Grant's got enough underneath him to defend that. So we've got a good end to this, and I think that explanation, as you say, that caution or the cautions we've had have left these cars in a better position than normally we would see with less than 10 laps to go.
Well, and if I'm Tommy Dreese too, I'm going to keep applying this pressure, because I've also seen a lot of wiggles under throttle of that 5 car in front of me.
That's the game.
Of Keith Grant. So and it doesn't seem like Tommy's struggling with forward bite issues at all, and it seems like Keith is having a little bit of that. When he tries to really pick up the throttle and really get down into that 900 horsepower, it wants to buzz those rear tires. So if I was on the horn with Keith, I would go ahead and let him know, just to keep those rear tires underneath you. This is not a hard track to defend. You've got only a few places that you have to defend, so don't abuse the tire everywhere, and I believe that would be probably the best thing. But this is a great battle that is going on between Keith Grant and Tommy Dreese. And remember, I know in Tommy Dreese, in the back of his head, maybe not, because it is Tommy Dreese. I was going to say he's thinking points, but we know better than that. This is Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, he's thinking
his hair's on fire.
Win or win it. There's only two gears.
Yeah, right.
Tommy Dreese, he's thinking about the bumper in front of him and how he's going to get by it, and then he'll work on the next one.
As Ken Thwaite said at the beginning, see it and pass it.
Yeah, Tommy's a fierce competitor, and for Grant, that mistake of buzzing the rear tire, that can exacerbate into a real ill-handling race car. You can really blow that tire up. You can really get it too hot.
Yeah, especially I've that's one of the things I've definitely learned in our time on the Pirelli tire. It's a very temperature-sensitive tire, and if you spike that temperature, you lose a lot of its performance. And that's not really what you want to be doing at this stage of the race, especially when you're hunted down by somebody that's the hunter that is Tommy Dreese. So, but Keith has got his stuff together. He felt those slips, Tom. He straightened that out, and he's got himself down, and he has not put a wheel wrong since then. So I think he figured that out, like you said, to your observation. He got those rear tires cooled down, those rear Pirellis cooled down, and he's now gapping this number 8 Lucas Ford Mustang, MAV TV Ford Mustang of Tommy Dreese.
Yeah, seeing a car fill your mirrors, one of two things happens. You can fall apart or you can just get better. And it looks like Grant's done a great job of just getting tidy and keeping the car underneath him. And it looks like he's really performing well. And that can be disheartening. It's called learned helplessness if you're the guy behind that guy.
I like that.
When you get to the guy and then you think you got something for him and all of a sudden he just drives off on you, it can really it can do something to your head and take a little drive forward. But that is Tommy Dreese, and I don't think that happens to him.
Across the line they come again, and time running out. 24. Ooh, what's happened to Amy?
Yeah, Amy got spun around there. Don't know if there was any help there, but see if there maybe is a replay that we can grab a hold of. Look out for Jose. There it comes around the corner there. Gets through. Jose Chacron, he's doing a great job, like you said earlier. I mean, he's sitting there right there in P7. As you brought up, Burton Racing and their return to the Trans Am paddock, it's great to see them back, and Claudio Burton's presence is always welcome and fun to have around, and I love exchanging stories with that man. He's got some good fun ones.
Very fun man, very interesting man, very committed to racing, and it's nice to see that program having a great day, bringing a car to the racetrack, and their drivers performing. He's not making mistakes, and right now he looks like he's going to have himself a pretty good day.
So it's a family affair in SGT as Carey and Milton go head-to-head. Billy Griffin leading in GT, and in XGT, Danny Lowry, 11th overall and leading in XGT at the moment. But, of course, leading the race, Matthew Bradman. I was trying to think when he last won, but, of course, he won at Austin last time out at COTA, this time last year, when he came in as a one-off with Chris Dyson and absolutely blitzed the field.
So Dreesy's got smoke in the cockpit here.
We saw a little bit of smoke.
So he's broken. He's actually going to pull off. I thought he would have pulled off there, but he's under power. We can still see the revs up on the dashboard there. Jeff Hinkle goes by, as does Paul Fix.
Yeah, look at the back of the car.
And yeah, that definitely.
That could be rear end. That could explain how his charge was ended. If that rear end started to go bad, he lost a ring and pinion, or started to get that gear oil too hot, and things weren't working right.
If it wasn't for bad luck, Tommy wouldn't have any. Not an easy day again at the office for Tommy Dreesy. It's been hard all weekend. They had some power steering issues at one point. They didn't go out on Friday. They had bodywork rebuilds as well, and now it looks like, potentially a terminal problem again for this car.
It's a shame. It's a shame. Racing is such a
bittersweet,
a heartfelt effort, and when things don't go your way this close to the end, it's frustrating. But Tommy will be back. That team will be back. Gentilozzi Racing, and they'll rebuild. They'll get the car fixed, and I'm sure we'll see him again.
Good news is he's not dropping anything of any substance except a little bit of smoke out of the back. So it's not like he's dumping oil on the track, but he's coming in straight away, and I'm sure Ben will be on the case. But sadly, a massive attrition rate in our Franklin Road TA race here from VIR, the penultimate round of the championship. We head to COTA next at the beginning of November to round it all out.
And don't look now, but look what just fell into the two-time champ, A.B. Ruman's lap for points today. I mean, we're looking here with 5 laps to go. Hopefully things keep going well for that McNichols Ruman Racing Chevrolet Corvette. But this right here, again, this is part of the game, as you said, Tom Sheehan, is that this is the cruelty of our sport. But even in the cruel days, we still love what we do, and we get to come back and live out our dreams. And so, like you said, he said so well, is Tommy Dreesy will be back. That team, 3GT, will be back as strong as ever. As we look at Cary Grant, one of the remaining Grants out here, he's doing a great job there.
Well, he's leading in SGT now.
Yeah, he's leading SGT for the SGT championship leaders in second, Milton Grant. So, the Grant family is looking to have a good day, where at the beginning of the day, Jonathan Green, it honestly wasn't looking like that for him. This number 6 Porsche took some damage on the back of it that we still see to this moment. And also, Richard Grant's day was gone very early in that accident. But Keith Grant carrying the flag up there in P2 overall in NTA. And then you got Cary Grant leading in SGT, and Milton Grant looking to bring home that championship in P2.
I see Jeff Hinkle's recovered from the early incident, and he's moved himself to a podium spot. Looks like he's got Paul Fix. The gap isn't that big, so those two are going to be racing hammer and tong to the end. But great job by that team to get that car to recover from that incident and drive your way back up to third.
Well, let's go down to the pit lane once again with Ben and get the latest of what happened to Tommy Dreesy.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with the 3GT Racing. One thing you can see just clearly, just after a long race, you can see a lot of smoking, but that's pretty normal. The one thing that we've noticed here, as you can see, you can really smell the rear end, the differential fluid, and he came in with a trail behind him. As soon as he did, the head mechanic just gave the cut sign, said the rear end is leaking, and unfortunately it's over for Tommy Dreesy. Hard-fought battles for 3GT Racing. I don't know what that does for the championships. Gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, a real shame, and Tommy's such a great competitor and a stalwart, a former champion, of course, and it's all ended up as the runner-up hopeful with a bit of bad news for him. And it looks as though Amy Ruman's going to pick up some good news there. So 28 of the 31 gone, massive attrition rate. And boys, as we come down to the closing stages of this, it's had everything, hasn't it?
This has been a survivor's race for sure.
Yes.
The guys that have kept their cars clean and just put their laps down, managed traffic well, they're gonna have a good day. And you know, in racing, it's not always what you want to see is the front runners knocked out, but the guys that have been running, working hard, trying to make something for their season. Sometimes this is a big lift for a team to get a result and give you some energy, give you some positive feelings going into the closing race of the season coming up at COTA, and certainly to build on for next year. So for all these teams that are the benefactors of some others' misfortune, this part of racing, it's a big lift.
The other great story that's gone quietly about his business is Jose Cochran of Panama City, because on Friday I spoke to him and he said, you know, I had power steering failure and the car couldn't go out. They got it fixed. He wasn't very hopeful of getting much of a result out of this weekend, and he's currently running 5th.
Yeah, great result. I mean, there's 5th place in any series at this high a level is something that you got to be pretty proud of. Of course, I am really pleased for everybody who's going to be 1, 2, 3 on this deal, and my hats are off to the front 3 cars. I think have done a phenomenal job of just managing the race. Hinkle with the problems in the early part of the race, Brabham starting from the rear, and then we have our steady Grant that started second. He's still running second. He's putting the laps down. He's fended off a few charges. Great job.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't echo that enough. Yeah, Grant starting P3, you know, right now running in P2 is absolutely being very formidable. Tommy making sure that they're talking him down from all that business that he just went through there. But great battles out there. Like you said, Jeff Hinkle staring down that podium, but he can't run away and hide. You know, he's got Paul Fix just a 1/10 of a second behind him. As you can see this battle between the two right here as we come down here into turn number 1. Jeff Hinkle making that dodge, which is already nice and wide, even wider through 1 and 2 here as we get to run into 3. But this is the best battle I think we got going on the racetrack right now, gentlemen.
Oh, Adam, I think you're right. Adam, I think these two probably have a lot of laps down here at VIR, and I think that this is going to go right down to the wire. I don't know when Paul's going to make his move. Paul's pretty patient. I think he'll take a couple challenges before this thing's over.
Can't be too patient. We're working 29 of 31, so you know, it's kind of go-go time, especially here at Virginia International Raceway, because you just don't have the opportunities. So you need to, you know, honestly, I'm sure what Paul Fix is doing right now is what we would all do, is try and push Jeff Hinkle into some sort of mistake. But right now, Jeff Hinkle's holding that pretty wheel and making sure that he's not making any mistakes as they make a good charge down here into Oak Tree.
The car looks great. He took a bit of a defensive line there, and Paul has just got to work on exit, and try to make a showing of showing his nose a couple times. Like you said, Adam, see if we can get Hinkle to make a wiggle.
Yeah, and he's trying to get in the draft a little bit. He didn't get the best of exits out of the Franklin Road Apparel turn 11, but it's such a half-mile long straight, as you say, with that kink just there. Now, look how much he's caught up as they go into the braking point, going into the roller coaster.
And if you're wondering what's going on at the front, not much. Matthew Brabham right here is pretty much just taking off, run away and head. He's 9 seconds up on Keith Grant. You know, Matthew Brabham, world-class talent, and it wouldn't surprise to see him back in an IndyCar at some point here soon in his career. Oh, Jeff Hinkle. We just got off of this, and Jeff Hinkle's in the fence here. That looks like onto the front straightaway, Tom.
Yeah, it
That's
does.
right, pit entry.
Boy, that does. And that looked like a bad end to a day. It looked like a real hard turn back in there. Hopefully Hinkle can get that thing going and salvage his day. I don't know if we can get a report on the damage, but it looks like it might.
Here's what happened, guys. Let's have a
see
look.
what we get a replay here. As we're taking a look as they're coming through the hog pens, going through lap traffic with Billy Griffin here. Let's see if that played any kind of role. And no, he just gets a little bit of maybe some. I can't see from that angle, so I don't want to speculate. But But yeah, that was some tight racing there, so there might have been a little bit of a nudge in the back.
It looked like a little checkup with some lap traffic.
Yeah.
I think that's it. Billy Griffin didn't get the acceleration he wanted.
Oh yeah, that was a racing incident 100%. Like Paul Fix did not see the accordion effect happening.
No, it looks like Hinkle had to check up the lap traffic. Of course, the car is trying to do its best to stay driver's right, but it's going to track off to the left a little bit just because of the topography, the elevation change, and the camber, the loss of it there at the bottom of the hill. Just a shame for that team.
That really is. That was one of those racing deals. And ladies and gentlemen, race fans at home, I can't stress enough, when you're behind the wheel of these things, your vision is so limited. So to see around the car, there's no chance. There's no chance that Paul Fix saw, maybe even that Billy Griffin checked up or any of those things. But then it always comes down to what we talked about before, as traffic, is try and stay in your line. And just by staying in your line, we should be, the faster car should be able. And that's the tricks to multi-class racing. We see it in all types of sports car racing, right, Jonathan Green?
Oh, absolutely. And we're on the final lap now of what has been an interesting 100 miles. Some good, some bad, but for the man at the back at the beginning of this race, he's come right to the very front. What can this man do? He's won at Bathurst. He's won Pro Mazda for Andretti Autosport. He's won, he's won another single-seaters in the year before that, and he was third in the Indy Lights Championship this year for Andretti Autosport. He won in Trans Am at COTA last year, representing this very team, and now he's going to do it here at VIR. What can't this man do? I bet he's not got that many laps around here.
I think this is 4 TA starts and 3 wins. He won Mid-Ohio this year, so this 4 starts, I think, are Mid-Ohio, Lime Rock, COTA last year, and VIR. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is his record. He is 3 out of 4. And if you want to go ahead and say, he hasn't finished worse than second. So we're looking at a man that is an absolute dominant force behind the wheel. He should grab the attention of all of motorsports because this is a man that you should have representing you, your company, your race team, because on and off the racetrack, he performs.
Yeah, no question about it. He's an absolute gentleman and represents the Brabhams in the most perfect way, and has done it in style here at VIR, takes the checkered flag and wins in style from back to front.
Well, great job. Great job.
No question about it. Crossing the line in second is Keith Grant, and that's a really good performance in his first outing out in TA. Paul Fix takes third place ahead of Jeff Hinkle, who ended up in the wall, sadly. Amy Ruman will be fifth. Chocron in 6th place. Cary Grant takes 7th, holding off Milton Grant in 8th. Danny Lowry wins in XGT, and Billy Griffin wins in GT. But what a race. And, it had everything. Our thanks to Tommy Sheehan and Adam Andretti. Now Griffin's parked up as well.
Bummer. Yeah,
that's too bad. That's too bad. Griffin, he runs well. I'm sure he knew those guys were both there. If he was having some kind of issue and he was a little bit off his normal pace, that might have caught Hinkle out as he came down that last corner.
Yeah, I mean, just again, a double podium too for CD Racing. So,
yeah, Chris won't be
Dixie
happy.
got it. Dixie got his double podium.
Dixie did get his double podium, and sometimes a bad day turns into a great day. That's racing. Things turn around pretty quick. Yeah. Great day for CD Racing to have 2 cars up on the podium.
Yeah.
Matty Brambham, outstanding performance. What an incredible talent. Chris has told me his incredible talents. I've watched his incredible talents. CD Racing really believes in his ability. And those guys, they put on a clinic today. They did a great job.
Keith Grant, awesome job mixing it up. Coming from IMSA LMP3, totally different, really cars. I mean, those are rear engine prototypes, lots and lots of downforce, late braking, moderate horsepower. This sucker is nothing but horsepower, stab and go, point and shoot kind of car. Totally different driving style. My hat's off to Keith Grant. What an awesome job. Come back. Play in our sandbox some more. I encourage you to, my friend. Please, I implore you.
Yeah, really impressed. Watched him in qualifying. He did a great job in the race, and that's impressive. First time to race a TA car, to put it on the podium, to qualify so well. with this competitive field is pretty impressive. So great job. I think he's the star of the weekend, I think.
Yeah, and I've got another good story for you. Jose Chocron, after that performance here, will go ahead of Kaz Grala. Obviously not racing this weekend, but Kaz has had a good season. They were both level on 58 points after Watkins Glen, and that means he'll now take the lead of the rookie standings in TA. So good luck. Well done to him.
No, that is fantastic. That's great to see. Matthew's girlfriend Kimberly is here with him, so this will be a nice, special, very special, victory lane here, and they're just going to have a great celebration after this race. Because, like I said, yesterday was so kind of bummer for them, as we alluded to. They blew the engine in yesterday morning's practice, as we talked about at the beginning of the race. Literally had worked until late in the night. And this thing goes to victory. No better reward for that effort than when this thing gets to pull in and celebrate with the champagne.
Yep, and Milton Grant will extend his lead both in the Masters and in the SGT Overall Drivers' Championship, but beaten by Carey today in that damaged Porsche, who's third overall. He'll now move to second, so the Grant's right up there with Cindy Lux not taking part, so well done to them. But the day belongs to this man, and the Brabham name continues in motorsport. The Australian-American, as they describe him, 3 times a winner in stadium trucks, and now a 3-time winner in Trans Am.
Just unplug it.
You could tell you don't drive the cars a lot when they're telling you what you need to do to get out, what you have to unplug. But look at him, such a humble man too. He's almost uncomfortable with the people being happy with his performance, but that's what you love about the man. Dixie gives a big hug and an embrace, and no bigger fans of a race driver than those that turn the wrenches, and like that guy right there, Chris Dyson, the name of CD Racing. So congratulations, Matty Brabham. Great drive, as always, buddy.
As soon as he gets that helmet off, I'm sure that Ben will be with him. And off comes the balaclava and the big smile and the wavy hair. Let's hear from Matthew Brabham, our winner here at Virginia International Raceway.
Matty, you got to call the dog over here.
Well, here I am with Matthew Brabham getting a greeting from his dog, it looks like. Maybe, Matt, can you introduce us to your dog first?
Oh, yeah, sure. That's Brumby. He loves to be on the podium. So, yeah, today was a great day.
Well, Chris Dyson, I know it was a rough day for you. Take the mic and interview your driver for me.
Oh, boy.
Well,
not singing this
well,
time.
Matthew, Merry Christmas.
yeah, thanks, yeah.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, it was just survival. I mean, I saw all the smoke at the top of the hill from you, and I was like, oh no, what's happened here? So I was pretty aggressive in the beginning, and in hindsight, I probably should have been a bit more relaxed and just tried to survive, because yeah, the traffic was just the big player today.
Yeah. So what happened there with a couple laps to go? We saw dust, and then we disappeared for a little bit, and then you reappeared.
Yeah, that was just a silly mistake on my part. I mean, I was. It's hard to pass sometimes because some of these cars are faster down the straight but slower in the corners, and this one was faster in the corners and slower down the straight. And I thought, I'll just outbrake him into the inside, and that would be the cleanest pass I can make. And he broke way later than my brake spot, and I was kind of just more so looking at his car. And once I broke, I was like, oh man, I'm way too late. I'm going to miss a corner. So I just missed the corner, went in the grass. But that was just a mistake on my part. He did nothing wrong. He was on the racing line, and he was clean. But yeah, I just overcooked it because he can brake later than I could, and I found that out pretty quick.
Well, congratulations, Matt. You did a terrific job all weekend. Another win for the team. Back to you in the booth.
Actually, not back to you in the booth. I love it, though. Dyson, you got a job with us here. But the championship-winning car, another win for the championship-winning car, unfortunately for you, because you went off. What happened there?
Well, I mean, obviously we're thrilled to have another all-wall car here in Victory Lane. Another win for the team. I think it underlines the performance we've got. That both of our cars finished first and third. Paul Fix did a brilliant job in the all-Graham car. For me, honestly, I don't want to get too much into it. I'm frustrated. I think we had a race-winning car today. The Riley Technologies came to us with a brilliant automobile, and we were in command. And unfortunately, we just got involved with some traffic that wasn't really paying attention.
Nice. I love the honesty here from Dyson Racing, both Matthew Brabham and Chris Dyson. But before we go, I would like to come over and talk to Kerry Grant. Where is Kerry Grant? Okay, hold on. We got to find Kerry Grant, because Kerry Grant, I got to interrupt, man. Nice job. Congratulations.
Thanks.
That's the first time I remember you being on the top step in SGT. Is that right?
Yep, first time. That's the first win in Trans Am. It's been a while since I've won one because it's been a while since the SCCA Majors days, and just a great race. A lot of attrition out there. Crazy start. You can see I got the back of my bumper pretty good on the race car, and just a blast out there. Didn't hurt the car, though. So a lot of attrition out there. I ran and chased down second right before he came in or had a problem. And then I don't know what happened to the Viper, but I was about to chase him down and give him a good fight, too.
Jump in here, Pops. You're usually getting the top step over Kerry. Get closer. How does it feel now? The student has become the master.
It does, and we did this here last year too. I won one race, and he won the other one last year, and so it's great. This track's really good for our car, and we love racing here. So this Mid Ohio was it Mid Ohio? Anyway, somewhere I got my very first win this year, and he got his very first win this year, and we're 1 and 2 in the series, so we're tickled to death. So.
And then is this your nephew that got second in TA? How cool is that? The Grant family representing. Kerry says hi to his family at home. Well, gentlemen, I've got to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, boys. And, yep, the family Grant's doing a heck of a job today. They are getting some accolades, and well done to Kerry. And he deserves that water. I'm sure it might turn into wine later on. And that would be a miracle. Let's take a look at the highlights.
That was a wild start.
Been a big good day for TA, and we got off to an interesting start with Boris Said in second place, but right from the get-go, Ken Thwaites coming together with Hinkle, who managed to keep going. Sadly, Thwaites not happy with his. One of the Grants going out early. This was Richard in the 30. But Brabham coming from the back. He didn't qualify, but boy, he didn't need to. What a race he put on. Tommy Dreesy was going well, overtaken quickly by Brabham as he made his way to the front, and could have been a second-place runner. Gets past Keith Grant there to go into second place, but Dyson coming together with Bailey, and sadly both men going out, and that put Brabham in the hot seat and in the lead of the race. Meanwhile, there was plenty going on as well, because Dreesy sadly came to a slow stop, but the checker flag ran out for Matthew Brabham. It doesn't matter whether it's Indy Lights or Trans Am, he's a winner. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then of our other classes. And of course we had XGT, SGT and GT in action today. And away they went again. So they're looking at the midfield, and it's a race of their own and a race of attrition. Carrie Pierce in the 26th. Doing a good job early on. Aaron Pierce, doing a good job early on. Lee Saunders looked odds on to win, as he always does in SGT whenever he competes, the man from Florida. And Billy Griffin out on his own in GT, the former champion, going well early on, but got in a bit of fisticuffs at the end. Lowry going well in XGT. And as the leaders went past the Factory 5 car, sadly Bailey parking it up. That put him out of the action. Amy Room was in the thick of it, so too Saunders, but sadly he pulled in with a rotor problem. But Cary Grant went on to take his first victory in SGT. Congratulations to him. So, confirmation of the results then. Matthew Brabham with that win for the All-Graham team, and Keith Grant in the Showtime Motorsports team second, and Paul Fix in third for the All-Graham Stopflex.com Classic Tube car. Amy Ruman in fourth, Jeff Hinkle fifth. Chocron in sixth place, the Panamanian getting that team up there into the top six. An excellent result for him, and probably his best as he takes the lead of the rookies. Cary Grant wins for the Grant team, and his first win in the category in SGT, ahead of the older Milton Grant in 8th, and Danny Lowry winning in XGT. Billy Griffin winning in GT, and that rounded out the top 10. A little further down, Tommy Dreesy problems. Likewise, Gluck, Saunders out, Pierce, Dyson hit, Bailey, Pintaric, Said, and Ken Thwaites, all with problems. Massive attrition rate in what was a very dramatic VIR race. Derek Cope, I don't think took the start, actually, and Richard Grant also going out early on. So that concludes our Trans Am coverage from VIR. And don't forget, we've always got our chill out move of the race. And this weekend, it has to be given to Cary Grant because, well, he deserves it. He put on a great show. He was in the wars, too. The car damaged from the rear. But our chill out systems, chill out, keep cool move of the race is Cary Grant, putting on a show in the number 6 Porsche. He's worked really hard at this. And you can see the emotion from the man from Tennessee afterwards. And, yep, the whole family races, and it's great to see that they finally got the accolades they deserve. And he had to work it, too, with that damaged car. You never know with a damaged car just how bad things are going to be or if they'll get worse. But he took the checkered flag and takes his first win in SGT. And he, therefore, wins our Chill Out Systems Chill Out, Keep Cool move of the race. All right, as the action continues and, well, starts to calm down a little bit after what was a very interesting TA race, we'll take a short break from VIR. We'll be right back to wrap it all up after this.
This is my house. My parents helped build it. Now we don't get wet when it rains. I don't get too hot or too cold inside. I can play with my sister, I can play with my brother, I can play with my mother, my father, my family. This is my house.
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 Visit Habitat.org to find out how you can help more families like mine.
My name is Monse, and I am a senior at Cristo Rey. We bring high school students and corporations together to transform education. I work 1 day a week at Ryan Companies. There are Cristo Rey schools serving students across the country. Visit CristoRayNetwork.org and learn how you can become a corporate partner today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get loud. The Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour, TA, XGT, SGT, and GT. Come on, we can get louder than that. All right, here we go. Left-handed, who wants a hat? Ooh, a boomer, nice catch. Whoa, that might be the best catch of the season right there. We're going to start in GT. You guys have got to get loud when I bring up first in GT. Let's hear it. Billy Griffin, all the way from Southern Florida. Come on now. Billy is going to throw out a C-Force koozie, sticker, and T-shirt. Billy, let's see what kind of arm you got on you. Oh. Not that impressive, Billy. You did it underhand, you know. Oh, okay, good. So tell us about your race out there.
It was good. It was obviously a war of attrition out there, right? I don't know how many people actually finished the race. I ran out of fuel in the last lap. And my right front caliper was leaking brake fluid pretty bad, so it started to get a little scary for me as well. Obviously, I'm out there by myself. That's why I'm standing here by myself. But
oh, I'm not here?
You're here, but thank God. Anyways, I had a lot of fun. I really love this place. It's beautiful. Thank you very much, everybody.
And I noticed that you're a little bit out of breath, and I heard a rumor from Jeff Lindstrom you might be doing the Enduro later on today, too?
The other car broke, too. We're done.
You're done? Oh, nice. Well, let's hear it for Billy Griffin. I love these honest interviews here in GT. Nice. And then we're going to do the hat dance, Billy. Billy, I love these Mustangs, and I heard a rumor you might be getting a new one for next year.
That's the one.
The one that Jeff was testing out? Wow, it's a pretty machine. I love it. Let's hear it one more time. Billy Griffin, GT, Virginia International Raceway at the Mission Foods VIR SpeedTour. Thanks, Billy. Billy Griffin. You were close. Billy Graham is from near here, though, North Carolina. But if he were up on the podium, it'd be an absolute miracle. SGT. So in third place in SGT, here he is. I was wondering if he was going to be here. Let's hear it. Brian Gluck, or as I call him, G-Luck. Nice. See, he's excited. All right, Brian. See, you know where you're going. Nice. See, look at that. I love it. You're on the podium, dude. Congrats. He says 3 years. Now, this is going to be fun. In second place in SGT, and you're going to hear this last name a lot, but let's hear it, Milton Grant, ladies and gentlemen. This man has been in Trans Am for as long as I have, which is quite a long time. First place he's ever won in SGT. First time he's ever won first place in SGT. So let's hear it, Milton's son, Cary Grant, ladies and gentlemen. Memphis, Tennessee. Now see, I love it when people get excited to be on the podium, because I know this really means something to you, Brian. Tell us about your race.
It was great. The wing broke, and so everywhere we were going, the wing was flapping like an airplane. And it was a little unstable.
He is an airplane pilot.
It was a little unstable on the high speed, but we raced with professionals. They got around us, and we're just excited to be here. I want to thank Scoville Vodka and the Gallon Few that supports U.S. Army Rangers and Factory 5 and everybody here in Trans Am. We're just excited to be here.
So you're not able to trim out the wings on a race car, are you?
Unfortunately not. I was looking for the yoke to try to adjust the trim, but it wasn't working very well.
Nice. Well, let's hear it. Brian Gluck, third place. Milton Grant, I don't know if this is a comfortable position for you or not, but I haven't seen you on a step below your son in SGT.
It's happened before, and I'm glad to see where he is. Of course, I did get turned around and sat on the side of the road for quite a while, getting the car started.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
tell us about that.
Yeah, and this mess down here in the corner, I was just lucky I didn't get caught in it. So I was tickled to death once it finally restarted, and I was tickled to death when the yellow came out, so I could get up closer to him. So it was a great race. Really enjoyed it.
Nice. I love it. Well, Cary Grant, I can't reach you, buddy, so you're gonna have to hold both mics for me if you don't mind.
Thanks. I really enjoyed today. I'd like to thank my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and my crew, Larry, Mike, and Kevin, my brother. Beautiful day, a lot better than Watkins Glen. It was a really crazy start. I got hit pretty hard from behind in the first lap, but we were having an argument whether or not to come in and try and rip my bumper cover off during that first caution, and I won the argument because I was driving. But it was great, set a pace, ended up passing the Corvette and got up to second. Then I don't know what happened to the Viper, but great day. Thank you for Trans Am, all the hard work y'all do.
I love it. All right, Cary, let's see what kind of arm you've got there. Oh, man, it's not poison, people. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Brian Gluck, Milton Grant, Cary Grant, hold those trophies up. I like this crowd here at VIR. Thank you, guys. Beautiful weather. Thank you. I like being heckled, too. It's good. Keep it up. All right, VIR Mission Foods, VIR SpeedTour. Let's hear how loud you can get. One more time, SGT, Brian Gluck, Milton Grant, Cary Grant, putting on a fantastic show here. All right, let's see what we got here. Uh-oh, look out. A little shower here, but look at this. Gentlemen, not going for the eyes. Cary's saying, not the eyes, not the eyes. Hey, G-Luck, nice job, dude. That's awesome.
That is awesome, brother.
Congratulations.
Woo!
I'm proud of you, man.
Thank you.
I know that's hard fought. So thank you so much. Thanks for coming out. Nice job. Extreme GT. Let me explain something about this guy. He broke, unfortunately, at Watkins Glen, drove all the way to Maryland to get parts for his Audi. He brought that Audi here. I think it broke yesterday. I don't know where he had to drive to get his new Porsche to come racing with Bridgehall. He is a logistics manager. He does that for a living. But first in Extreme GT, let's hear it. Danny Lowry with the Bridgehall Porsche. So Danny, first of all, where did you have to go to get the other car?
I had to drive to South Carolina. So I drove home, got there 1 o'clock, got about 3 hours sleep, loaded the car, and headed back.
3 hours sleep, loaded the car, headed back, and now you're on the top step. Tell us about your race.
That was a good race. I was in the car that I had not made any laps on. My goal was really in knowing that a lot of guys are racing for points. I didn't want to impact anyone else's race, so I was trying to ride around, stay out of trouble, keep clean, give everyone a lot of room. And I had a lot of fun following Billy Griffin around for a while, trying to learn from him a little bit.
Is that the car you had at Charlotte?
That is the car that I ran earlier this year. It's a great car. It's a lot faster than I was today, I can tell you that.
You want to thank anybody?
Hey, yeah, I want to thank Ricky Sanders Racing and Rookie and my company, Bridge Hall, Bennett, and all the Bennett family of companies, and Tyler Hoffman here helping me today. Appreciate it.
I love it. And better weather than Watkins Glen. So let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Lowry, first in Extreme GT. Danny, hold that trophy up. There we go. VIR, I love this enthusiasm. Keep it up. Very good. We love coming here. Actually, Trans Am came here in 1966, the year of its founding. So we've been here a long time. Let's hear it one more time. Danny Lowry, Bridge Hall, in the Porsche, first in Extreme GT. Also trying not to get in anybody's way of championship. We appreciate that, Danny. Thanks for all your hustle the last 2 races. Someday, Danny, it's all going to work out. Maybe that's why you're a logistics manager. All right, one thing I do need to clear up, because I need to say that all of these results are provisional in all the classes until we review everything. But I need everybody to get enthusiastic, because these are the 900 horsepower behemoth monsters in TA, the coolest class in motorsports. Very loose rules package, so they can kind of build these however they want. And as you saw, they are absolute beasts. Third place in TA. He has won 3 times in a row here at VIR. Welcome back to Paul Fix. Let's hear it. Paul Fix, ladies and gentlemen. Paul, welcome back. I love seeing you back on the podium here. In second place, his first time in a while in TA and in Trans Am. So happy to have Keith Grant from Memphis, Tennessee. We've got another Grant up here. 4 Grants total in this race. And then in first place, this guy is fast in everything. In the championship winning car, because Chris Dyson was in a new chassis after sealing the championship. Let's hear it. Matthew Brabham, first place, TA. Matthew, how many TA races have you run? How many TA races have you run? He's run 4 races. He's won 3. Coda, Mid-Ohio, and here, right? That's unbelievable. Who wouldn't want to have that kind of a record? Paul Fix, welcome back to Trans Am. So cool to have you back on the podium. You won here 3 years in a row. How's it feel to be back at VIR?
Yeah, VIR is one of my home tracks. I love being here. Raced here for 22 years, and you know, a lot of championships here. And you know, thanks to Chris Dyson. You know, he put me in this car last minute on Monday and said, "Come on down, let's race." And I said, "I'm here, and we're going to put it on the podium." And we did. The guys did an awesome job. They prepared a great car for me, and I just piloted it.
Nice. And a hard-fought podium.
Yep. It was a tough race. A lot of traffic, but and the track got slippery, and but we made it through. That's what counts.
Well, congratulations, Paul Fix, ladies and gentlemen. From Tennessee, wearing Tennessee Volunteer orange, Keith, welcome back. How's it feel?
Oh, it's great. I really appreciate the opportunity to race this weekend, and I had a great car all weekend.
You want to thank anybody?
Yeah, I got to thank my wife and my family for the support this weekend. Got to thank Showtime Motorsports. The guys working on the car this weekend had a great car. No problems all weekend.
Nice. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Keith Grant. Keith, we hope to see you a lot more in the series. Matthew, I hate to do this, but can you hold both microphones?
Yeah.
And you want to bring your dog
Yeah, sure.
up here?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
What's your dog's name?
Brumby.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is Brumby. Let's see. Oh, he's shy now. She, he? What, boy or girl?
He's a boy.
All right, Matthew, introduce us to your dog and take the mics. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, no, big thank you, obviously, to my dog. He was a great support all weekend. My girlfriend, Kim, she was great support. But obviously, number one is Chris Dyson and the Dyson race team. I mean, they they had a busy weekend this weekend. I mean, we had some splitters break and some mechanicals yesterday, and they were working most of the nights to get these cars ready, and they were unbelievable in the race. And big hats off to those guys. It's so great and refreshing to come back to a team like that just has so much belief and works so hard to get results like these, and they deserve it. So, big hats off to everyone on the team. The food has been great all year, and it was especially good this weekend. So big thanks to those guys. Big thanks to Chris for having me back. Obviously, all the supporters, Graham, everyone on the team that makes it happen, and huge congrats to Paul. I mean, Paul made some massive improvements this weekend, and to have 2 Dyson cars on the podium is awesome, even though it's not Chris, right? So we'll take it, though. We'll take it. So big thank you. Thanks, guys.
Wait. Who wants to see what kind of arms these guys have? Give one to Paul. I think it was Meatloaf that said 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That's pretty good for Dyson Racing. Let's see. Oh, you okay there? You all right? Sorry, I like to get awkward. This is your first time. Here you go. Matthew, let's see what you got. Well, you got to wear that one. All right, let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Paul Fix, Keith Grant, Matthew Brabham, and Brumby. Oh, really? Hey, you might want to, don't let Brumby drive. He's been licking champagne. He's 35 in dog. She says he's legal in dog years. All right, VIR, now I need you to get super loud for TV. Let's hear it. Paul Fix, Keith Grant, Matthew Brabham, and Brumby.
Okay. All right.
Uh-oh. Look out, Brumby. Don't get in the dog's eyes. Well, you're too young over there. Nice job. Unbelievable. Chris Dyson, Dyson Racing, congratulations. Thanks for putting on such a... Oh, whoa. I don't know if I want to be associated with that. All right, Matthew, don't go too far, because Larry Bishop is coming up here. Matthew, come up the top step, buddy. Brumby, you can come back. This year, I've had the privilege of watching Matthew Brabham racing in Stadium Super Trucks and Indy Lights, and now in TA. Larry Bishop is coming up here with IMCO, because Matthew Brabham is our IMCO Top Gear Award winner, $500. Larry, hold that up for Matthew. Check that out. Come on, get up there with him. Holding up the Happy Gilmore check. Larry Bishop coming out, making some great gearboxes and gears with IMCO. Longtime supporter of the series. Oh, he's got something to say. This is rare.
Rare, very rare. I usually don't like to say a lot. First of all, congratulations to the Showtime guys. They put a new driver in their car, and they did well, qualified strong, ran strong. That's awesome. CD Racing, you guys, Herculean effort. Herculean effort. My God. I've been doing this for over 35 years, and I've worked a lot of wrecked race cars and burnt race cars, and there's nothing worse than working on a burnt race car. You guys did it. You worked late at night. You did one hardship lap, and he went out there and he ran the race. And I'm telling anybody that's done this in their life knows what a big deal that is. Congratulations, you guys. It's awesome.
I love it. Hey, and take the mic anytime. You're natural. I love it. Let's hear it. Larry Bishop, IMCO Gears, Matthew Brabham, Top Gear Award winner. Matthew, congratulations. You can't take that home, though, just like Happy Gilmore. And our chill out moment of the race is the fantastic finish. One more time, another Grant. Let's hear it. Cary Grant wins our chill out moment of the race. Come on up here. He knows what to do with the check. Look at that. That's going to be a pretty big cool suit, Cary. How's that feel?
Feels good. It's cool like today. I won't need it, but it gets hot in the summertime. So just thanks to the series and thanks for the award. I appreciate it. Oh, and go Vols. I didn't say that earlier. Go Vols.
Go Vols. That's right. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Cary Grant, chill out moment of the race. John, are we good?
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for taking part in the Mission Foods VIR Speed Tour. We will be back next year. Don't worry, I've got another shirt. Who wants a shirt? Woo! Look at that. Nice. Tyke Durst wants a shirt. We will be back oh, here we go. Well, here, Michelle, you give it to him. Thank you guys so much for coming out. That does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at VIR. Adam Andretti, Tom Sheehan, Jonathan Green, monsters at calling the race. Where's Tom Sheehan? I just saw him walk away. Tom Sheehan, nice job on that. And we will be back next year. Thank you guys.
Yeah, you guys want to do family photos?
And thanks to Ben Sissel, as always. Congratulations to our winners. What a weekend here at VIR. The weather played its part. It's been absolutely gorgeous here on the North Carolina-Virginia border. And we've had some great stories too. Rafa Matos maintaining his lead, but the championship tightening up behind him in the runner-up spot. In TA, well, Chris Dyson's already won the championship, but as they say, an Herculean effort by the team to get Brabham back out on track, and he paid it back in spades with a fantastic win in TA. That's it from VIR. Stay with us, because in 4 weeks' time, we'll be at COTA, the Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas. But as we leave you here, they say on each and every one of the number plates in Virginia, Virginia is for lovers, and we loved every minute of that. We'll see you next time. From me, Jonathan Green, goodbye for now.
I like to go fast. Our race team is really well prepared. We like to look good, but we also like to dress good, and that's why we shop at Franklin Road Apparel. I own the company, and I wear the clothes that we sell in that store. So check us out. We carry all the top brands: Baldwin, John Barbados, Billy Reed, Goodman Brand, and on down the list. So come see us, Franklin Road Apparel, Franklin, Tennessee.
If your tooling isn't quite ready and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low volume production, 3-Dimensional Services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. 3-Dimensional Services delivers high quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. 3-Dimensional Services. Prototype, production, proven.